Chapter 980. Frigid Night Sovereign? Everyone was confused. Xianxia, Peach Blossom, and the others weren't country bumpkins. How long had they lived in the divine realm? They had heard of the title sovereign. But didn't it refer to the 8 supreme existences of the divine realm? Lord Devour had also reached the sovereign level, but how could Xianxia guarantee them as a sovereign? Since when was there a frigid night sovereign? Wait a minute. Xianxia raised her eyebrows as she recalled something. Wasn't Xianxia called Frigid Night War God? Frigid Night War God, Frigid Night Sovereign? Could it be? Xianxia's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly looked towards Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and nodded his head. Xianxia's entire face flushed red. Her beauty was indescribable. Xianxia? How could it be? Xianxia exclaimed, then covered her mouth. If it wasn't Xianxia who said it, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. Xianxia smiled leisurely and happily said, "Why not? What's impossible about your man?" Xianxia was even more excited, but the others were still confused. Yi Yaorao looked pensive. Yi Qingyu was the most direct. She looked at Xianxia in confusion and said, "Sister Xianxia, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" Xianxia said he has become the frigid night sovereign. In other words, his strength has reached the 9th grade. Yi Qingyu blinked, then suddenly opened her eyes wide. At the same time, the others also opened their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. This joke was too big. Hee, don't be so surprised. You will know in the future. If the warriors of the continent want to go to the divine realm, they can go at any time. On the Ascension platform, it means you are from the Fire Dragon continent. They will send you to the Fire Dragon city immediately. Xianxia was in a good mood. He kept smiling. So many years of struggle, dancing on the edge of a knife, running with the Grim Reaper, wasn't it all for today? Now that he had the ability to protect them and give them the best life, what other reason could there be for him to be unhappy? Xiaohei stood on Xianxia's shoulder and said proudly, "Hee, Boss's sovereign status was personally bestowed by the Misty Sovereign." When Boss returned to the Misty continent, tens of billions of experts from the Divine Martial City came to welcome him. Father, have you reached level 9? Everyone was stunned, because they had absolute trust in Xianxia. They knew that he never boasted or lied, and Xiaohei also never lied. But Peach Blossom still couldn't believe it. Her father was a venerable. She knew very well how difficult it was for a warrior to reach level 7 or venerable, let alone the supreme existence, a level 9 invincible war god. That's right. Peach Blossom, I think this time your father will not object to you and Sihan being together. Xianxia answered very seriously. He knew that it was hard for her to believe it, and he didn't want to explain, so he said with a smile, "This time I am here to take you to the divine realm. You will all know when you get there." "Father, you have become a sovereign, a level 9 invincible war god?" Sihan blinked, still not believing it. "Okay, I will go with you to the divine realm." Peach Blossom's eyes lit up. Although she had a comfortable life with Sihan in the Fire Dragon continent, she had grown up in the divine realm, so it was comfortable to live in the divine realm. Although she hated the Peach Blossom Venerable very much, he was still her father. It would be best if they could reconcile. Yi Qinggu immediately shouted, "Go to the divine realm, go to the divine realm, I also want to go to the divine realm." Xianxia and Yi Yaorao looked at each other, their eyes full of desire. In the divine realm, their cultivation speed was very fast, but in the Fire Dragon continent, it was too slow. The two of them wanted to go to the divine realm. Let's go. Grandpa Green Cow, Grandpa White Tiger, let's go to the divine realm together. Anyway, you can come back whenever you want in the future. Xianxia waved his hand and made his decision. Yi Tianlong also didn't hesitate. They also wanted to go to the divine realm to confirm what Xianxia said. Although they believed it, they still didn't dare to confirm it. Because this was too ridiculous. Xianxia's divine sense swept out. He originally wanted to visit the rabbit in the dark castle, but when his divine sense swept out, the rabbit sent him a voice transmission immediately, It said that it was preparing to go into seclusion and that it would talk later. Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. This rabbit was too awesome. He didn't even say anything, and she rejected him directly? And it seemed like he couldn't find out her strength now? It seemed like he had to ask Lord Devour about this. Yi Tianlong sent a message to Yi Chang, telling him something. Then, Yi Qinghan brought his team to the Purple Island. This time, besides Yi Qinghan's family, some God Realm warriors of the continent also wanted to go to the Divine Realm to see the legendary Divine Realm. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't mind. They entered the Purple Island directly. Yi Qinghan did it himself. They got into the teleportation formation and were teleported to the Ascension platform. Everybody stand on the left. On the Ascension platform, the two Peak of King God Realm guards were still wearing silver robes and hair. When they saw people teleporting from the material plane, they scanned the area and said instinctively. However, before he could finish his words, his eyes opened wide. He crawled up, kneeling on the ground. His body shivered as he said fearfully, "Greetings. Greetings, Lord Hanyi. My lord, please forgive me." The other guard had already woken up. He also kneeled on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Many warriors of the material planes stood on the left side of the Ascension platform. When they saw the two guards kneeling, they also knelt in fright. Yu Qingqing and the others' eyes brightened. The guards of the Ascension platform had a special position. Although they were only at the peak of King God Realm, they didn't even pay attention to a 5th or 6th grade war god. When Lord Jiao took out the token of the Misty Mountain Lord, the two guards only kneeled on one knee. But now, get up. From now on, the people who ascended from the Flame Dragon plane will be teleported directly to the Flame Dragon City. Activate the teleportation formation. Of course, Yi Qinghan wouldn't argue with these two nobodies. Although he and Xiaohei had been scolded by these two when they ascended that year, they were still the same. At this moment, Xiaohei wanted to teach them a lesson. However, when he heard Yi Qinghan's words, he didn't say anything. He knew his boss's identity was different now. If this matter was spread out, it wouldn't be good for his reputation. Everyone walked into the huge teleportation formation on the right side. The two guards quickly teleported and disappeared from the Ascension platform with a flash of white light. Big brother, do you think we should be more polite to the warriors who ascended? The frigid Night Sovereign ascended less than 100 years ago. But when he ascended, we don't even know if we scolded him or not. If the next time a genius ascends, we teach him a lesson, and he breaks through to the high-level God Emperor Venerable after 100 years, and comes looking for trouble with us, we'll be finished. Once Yi Qinghan left, the two silver-robed men hurriedly gathered together and discussed. Yi Qinghan's sudden rise made them feel afraid. The other giant man also nodded. The two of them had special identities. Perhaps a 5th or 6th grade war god wouldn't do anything to them. However, not to mention Yi Qinghan, any venerable could easily kill the two of them. The God Realm warriors who had just ascended were sweating profusely when they heard the two men's discussion. Ascended less than 100 years ago? How could he be so awesome? Although they didn't know what realm the frigid Night Sovereign represented, he could order the guards to teleport people who ascended from a plane to a city with just a few words. How awesome was that? The dozens of warriors who had just ascended were instantly excited. Their hearts were filled with ambition, and they fantasized about being like that lord. Cultivating diligently for 100 years, and finally becoming an overlord in the God Realm. At that time, they could also come to the Ascension platform and let these two people directly teleport the warriors who ascended from their continent to their own city. Chapter 981. It was only after arriving at Flame Dragon City that everyone was completely convinced of this extremely absurd fact. When countless venerables and millions of martial artists knelt down on one knee and paid their respects to Frost Night Sovereign, Yu Qingqing and the others' eyes became slightly moist. They knew that after today, the Flame Dragon continent would be completely safe, and no one would be able to separate them. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan's frail body and became incomparably proud. Yi Tianlong's old eyes were filled with tears. This was the 7th brother that was forgotten by the Yi family, the 7th brother that almost died because of his negligence, the 7th brother that couldn't even summon a battle beast. Not only did he stand at the peak of the Flame Dragon continent, but also the peak of the divine realm. Yi Qing didn't have too much time to care about everyone's feelings. He had a lot of things to do. Let fireworks settle down Qingqing and the others. As for the relationship between the women, he would deal with it himself. If he dealt with this troublesome matter by himself, he would definitely be met with countless disdainful and resentful gazes. Ignoring them, just like what happened to Yao Rao last time, everyone quickly blended together. Flame Dragon City's matters were all left to Lei Jin to deal with. He called for a doyen. Although Flame Dragon City was destroyed, under the protection of Lei Jin's Thunder God, all the doyen did not die. The only exception was Wu Shan and Feng Qi, who died in the Star Sea. Wu Shan was killed by venerable Flying Snow, and Feng Qi was killed by Xieyu. Although he avenged them in the end, Xieyu should have been killed outside Soul Emperor Island. But Yi Qinghan still felt guilty, and was even more determined to find a way to kill Li Kong. This doyen came from Sealed God Valley, and was a doyen of Flame Dragon City. He was originally Lei Zhen's subordinate, and his name was Wu Tian. His strength was not high, only at the peak of 6th grade war god. Wu Tian didn't know why Yi Qinghan called him over alone, and he was a little perturbed. The current Yi Qinghan was not the same as before. His 6th grade strength was no different from a god in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Could it be that Yi Qinghan wanted to remove him from his position as an elder? If Yi Qinghan were to issue an order, not to mention a war god at the peak of 7th grade, even a venerable would fight over the position of a senior elder of Flame Dragon City. Wu Dun, bring some people to the Starry Sea. This is the map. Go there. Yi Qinghan took out a map and placed it on the table. Then he pointed at a location in the South Star Sea. Seeing that Wu Tian was very puzzled, he explained, tens of thousands of li below this position sea, there is a mysterious spirit cave mansion. There are more than a dozen demonic beasts inside, as well as more than a dozen martial artists that I brought with me back then. Take my token and bring them back. Yes, City Lord. I will bring them back as soon as possible. Wu Tian hurriedly responded, but in his heart he was very glad. It seemed that Yi Qinghan was a very nostalgic person. Although he had become a monarch, as long as he and the others did not make any mistakes, his position as a senior elder would not be removed. Yi Qinghan nodded and let Wu Tian go. In fact, there was still one more thing in the Starry Sea that was waiting for Yi Qinghan to do. That was to go to the Flame Dragon Island next to Soul Emperor Island to look for the Night Emperor and the others. The Night Emperor and some of the seniors of the Flame Dragon continent were probably not very strong. However, they were the ancestors of the Flame Dragon continent. This matter was originally one of the reasons why Yi Qinghan went to the Starry Sea. He did not expect that so many things would be involved. After the battle on Soul Emperor Island, Yi Qinghan was in a coma for a long time. When he woke up, he was almost at the ethereal continent, so he did not go back to look for them. Originally, Yi Qinghan could have sent Yi Tianlong and the others to look for them. Yi Tianlong was his grandfather, so it was not impolite. However, Yi Qinghan felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, he had been in the Starry Sea for so long. Although the Flame Dragon Island was remote, it was impossible that no one had heard of it, right? He had built the Flame Dragon City, and the information was easy to find. He had ascended from the Flame Dragon continent. When the Night Emperor and the others heard this news, they would definitely take the initiative to look for him, right? However, there was no news of them now, so Yi Qinghan was a little worried. After thinking for a while, he decided to look for them after this matter was settled. No matter what, they were his ancestors. After sorting out the matter of the Night Emperor and the others, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged in the hall and began to check his body. Lord Devour said that his overall strength had barely reached rank 9, but he had not had time to check his body and straighten out his strength and realm. My soul and nomological order have reached the Emperor God realm. Now, excluding the power of origin and willpower, my strength should have reached rank 7. Was this what power was? It's really amazing. Yi Qinghan looked inside the divine crystal and found that there was a kind of translucent white light around the divine crystal. This was power. It could radiate with his divine power, and it could produce pressure on martial artists below the Emperor God realm. However, it was obvious that he had just broken through to the Emperor God realm, so the power was not strong. Alright, the power of origin. Outside the Soul Emperor Island, the heaven and earth law seemed to have bestowed me with the power of origin again. Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered and quickly looked inside his soul. He would not have known if he did not look, but when he did, he was shocked. Originally, the power of origin was only floating on the bridge between his two souls. Now, it was all floating above the soul sea. It was like a floating cloud, and its volume was at least 3 times bigger than before. It seemed that this time, the heaven and earth law had bestowed him with double the power of origin. With a thought, Yi Qinghan directed the power of origin to be released. This time, there was no resistance. It instantly appeared in his palm, and with another thought, the power of origin instantly enveloped his body. However, once a protective shield was formed on the surface of his body, there was no extra power of origin to attack. Yi Qinghan fooled around for a while, feeling that it was very fun. Finally, he thought of willpower, but he could not figure it out. Rather than saying willpower, he felt that it was better to say space eternity. For him, willpower was just releasing space eternity and then absorbing the nearby power of space. He relied on this power of space to suppress his enemies. He could not understand willpower at all, so Yi Qinghan could only ask Lord Devour later. He began to look inside the divine crystal. Now that he had reached this level of strength, he should be able to open the second seal in the divine crystal, right? He covered the black stone with his divine power, but what shocked Yi Qinghan the most was that the second seal on the black stone did not move at all. Yi Qinghan did not believe it, so he covered it with the power of origin again. The result shocked him even more. The power of origin could not get close to the black stone. F***ck, this is really strange. Yi Qinghan was frightened. At this moment his overall strength had reached grade 9, which meant that he had reached the peak of the divine realm. He did not expect that he could not even open the second seal. What was this black stone? Was the Battle Emperor messing with him? Just as Yi Qinghan was puzzled, a familiar voice rang in his ears. It was the Battle Emperor's voice, which made Yi Qinghan shudder. Kid, don't waste your energy. Although your overall strength is not bad, your comprehension of the law is very low. According to the words of this divine realm, the second seal of this thing can only be opened when your comprehension of the law reaches the level of a venerable. As for the third seal, you need to comprehend an ultimate mystery to open it. Work hard, kid, your progress is not bad. This emperor is looking forward to meeting you again. After the Battle Emperor said that, he became completely silent. The meaning of this paragraph seemed very simple, but it contained a very profound and complex meaning. What did it mean according to the words of this divine realm? Could it be that there were many divine realm planes? To open the third seal, one needed to comprehend an ultimate mystery? The meaning was very clear. One had to rely on the comprehension of the law and reach the real grade 9 to open it. This sentence had the most meaning. Yi Qinghan felt that the ultimate mystery was like carrots and cabbages to the Battle Emperor. One had to comprehend one? Could it be that he could comprehend two? It seemed like a grade 9 was nothing to the Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor's words made Yi Qinghan confused, but no matter how he called out, the Battle Emperor did not speak again. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, then stood up and said to Xiaohe, who was resting with his eyes closed, "Let's go, Xiaohe, let's go to Soul Eater City to find your aunt." Chapter 982. Just as he walked out of the hall, he met Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen was stunned. Then he reported the situation with a bitter smile. In the past few days, countless people applied to buy buildings in Flame Dragon City. Originally, after Flame Dragon City was destroyed, Lord Devour helped rebuild it. However, because of the shadow of the previous destruction, very few people came to settle down. After so many years, there were only 20 or so people. Many houses, buildings, and shops in the city were empty. Now, Yi Qinghan had become the sovereign. Moreover, there was a sealed god valley below Flame Dragon City. Of course, countless wandering warriors and big and small families came to buy buildings, applying to become permanent residents in the city. In just a few days, the city lord mansion received millions of applications. A senior elder in the city calculated. There were about 10 million people who wanted to settle down in Flame Dragon City. That senior elder did not dare to make the decision, so he could only ask Lei Zhen, a sovereign city, who did not want to come and settle down. Yi Qinghan's mouth revealed a cold smile, and he said indifferently, "Unless it's necessary, I don't want all of them." The buildings and shops in the space generally changed to restaurants and hotels. Flame Dragon City does not need that many permanent residents. Lei Zhen nodded. He also expected that Yi Qinghan would definitely make such a decision. He was already very clear about Yi Qinghan's character. People who treated him well, he would treat you better. People who made him uncomfortable, he would make you even more uncomfortable. Uncle Lei Zhen, you decide the city's matters. You don't need to ask me for everything. I believe in you. I will make a trip to Soul-Devouring City. Yi Qinghan smiled at Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen's character was without a doubt. He was a fierce man who could go to the Star Sea for fireworks alone. How could he allow sand to enter his eyes? After Yi Qinghan said that, he walked into a small hall. The small hall was not small, and it would not be crowded even if dozens of people sat down. However, when Yi Qinghan walked in, his eyes were dazzled. The small hall was filled with women. It was so beautiful that it dazzled people's eyes. No one knew what they were talking about, but they were all clamoring and laughing. The atmosphere was pretty good. Yi Qinghan paused with a guilty conscience, but countless eyes were already on him. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to be thick-skinned. He laughed and strode in. He waved his hand and said, Hello everyone. What are you talking about?" It was fine if Yi Qinghan didn't speak, but once he did, countless resentful eyes shot towards him. Especially Yi Qingwu and Yin Ling Er, they were full of electricity, causing Yi Qinghan to tremble. The small hall was filled with beauties. Yu Qingqing and Yao Ji sat at the head of the table. Their strength was not high, but they had the demeanor of a married woman. Venerable Yao Ji was powerful and had helped Yi Qinghan a lot. Not to mention her age, there was no doubt that she was sitting at the head of the table. On the left sat Yi Qingwu, Yi Yao Rao, Yi Qingyu, and Peach Blossom. On the right sat Fireworks, Yin Ling Er, Li Shui Er, and Flying Rain. Each of the women had their own features. If a country bumpkin came in and saw them, he would have lost his soul. "Brother, we're talking about your childhood." Yi Qingyu was the most innocent. She stood up and pulled Yi Qinghan's hand, giggling. Yi Qingyu indeed had the most right to speak about Yi Qinghan's childhood. Moreover, everyone was interested in this matter, and it was a good topic. The things that Yi Qinghan had done in the Flame Dragon continent were very legendary. Everyone was very interested in listening to him. What's there to talk about? Yeah. You guys keep talking. I'm going to the Soul Devourer City. Lord Devour asked me to go there. You guys should be happy. Yi Qinghan smiled and decided to use the old method to let them get to know each other. Of course, there was only one person they weren't familiar with. The Enchantress. As for the rest, they were still passable. I'll go with you. Little Han, I haven't been to the Soul Devourer City for a long time. I miss it. The Enchantress looked dignified. Obviously, she controlled her aura to not be so bewitching. The most beautiful side of the Enchantress tribe was always reserved for her man. Even so, the faint charm in her bones couldn't be concealed no matter what. Brother, I want to go too. Me too. Except for Flying Rain, Peach Blossom, and Li Shui Er, everyone wanted to follow. Obviously, these women didn't want to go to the Soul Devourer City to see the sea. They just wanted to follow Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan forced a smile and nodded. Okay. We'll go together. Didn't Lord Devour say he wants to transform Xiaohei? Let's watch together. Shui Er, you don't want to go? All the women instantly revealed joyful expressions, and at the same time, they looked at Li Shuier and Xiaohei with indescribable expressions. Li Shuier was shy. She glared at Xiaohei and said, I'm not going. In a few days, I'll go back with my father. Xiaohei stood on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. He wasn't afraid of Li Shuier at all. Instead, he said proudly, Shuier, just stay at home. When I, Lord Xiaohei, become a handsome man. I'll go with my sister-in-law to your house to propose marriage. Li Shui's pretty face instantly turned red. She glared at Xiaohei fiercely again and ran away shyly after throwing a sentence. You're so shameless. Who wants to marry you? Everybody burst out laughing. Firework blushed. Thinking about Yi Qinghan's promise, she said softly, Yi Qinghan, you guys go. I'm not going. I'll go with Sister Shui. Seeing Firework running away with her blushing face, Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu looked pensive. They looked at Yi Qinghan angrily. Yi Qinghan laughed, asking Yao Ji to take them to the teleportation formation. A white light sparkled on the soul-devouring city square. Several peerless beauties walked out of the teleportation formation, which bewildered thousands of guards. Seeing one or two beauties of this level was enough to make them dizzy. But now, there were several of them, however. When they saw the cyan figure in the middle of the group of beauties, their expressions instantly changed. The greed in their eyes immediately disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a face full of respect. They all knelt on one knee and shouted, Greetings, frigid Knight Sovereign. Greetings, young Master Xiaohei. Greetings, lords. Yi Qinghan waved his hand. Yao Ji used her soul consciousness to check. She found Lord Devour's balcony, then led the others to teleport. Lord Devour made an exception, standing up to greet them. He smiled and nodded to them. Eventually, his eyes fell on Xiaohei, smiling. Xiaohei, the soul-transforming grass is here. When do you want to transform it? Xiaohei's eyes brightened. He flew down from Yi Qinghan's shoulder, jumping on the table. Right now. I want to transform. I want to become a handsome man. This kid. Lord Devour looked at Xiaohei lovingly, then smiled at Yi Qinghan. Little Han, you guys should take a walk in the city. We just need several hours. Yao Ji, you come with me. Yao Ji nodded. Xiaohei was the Soul Emperor's son. Finally, he was going to be an adult. It was normal for her to attend the ceremony. Yi Qinghan wasn't in a hurry. He just wanted to ask Lord Devour some questions. Moreover, Lord Devour had asked him to come here. At this moment, Xiaohei was going to transform. Shi Yan was looking forward to it. Lord Devour took Xiaohei and Yao Ji and teleported away. Lord Jiu stayed with the others and chatted on the balcony. Yu Qingcheng and the other two weren't strangers to this balcony. Big brother. After several hours, the space fluctuated. A voice arose from the balcony. Yi Qinghan was standing on the balcony with the women, looking at the wandering sea in the distance. He turned around and didn't know if he should cry or laugh. Lord Devour and Yao Ji appeared on the balcony, with a young man standing next to them. He wasn't tall, even shorter than Yi Qinghan. He wore a green robe, and his body looked thin and weak. His face was delicate, but his appearance wasn't much different from Yi Qinghan's, except that he was a little more handsome. He had a pair of shiny black eyes, which were strange and full of spiritual energy. Needless to say, he was Xiaohei's human form. However, this Xiaohei's human form was similar to Yi Qinghan's. However, his eyes were full of spiritual energy, and his aura was different. Xiaohei flew toward Yi Qinghan like a lightning strike. As he was about to land on Yi Qinghan's shoulder, he halted in the air. He was a little surprised, looking at Yi Qinghan's shoulder, then at himself. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Ha! Yi Qinghan laughed, walking over and giving Xiaohei a bear hug. He teased, Xiaohei, you've turned into a human. Do you still want to stand on Big Brother's shoulder? Chapter 983. Xiaohei pouted, feeling even more embarrassed. He was used to standing on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Now that he had turned into a human, he couldn't get used to it. Everybody found it funny. Xiaohei had imitated Yi Qinghan's appearance. With his thin body, green robe, and delicate face, if he stood next to Yi Qinghan, people would say that they were blood brothers. However, Xiaohei's spirited eyes were constantly moving around. This caused his temperament to be completely different from Yi Qinghan's. He looked like a mischievous youngster. After so many years, especially after he had become the Fire Dragon City Master, Yi Qinghan's body naturally revealed a special aura. He had become more steady and domineering. Now, after he had turned into the Cold Night Sovereign, his body seemed to be covered by an invisible halo, which gave people an inexplicable feeling of a noble, domineering, and imposing aura. The so-called changing body, changing aura. When a person reached a certain realm and a certain status, they would naturally have the same aura. Big brother, I can't stand on your shoulder anymore, can I? Blackie rubbed his nose. Instinctively, he did what he used to do, using his fingernails to scratch his nose. He had almost scratched his nose. Everybody burst out laughing. Even Lord Devour cracked his mouth, laughing without any manners. After laughing for a while, Yi Qinghan patted Xiao Hei's shoulder with a serious face, saying, Xiao Hei, you're a person now, a real person. Big brother will always be your big brother, but you have to work hard to change. Become a person. You have your own life. Don't let Shui look down on you. I, Lord Xiao Hei, am so smart. I'm sure he will change soon. Xiao Hei patted his chest, not minding at all. Ha, Xiao Hei, you should change your name. Your family name is Devour. From now on, you will be called Devour. Lord Devour's face was full of love, as if he was treating his own child who had grown up. Sure hey. Auntie, my surname is Sure? The cheeky smile on Xiao Hei's face disappeared. Lord Devour had promised him that after he transformed, he would tell him his real identity. Now that he had told him his surname, was he going to tell him about his past? Lord Devour's face became stern as he said to the others, Come here and sit. We're on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite. Yi Qinghan arched his brows as he knew that Lord Devour wanted to talk about the Soul Emperor. He nodded and followed Lord Devour. Everybody sat down under the grape trellis, gazing at Lord Devour. However, she became silent and closed her eyes. After a long time, she opened them and looked at Xiao Hei. Your father's original name was Soul Eater. This was the name he gave himself. He and I grew up in the dark forest. We were both divine beasts. In the beginning, we were always bullied by the holy beasts in the dark forest. Your father always protected me, and we almost died several times. Your father's innate talent was really abnormal. In just 10 years, your father had reached the god realm, killed the ultimate holy beasts, unified the dark forest, and secretly unified the fire dragon continent. After that, your father and I came to the god world, starting his legendary life. We started to travel in the misty continent. He was the fastest genius to reach the peak of 7th grade war god in the history of the god world. He was the undisputed #1 under the sovereign realm. He was the second blacksmith in the god world. He was the Soul Emperor, the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the first palace master of the soul-devouring manor. Lord Devour slowly told him the story of the Soul Emperor. His legendary life was filled with pride and nostalgia. The enchantress also looked like she was recalling the past, as if she was thinking about all the earth-shattering things that extraordinary man had done. Soul Emperor. Father. Tears trickled down Xiao Hei's cheeks. He stooped his head, his bright eyes gloomy. Actually, he had guessed something. However, he had tried his best to avoid the fact that the Soul Emperor was his father. Because the Soul Emperor was dead. Everybody kept silent. Yi Qinghan didn't comfort Xiao Hei. Some emotions needed to be vented. Otherwise, suppressing them in his heart wasn't a good thing for Xiao Hei. After a while, Xiao Hei lifted his head, looking at Lord Devour. Auntie, how did my father die? And my mother? Lord Devour's eyes were gloomy. Even the enchantress turned her face away as she couldn't bear it. After a while, Lord Devour said coldly, Your mother was a wandering warrior in the Star Sea. Her name was Hua Feiyue. She was beautiful and lovely. She was also an extraordinary woman, the flower of the Star Sea. Unfortunately, someone killed her. Xiao Hei jolted up. A murderous aura shot up into the sky, just like the time when he released the Soul Devourer, the brutal aura of a savage beast. Lord Devour heaved a deep sigh. The first venerable of the Star Sea, Li Kong. Swoosh. Xiao Hei turned into a shadow, dashing down the platform. However, a figure was faster than Xiao Hei, hugging him. Xiao Hei, calm down. Didn't your auntie take revenge? Do you know why? Li Kong must die. No doubt about it. Big brother will hand him over to you. You can tear him apart. Trust me. Trust big brother. Xiao He looked at Yi Qinghan's resolute eyes. Tears gushed out one more time. He hugged Yi Qinghan and cried like a helpless child. Yi Qinghan gently patted Xiao He's back, looking up at the sky. He didn't say anything, but 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. Ever since Xiao He could remember, he had never seen his parents. After so many years, he finally got the news of his parents, but they had passed away. In Yi Qinghan's heart, Xiao He was always a child, even now. This news was cruel to him, but he had to face it. If he couldn't get through this, he would never grow up. After a long time, Xiao He's emotions calmed down. Lord Devour said faintly, Xiao He, you and little Han will take revenge for your mother. As for the one who killed your father, you don't need to know. Even if we gather all of us, we can't take revenge. What? Not only Xiao He, but everybody else was shocked. Even the enchantress didn't know the whole story. She was astounded. Yi Qinghan had killed dozens of venerables with one palm strike. His competence had reached the peak of the divine world. Not to mention Lord Devour. Even the Misty Monarch had to give him face, which meant that he was much stronger. Unexpectedly, even the 2 monarchs couldn't take revenge? How strong was the enemy? Was there someone stronger than level 9? Auntie, you're lying. You and Big Brother are so strong. You can kill any monarch, right? Impossible, impossible. Xiao He shook his head as he couldn't believe it. Trumph. Lord Devour snorted coldly, his face getting darker. He clasped his hands behind his back, walking to the edge of the rooftop. Looking at the vast sky, he sighed weakly. You know too little. The water in this world is too deep. Warriors like the Misty Monarch, I can slap them to death with just one hand. But your father's enemy can slap me to death with just one hand. This, Lord Devour's gloomy words had frightened everybody one more time. Everybody's face changed. Xiao He's face turned pale. Lord Devour could slap the Misty Monarch to death with just one hand? But the enemy could slap her to death with just one hand? It was really King Hell. Yi Qinghan's brows arched again. He recalled something. When the fiery dragon city was built, he didn't understand why the Misty Monarch treated him so well. Not only did he come here personally, but he also told the experts of the divine world that the fiery dragon city would be under his protection. Then, he sent people, delivered materials, and helped the fiery dragon city build. At that time, he was suspicious. Even if Lord Devour was a level 9 expert, the Misty Monarch, as the overlord of the continent, didn't need to be so attentive. At that time, he even suspected that the Misty Monarch and Lord Devour had something going on, but now, it was clear. Lord Devour was stronger than the Misty Monarch. And much stronger. The Misty Monarch was flattering Lord Devour. Combined with what the Battle Emperor had said, Yi Qinghan was absolutely sure that a level 9 expert wasn't invincible. There were realms above level 9. Could it be the legendary Divine Emperor? The divine world wasn't the only plane. Perhaps, there were many other planes like the divine world, like the 9 Nether Demon world? The 9 Nether Demon world? Perhaps, there was an even higher and more powerful plane? Looking at Lord Devour's curvaceous back, the vast wandering sea, and the boundless sky, Shi Yan's heart sank. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply. Lord Devour was right. The water in this world was really deep. Chapter 984. Xiao He, now you know why I didn't tell you about your identity, right? I just want you to grow up happily. You don't need to care about these things. I've been doing this for years. Of course, if you try your best to cultivate, I'll be happy. Lord Devour turned around, looking at Xiao He. Then, he turned to Yi Qinghan and continued, but I want to tell you that you have to learn from your old master. Attitude. Xiao Han has a good attitude. No matter what kind of pressure he's facing, he'll always have a positive attitude. Only with a good attitude can he face everything calmly and continuously improve. Do you understand? Yi Qinghan wasn't modest. He nodded. His character was always like this. He was optimistic and full of hope for life. If a man didn't have hope for life, he wouldn't achieve anything. Especially in times of adversity, if he didn't have a positive attitude, things would get worse. Then things would only get worse and worse, and in the end, there would only be complete defeat. Let me ask. If even you have given up, who else can save you? Yi Qinghan would never give up until the last moment. Even if he couldn't avoid it, he wouldn't be afraid of death. Yi Qinghan hoped that Xiao He could learn from this attitude. It was important to him because it could help him walk out of the shadow of his parents' death and find the weird Xiao He who was full of fighting spirit. Xiao He didn't say anything. He just quietly walked to the door of the rooftop. His back looked bleak and gloomy. Yao Ji had a gleam of worry in her eyes, and so did the other women. Lord Jiao was more direct. She stood up hurriedly, wanting to chase after Xiao He to comfort him. "Don't go!" Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan shouted almost at the same time. Lord Jiao's feet shivered, retreating, looking at Lord Devour in confusion. Lord Devour didn't say anything. Yi Qinghan had to force a smile, explaining, "He needs to calm down. He has to think it through himself. No one can help him." Lord Devour nodded, then turned to Yu Qingqing and the others. "You guys leave first. I have something to discuss with little Han." Yu Qingqing and the others hurried to excuse themselves. They didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Madame Jiao knew that they were going to discuss something important, so she also wanted to leave. However, Lord Devour waved his hand, asking her to stand aside. Apparently, he didn't mind her at all. Yao Ji sat there quietly. With her relationship with Lord Devour, she didn't need to leave. Yi Qinghan sat up straight. He knew that Lord Devour wanted to talk business with him. He guessed that he would know many secrets that the divine world didn't know. He just didn't know how much Lord Devour would tell him. "Little Han." Lord Devour's face was calm again, without any fluctuation of emotion. She picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Then, she said faintly, "I used to tell Agio that if you could get out of the Investiture Valley, I would give you a big chance. In fact, I was going to give this opportunity to Mo Xiaoxiao, but after you came out, I didn't think about it. I'm going to give it to you." "Big chance?" Yi Qinghan was surprised. Madame Jiao nodded. That year, Lord Devour did say that. And Yao Ji looked pensive, blinking her eyes. "This big chance is a treasure that goes against the natural order. The supreme treasure of the 9th layer of the Soul Emperor Pavilion." Light radiated from Lord Shi's face. Light shot out from her eyes, and her voice was excited. Apparently, she couldn't control herself because of this treasure. She didn't wait for Yi Qinghan to talk, continuing. "I don't care if you can enter the 8th layer of the Soul Emperor Pavilion or not. I'm going to give you the supreme treasure of the 9th layer of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. However, your speed of growth has surprised me. So, I don't want to give it to you anymore." This, Yi Qinghan was bewildered. Lord Devour made him dizzy. Why didn't she give it to him after giving it to him? Lord Devour paused for a while, then explained, "Our enemy is really strong. I've been looking for someone with excellent innate talents who could help me take revenge. I'm going to ask him to get that treasure, and then we'll kill that enemy together. You're one of the candidates I've prepared. Yu Qingxing, Mo Xiaoxiao, Xiao Yu, and Xiao He are also my candidates. Among them, you and Mo Xiaoxiao are the ones I value the most. That's why I've arranged for you to train and endure hardships. I hope you won't blame me for this. I've been waiting for you to reach a certain realm to refine that treasure. Then, you'll help me deal with that enemy. Although we can't win, we can at least have a chance to fight. Your growth speed has surprised me. Now I need you. You have to grow stronger. After you've refined that treasure, you'll be stronger. Then, we'll be more confident to kill that enemy. Do you understand what I mean, little Han?" After listening to her, Yi Qinghan quieted down, pondering. The enchantress's eyes brightened. She exchanged looks with Lord Devour. Apparently, they agreed with her. Pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan opened his mouth. "You mean, the stronger I am, the stronger I will be after refining that treasure? So, which aspect of my power do I need to improve? What level do I need to reach? And, with my current competence, can a treasure increase my power by a lot? Who's the enemy you've mentioned? Why don't you attack him now?" Lord Devour and the enchantress exchanged looks. They both looked pleased. Smart people could understand easily, and they got the point immediately. Lord Devour contemplated for a while, but he didn't answer Yi Qinghan's question. Instead, he talked to him faintly. You should release your eternal space. Don't attack. Just sense how much space power you can control, and how far you can control it. Yi Qinghan was shaken. Lord Devour said that it was his will, which made Yi Qinghan suspicious. He stood up, his face dark. Slowly, he opened his arms. The space around him twisted, and the space rippled. Of course, with Lord Devour's eyesight, he could easily see the 4 basic space power Upanishads moving in a certain trajectory around Yi Qinghan, releasing them at the same time. Then they resonated with the surrounding space power. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes, his soul sensing the space power around him, trying to find the furthest distance he could control. After a while, he released the eternal space. After resting for a while, he opened his eyes and said, "The space power I can control is around 10 million miles. It's around 10 times bigger than the soul-devouring mansion." Yeah. Lord Devour nodded. Apparently, it was the same as what she had guessed. She stood up, pointing at the wandering sea in the distance. "I can tell you that my competence is like the space power I control. It's as big as this wandering sea. Tell me, if you fight me, what will happen?" Wandering sea. Yi Qinghan was shocked. The wandering sea was bigger than the entire Misty Continent, and their competence was more than 10 times different. If he fought with Lord Devour, wouldn't he be smashed to death easily? Lord Devour said with a stern face, "And our enemy's competence is like the space power of the entire star sea. Do you understand it now?" Yi Qinghan gulped. Of course, he understood it. It was because the star sea was as big as 3 misty continents. Chapter 985. 4 times the size of the misty continent, which meant that his strength was 3 times that of Lord Devour and dozens of times stronger than him. No wonder Lord Devour said that all of them together couldn't defeat him. This enemy was so strong. Of course, we can't calculate his real strength like this. It's just a metaphor to let you know how big the gap is. Lord Devour saw that Yi Qinghan's face was getting more and more serious, so he smiled to ease the atmosphere. Then he continued, "Actually, we divide the strength of the level 9 experts into 3 realms: lower level 9, upper level 9, and peak level 9. My strength is upper level 9, Jida and the others are lower level 9, and you can barely be called lower level 9. But our enemy is a level 9 supreme." Level 9 supreme. Yi Qinghan furrowed his brows. Anything that was related to the word supreme was extremely powerful. He didn't know why the Soul Emperor and Lord Devour would provoke a level 9 supreme. However, since it had already happened, he didn't want to look into it or regret it. He and his family, and all the people of the Fire Dragon continent were tied together with Lord Devour. They were bound together, and they were bound together. Lower level 9 and upper level 9, as well as level 9 supreme, are all level 9, but their strengths are worlds apart. Just like Jida and the others, they can't defeat me alone. Similarly, Jida and the others, we can't defeat a level 9 supreme. Lord Devour continued to explain to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had entered level 9, so he had to explain these things to him, so that he wouldn't have to take a detour. "Then, why isn't this enemy attacking us now?" Yi Qinghan asked again. "This man is seriously injured, and his soul and divine crystal are in big trouble. Moreover, he seems to be trapped in a palace, and the Soul Emperor said that there is a powerful restriction that is constantly attacking him. In short, he can't come out yet, but once he does, we'll all be in trouble." Light shot out from Lord Devour's eyes. He seemed to recall the past. His face became murderous, and his voice became cold. That year, Li Kong killed the Soul Emperor's wife. The Soul Emperor swore to take revenge. However, at that time, his competence and the treasures he had were only at the Venerable Realm. And I was even worse. I was just at level 7. The 2 of us wandered around the God world, entering various arcane realms and exploring the chaotic streams of space. In the end, he accidentally stumbled into a strange and wonderful place. There, we discovered 2 treasures of heaven and earth, 2 treasures that can raise our strength to an extremely powerful level. Speaking up to here, the murderous aura on Lord Devour's face slowly disappeared. What replaced it was guilt and sadness, and there were sparkling tears in his eyes. He paused for a moment before continuing. At that time, the Soul Emperor refused to take it because we all felt a fatal danger. But I didn't believe in fate. I sent the Soul Emperor flying away and went alone. I didn't expect that after I got it, the Soul Emperor had no choice but to release the soul-devouring transformation to save me. Moreover, he was attacked by that enemy. Not long after he escaped, he died. I refined one of the treasures, and my strength soared from level 7 to the upper level 9. Yi Qinghan was enlightened. No wonder so many experts in the god world were puzzled. How could Lord Devour's strength soar so fast? More than 100 years ago, he was just a war god, and now he had become a level 9 expert. It turned out he had refined the same treasure as the one in the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan's desire for that heaven-defying treasure increased. If Lord Devour refined it with his level 7 power, he could reach the upper level 9. Now that his overall strength had reached level 9, what realm could he reach after refining it? Don't dream so beautifully. Lord Devour could see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts at first glance. He said leisurely, "Even if you refine that treasure now, you're just a little bit stronger than me. Even if we join hands, we can barely resist a grade 9 supreme being. It's possible that all of us will die. So, you have to become stronger. When you fuse with that treasure, you will have a better chance. Do you understand now?" Yi Qinghan nodded. Only now did he completely understand that the higher his strength was, the greater his strength would be when he refined this precious treasure. He looked at Lord Devour seriously. "What realm do I need to reach?" "You have to comprehend more high-level mysteries to reach the venerable realm. Of course, if you can comprehend an ultimate mystery and reach level 9, you will have absolute confidence," Lord Devour said seriously. Then he smiled and said, "Little Han, don't be too hasty. To comprehend the principle, you need a moment of inspiration, a flash of insight. That enemy of ours won't be able to get out within 1,000,000 years. So, don't give yourself too much pressure. You just need to work hard on your cultivation. Leave the rest to me." Yi Qinghan stood up, bowing to Lord Devour with a respectful face. He knew that this woman was actually very pitiful. She carried everything on her own, silently withstood countless pressures, and secretly arranged countless things. She was like a towering mountain behind them, shielding them from the wind and the rain. However, many people didn't understand her, including Shi Yan, who had a grudge against her that year. The enchantress spoke for the first time. She looked at Lord Devour and said faintly, "Dia Wu, you've worked hard these years. Now, I think that compared to you, although you've been bored for so many years in the illusory palace, you've worked harder." Lord Devour didn't say anything, but he looked relaxed. Because of Yi Qinghan's growth and the enchantress's old friend, the enchantress, she felt that the burden on her shoulders was lighter. "Sir, I have something to ask you." Yi Qinghan kept silent for a while before asking. Seeing Lord Devour nod, he continued, "Is the divine world of the plane? Are there other planes in this world? Or is there a higher plane?" Lord Devour looked at Yi Qinghan, feeling funny and angry at the same time. The enchantress rolled her eyes at him. Lord Devour didn't say anything, but the enchantress said, "Of course, the divine world is a plane. As for the other planes, you should know them when you come to the divine world." Yi Qinghan arched his brows as he got it now. 9 Nether Demon World, 9 Nether Underworld. Lord Devour nodded this time. This world has so many parallel spaces, and each of them is a plane. The material plane was a miniature parallel space, and the spatial god equipment was a miniature space. The divine world is a big parallel space, and the demon world and the underworld are the 2 big planes closest to the divine world. About the higher level planes you don't need to know. Lord Devour quieted down. Apparently, this conversation was over. Yi Qinghan stood up, his mind clear. Looking at the sky, he felt his heroic spirit rising. It was the first time he found out how vast this world was. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly recalled a phrase from before, "My journey is this sea of stars." Chapter 986. There was a small island in the north of the soul-devouring city. This island was called Drifting Island. Lord Devour had told Yi Qinghan this name. It was said that the Soul Emperor had named it that year. This island was beautiful, but it wasn't because of the beautiful scenery. Rather, it had a kind of bleak beauty. Yi Qinghan came to this island alone. There were no flowers or grasses on this island, only maple trees. When the wind blew, the entire island was covered with yellow maple leaves. It was full of loneliness and bleakness. Wandering footsteps everywhere in the world, but I don't have a home. The winter wind with snowflakes blows my tears. Stepping on the thick maple leaves, they rustled. Listening to the rustling of the leaves in the wind, Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with yellow. A wanderer's song from his previous life echoed in his ears. All of a sudden, a feeling of loneliness arose in his heart. At this moment, he understood why the Soul Emperor had named this island Drifting Island. A soul from Earth had suddenly come to this world. In this strange world, facing countless strangers, he was out of tune with this world, unable to integrate into it. The Soul Emperor felt that he was the loneliest person in this world. He was far away from his home, his family, and everything he was familiar with, wandering in this strange world. Although Yi Qinghan had a feeling of loneliness in his heart, it wasn't as deep as the Soul Emperor's. In his previous life, he was an orphan with no one to rely on. He had felt the warmth and coldness of people in that world, but wasn't he also a wanderer in that world? In this world, he had his own home, family, wife, and son. Most importantly, he felt that he had become a part of this world. Walking slowly, Yi Qinghan enjoyed this feeling of loneliness, a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Half an hour later, he saw a small hill and an even lonelier figure on top of it. After Xiaohe had left the sky platform, Lord Devour had sent him a message, asking him to come here and calm down. He had stayed here for 3 days. When Yi Qinghan felt that it was about time, he hurried over. He lifted his feet lightly and walked to the top of the hill. Then he sat down beside Xiaohe. Yi Qinghan did not speak. Xiaohe only turned his head to look at Yi Qinghan for a moment before continuing to look forward. In front of them was the boundless wandering sea. At this moment, the demonic sun had set and the demonic moon had risen. The night had just begun, and it was as desolate as water. The wandering sea was silent, like a gentle woman smiling at the moonlight. Yi Qinghan still did not speak. Xiaohe also remained silent. The two of them sat quietly and looked at the wandering ocean in the distance. They looked at the stars in the sky and looked at the watery moonlight. It was quiet all around, but both parties felt that silence spoke louder than words. Yi Qinghan knew that Xiaohe was upset, and Xiaohe knew that Yi Qinghan was there to comfort him. Their souls were connected. Actually, there were some things that didn't need to be said. Both of them understood. Yi Qinghan was here. That was enough. The sky brightened, and with the gentle light of dawn, a dragon boat floated over from the distant wandering sea. There was a woman on the dragon boat. She was dressed in white, and her eyes were filled with warmth as she looked at Little Black with a smile. Yi Qinghan stood up and gently patted Xiaohe's shoulder. Then he left quietly. Another light breeze blew. The maple leaves on the entire wandering island started to fall again. The sky was filled with yellow leaves. How could it be described as desolate? Yi Qinghan returned to soul-devouring city alone. He walked into the city lord manor. However, he did not go to the rooftop. Instead, he went to the 3rd floor. There was a large hall on the 3rd floor of every city lord manor. There was a stone door that led to a place, Battle God Pavilion. When Yi Qinghan appeared in soul-devouring city's Battle God Pavilion, countless battle gods in the plaza were stunned. Then they all knelt down. Swish! Countless figures quickly flew over and knelt down at the same time. They shouted, "Greetings, frigid night sovereign." Rise. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said with a smile, "I am here today to advance to the battle god grade. I am still a quasi-battle god. What procedures do I need? Do I need any challenges?" "Sovereign, you are joking too much. The entire divine realm knows your identity. You need to be certified. I will immediately go to the general pavilion to apply for a 9th grade honor." The person kneeling at the front was the Battle God Pavilion branch master of Soul Devouring City. He was at the peak of the 7th grade. When he heard Yi Qinghan's words, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The people behind him were also sweating profusely. Was this frigid knight sovereign here to play with them? His 9th grade strength was publicly acknowledged in the divine realm. Killing more than 30 supremacies with a single palm strike was the best proof. Moreover, the Misty Sovereign had given him the title of Frigid Knight Sovereign. Would such a person care about the vanity of the Battle God Pavilion? He even asked if there was a need for procedures. Challenge? Could it be that the Battle God Pavilion needed to find a few supremacies to beat him up? There is no need to go through so much trouble. I just want to apply for a 7th grade honor. I don't need to go to the General Pavilion to apply for it, right? Of course, Yi Qinghan was not here to play with them. He was not so bored that his balls hurt. He was here to clarify one thing: the origin of the Slaughter God Saber. The Slaughter God Saber was an awesome weapon. If not for the Slaughter God Saber, he would have died in the stream of evil spirits. It would also have been difficult for him to survive the battle in the Sealed God Valley. Countless people in the divine realm knew about the origin of this saber, but they could not tell him. This made him feel as if a bone was stuck in his throat. It was very uncomfortable. All the 5th grade war gods in the Battle God Pavilion knew about this saber, but they were not allowed to spread it. Those who were not from the Battle God Pavilion did not know about it. Even the Soul Emperor who obtained this saber did not know. Thus, he wanted to apply for a 7th grade war god to clarify. 7th grade. The Pavilion Master's forehead was filled with more black lines. It seemed like this frigid knight sovereign was really here to play with him. You are already a 9th grade. Do you still need a 7th grade honor and medal? But is there a problem? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be slightly angry. No problem. Of course there's no problem. There's no problem at all. The Pavilion branch has the right to directly bestow the honor below the Venerable Realm. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. This scared the Pavilion Master and the countless war gods behind him. The Pavilion Master hurriedly bowed and said, I can handle it for you immediately. Sovereign, this way please. Under the personal guidance of the Pavilion Master, Yi Qinghan arrived at a large hall. The Pavilion Master let Yi Qinghan sit at the head of the table. Then, 2 maids immediately served fragrant tea. Yi Qinghan had just taken a sip when a 7th grade war god walked in. After saluting Yi Qinghan, he handed a spatial ring to the Pavilion Master and left respectfully. Sovereign, the procedures and some small items that a 7th grade war god can obtain are all in this spatial ring. Please keep it well. The Pavilion Master handed the spatial ring to Yi Qinghan with both hands. In an instant, all the procedures and the items that a 7th grade war god should be bestowed were completed. Although he knew that Yi Qinghan did not care for it, since Yi Qinghan had requested it, it was naturally done immediately. Yi Qinghan put it away and asked, didn't they say that after advancing to the 5th and 7th grade, they would have a chance to watch the simulation of the Chief Pavilion Master's battle against the demons? I will activate it immediately. The Pavilion Master suddenly understood. So Yi Qinghan came to watch this. However, he was already a 9th grade war god. Watching this would not be of much use to him, right? Since Yi Qinghan had requested it, the Pavilion Master did not dare to say anything. He immediately activated the simulation. The surrounding walls suddenly lit up. Yi Qinghan once again arrived at the world of lava. He once again saw the 3 Devil Sovereigns and the 3 Pavilion Masters of the War God Pavilion. The battle between the 6 of them was very intense. After watching for a while, Yi Qinghan finally understood the origin of the Slaughter God Blade. It was the weapon of the most powerful Devil Sovereign among the 3 Devil Sovereigns. However, what made Yi Qinghan extremely depressed was that the battle had not started for a long time, but there was not a single casualty. Furthermore, the high-level techniques had not been used yet. Just as he was watching the battle with great interest, the scene suddenly changed and the scenery in front of him suddenly disappeared. That's it? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows again and turned to ask the Pavilion Master. There was a hint of displeasure in his tone. The Pavilion Master hurriedly replied, in reply to Sovereign, it is only this long. I think the Chief Pavilion has preserved the later scenes. Every pavilion branch only has such a short video. Who is the one holding the slaughter god blade? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and asked again. That is the supreme devil sovereign of the 9 nether devil realm, the supreme devil. He was suppressed under the lava by the chief pavilion master. The pavilion master answered without hesitation. Clearly, this information was given by the chief pavilion. It was very clear. Supreme devil. No wonder it is called the supreme slaughter god blade. No wonder the demons are so afraid of this blade. No wonder this blade can absorb the aura of the demons. It seems that this blade is not simple. Yi Qinghan nodded. He understood some things in his heart. However, he also had more doubts. Chapter 987. After exiting the War God Pavilion, Yi Qinghan went to the rooftop to bid farewell to Lord Devour. There were still some things to take care of in Flame Dragon City, and he had to find time to thank the ethereal sovereign. There was also the matter of Forefather Night Emperor. He had a lot of things to take care of. He didn't have time to stay in soul-devouring city. Unexpectedly, when he brought up this matter, Lord Devour waved his hand and said, "Take care of other things first. You should go to Ethereal City first. Jida and the other sovereigns have been waiting for you for several days. You should go and visit them." Yi Qinghan nodded and then nodded at Yao Ji. He sent a voice transmission to Yu Qingqing and the others, and then went to the teleportation formation. Countless guards and citizens of soul-devouring city were very respectful when they saw Yi Qinghan. However, they found it strange. Why did this sovereign always fly instead of using instant teleportation? What they didn't know was that this frigid night sovereign actually didn't know instant teleportation. When Yi Qinghan arrived at Misty City once again, the moment he appeared, he alarmed the guards. Yi Qinghan looked at the cultivators kneeling on the ground and saw the respectful and worshipful expressions on their faces. He smiled with some distress. It seemed like it wasn't easy to be a star in his previous life. It was a sense of accomplishment to show off once in a while, but it wasn't fun to do it every time. No wonder the ethereal sovereign often went into seclusion. He probably concealed his identity even when he went out. It was really uncomfortable to be looked at like a monkey. Swish. Not long after, Venerable Fragrance appeared with instant teleportation. The rest of the Venerables had probably gone to the Baleful Een stream. Recently, it was said that the Baleful Een stream was stirring again. Venerable Fragrance respectfully invited Yi Qinghan into the palace of the city lord, but she was very nervous. That year in Dripping Spring City, because of Wuxia, she had offended Yi Qinghan. Later, when Flame Dragon City was built, he had also appeared. If Yi Qinghan said anything in front of the ethereal sovereign, he could even slap him to death right now, and he wouldn't be able to resist. Yi Qinghan seemed to have forgotten the unhappiness in the past. With a smile on his face, he chatted with Venerable Fragrance as they walked in. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Qinghan had forgotten what had happened in the past. Now that he was in a different realm, he saw things differently. He had to give face to the Misty Mountain Lord. After chatting for a while in the City Lord's mansion, Venerable Fragrance heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yi Qinghan did not care about the past at all. Venerable Fragrance was secretly grateful and became more respectful to Yi Qinghan. The two of them left the City Lord residence and flew towards Ethereal Peak. Although Venerable Fragrance was curious as to why Yi Qinghan didn't teleport, he didn't dare to ask. Since Yi Qinghan wanted to fly, he could only follow obediently. Their speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for them to reach Ethereal Peak. Perhaps the Misty Mountain Lord had already given instructions. Venerable Fragrance brought Yi Qinghan and flew directly to Ethereal Peak. There was an incomparably gorgeous palace on Ethereal Peak. Venerable Fragrance had never entered it before, and this time was no exception. She respectfully knelt on one knee outside and shouted in a deep voice, "Fragrance requests an audience with the monarch. The frigid night monarch has arrived." Yi Qinghan didn't kneel or even bow. Before Venerable Fragrance could finish speaking, an imposing figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Qinghan. He wore a blue robe, had a medium height, but was rather sturdy. He looked like a middle-aged man with long hair casually draped behind his head. His face was handsome and amiable, and he gave Yi Qinghan the feeling that he was refined. "Greetings, Lord." Yi Qinghan hurriedly bowed and saluted. Disregarding the Misty Mountain Lord's strength, qualifications, and age, he only talked about what happened outside Fiery Dragon City. He was worthy of this salute from Yi Qinghan. "Hee, Qinghan, don't be so polite. Just call me Jida. Let's talk inside. I will introduce you to a few big brothers and big sisters." The Misty Mountain Lord was very polite. In fact, he was overly polite. If Yi Qinghan hadn't interacted with Lord Devour before, he would definitely be overwhelmed by the favor. Jida was giving Lord Devour face. Even so, Yi Qinghan had a good impression of this Misty Mountain Lord. However, his refined temperament made Yi Qinghan a little suspicious. Wasn't Jida the leader of the largest god bandit group in the divine world? How was he the leader of a god bandit group? He was simply a teacher. The two of them walked into the gorgeous palace. Venerable Fragrance looked at Yi Qinghan's back with envy and flew down the mountain with a little sadness. With his strength, he didn't have the chance to enter this palace. This world was very realistic. Strength was the symbol of status, and the strong were respected. The palace was very gorgeous, so gorgeous that it was a little extravagant. However, Yi Qinghan could understand. After all, he was one of the few peak experts in the divine world. This kind of face-saving work was always necessary. He wasn't like Lord Devour who liked to keep a low profile. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan, probably not many people would know that his strength had reached level 9. There were people in the hall of the palace. There were 2 people sitting on both sides. There were also some maids standing at the side to serve them. When the 4 of them saw Yi Qinghan walk in, one of them stood up first, followed by 2 others. The last one stood up lazily. The first one to stand up was a muscular man. His muscles were as strong as a gorilla's, and he was more than a head taller than Yi Qinghan. He laughed and said, "Let us welcome the number 1 genius of the divine world, the youngest Lord, Xianxia Sovereign." Yi Qinghan faintly glanced around and smiled. He bowed politely and said, "Yi Qinghan greets all the lords." The muscular man's loud voice sounded again, "Little brother Yi, don't be so polite. I am Mo Shanghuang, the Lord of Tianqi. You can just call me Big Brother Mo. In the divine world, seniority doesn't matter, only strength matters. You are now at level 9, so we are of the same generation. We are brothers." "Greetings, Big Brother Mo." Yi Qinghan nodded and said. He was a straightforward person. If others gave him face, he would give them face. Both Jida and Mo Shanghuang revealed looks of admiration. No matter what, Yi Qinghan's demeanor was neither servile nor overbearing. Ordinary people did not have it. Who could be so calm when meeting the hegemons of the god realm for the first time? As the host, Jida naturally had to introduce everyone. He said to a warrior with blood-red hair and armor beside Mo Shanghuang, "Come, Qinghan, let me introduce you. This is the Blood Knight Sovereign Xue Qianqiu." "Greetings, Lord Xue." Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. This person stood up later than Mo Shanghuang, but he was still polite. Therefore, Yi Qinghan changed the way he addressed him. The Blood Knight Sovereign said politely, "The Cold Knight Sovereign is a young hero. Qianqiu admires you. This is the Grace Mainland's Sovereign Yanran. However, she likes someone else, Miss Yanran. Miss Yanran is the only sovereign in the divine world who is a soul cultivator. She is still single." Jida then introduced the only woman present. Yi Qinghan had been paying attention to this woman the moment he entered. However, it would be rude to look at her in detail. Now that he looked at her, he was stunned. There was no doubt that Sovereign Yanran was a beauty, a great beauty. She had an enchanting figure, an oval face, and exquisite facial features. She wore a tight white dress that outlined her slender waist and long legs. The most important thing was her temperament. Perhaps it was because she was a soul cultivator, this monarch Yanran was full of spiritual qi. Her eyes were the most charming and she had an indescribable temperament that was very attractive. "Greetings, Miss Yanran," Yi Qinghan said politely. Sovereign Yanran seemed to be a person who did not like to talk. She was a little cold. She smiled slightly and nodded slightly. The last person had a cold expression. Jida introduced him as the South Mountain Sovereign, In Kue. Yi Qinghan bowed politely, but In Kue only nodded slightly and continued to raise his head high. Yi Qinghan was too lazy to care about him. What made Yi Qinghan feel strange was that these sovereigns had gathered here today. It was obvious that they were here for him. However, there were still 2 sovereigns who were not here. It was normal for the hidden sovereigns to not be here, but there was also the Wind Moon sovereign of the Wind Moon continent. This was very suspicious. Everyone started to chat. Under the enthusiasm of Jida and Mo Shanghuang, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. However, the South Mountain sovereign's cold and arrogant face made Yi Qinghan slightly uncomfortable. Yi Qinghan's guess was right. Indeed, it was something that everyone was concerned about. It was about the eternal space. All the sovereigns were afraid that if every space master realized this profound mystery, the divine world would be in chaos when there were a lot of sovereigns. Yi Qinghan confidently told everyone that besides him, no one in this world could realize the eternal space. However, he did not say the specific reason. However, everyone believed him because Yi Qinghan was not an idiot. If others could realize it, they would definitely not say it. After getting the answer, everyone said a few polite words and left. The South Mountain Sovereign was the first to leave, followed by the Blood Knight Sovereign and God Grace Yenran. In the end, only Jida and Mo Shanghuang were left. The 2 of them were clearly prepared to continue chatting with Yi Qinghan to build up their relationship. At that moment, the messaging talisman at Yi Qinghan's waist vibrated. Yi Qinghan scanned it with his divine sense in confusion. No one should be sending him a message at this time, right? However, after scanning it, Yi Qinghan was slightly startled. This messaging talisman had been given to him by Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Yi Qinghan had many things to do and had forgotten something. Cherry Blossom wanted him to immediately send her a message once he was out of danger. There was only a short message on the messaging talisman, asking Yi Qinghan to reply to her if it was convenient. Of course, it was not convenient right now, so Yi Qinghan did not care. He continued chatting with Jida and Mo Shanghuang for a few hours. Finally, Mo Shanghuang bade farewell and instructed Yi Qinghan to visit the Heaven Awakened continent when he had the time before teleporting away. Yi Qinghan also took his leave, and the Misty Monarch didn't try to keep him. He only said that after the matter at Baleful Een Stream was settled, he would visit Yi Qinghan and discuss some things. After flying down Ethereal Peak, Yi Qinghan immediately took out the messaging talisman to send a message. Why did he ask Her Highness Cherry Blossom? He also told her that he had returned to the ethereal continent. Cherry Blossom's message came very quickly, but it made Yi Qinghan's expression change instantly. Cherry Blossom's message was very simple. There was only one sentence: "Brother-in-law, if you don't come, my cousin will be someone else's. By the way, my cousin is called Blue Rain." Chapter 988. Brother-in-law? Blue Rain. In Yi Qinghan's mind, those bewitching blue nails after the rain, as well as those tender and alluring plump lips appeared. Blue Rain had been in the South Ridge continent for so many years, but they had never sent him a message. Nor had they returned to Fire Dragon City. Yi Qinghan once believed that she would never return. Without a doubt, Yi Qinghan had feelings for Empress Rain. However, their feelings had not been made clear. Furthermore, Empress Rain had insisted on leaving that night. Yi Qinghan could only let go, or rather, wait for her return. All these years, Yi Qinghan had been pursued all the way in the Stellar Sea. He basically had no time to care about Empress Rain's matters. Occasionally, he would think of her at night. Despite having lived through the vicissitudes of life, she was still as mischievous as a young girl. He would smile sweetly. After returning to Fire Dragon City, he felt a little sad when he did not see Empress Rain. However, he did not blame her, nor would he send her a message. He believed that everyone had the right to choose their own way of life. Letting go was also a form of happiness. But, at that moment, Cherry Blossom's message jolted Yi Qinghan awake. Blue Rain had no feelings for the Blue family. Or rather, it could be said that they hated them. All she wanted was to meet his parents. She had not brought them over at all. After she left, even if she did not return, she could at least send a message to inform them that she was safe, right? But all these years, it was like mud flowing into the sea. Not a single bubble was produced. That could only mean one thing. Something had happened to her. Thinking of cherry blossoms and the way she addressed him as brother-in-law, Yi Qinghan's soul trembled slightly. Brother-in-law, wasn't it obvious that Blue Rain had acknowledged him as a man? Cherry blossoms, what's the situation? Tell me immediately. Yi Qinghan's soul revolved very quickly. In a second or two, he figured out the crux of the matter. He immediately sent another message to Cherry Blossoms. Cherry Blossom's message came very quickly. Brother-in-law, my cousin will be getting married in half a year. Come in half a year. I have people watching over me. Let's talk when you come to South Ridge City. Her Highness Cherry Blossoms was being watched? Yi Qinghan felt that things were getting tricky. Moreover, the South Mountain Sovereign seemed to be unhappy with him. Although he didn't know the reason, the Southern Mountain Continent was in Kuei's territory. Yi Qinghan didn't ponder for long. He immediately flew toward Ethereal City. On the way, he took out a bamboo hat and covered his face. He circulated his divine crystal to make the muscles on his face change slightly. At the same time, he made his body taller and stronger so that he wouldn't have to kneel down the moment he appeared. He flew to the floating city square. As expected, although a few people saw him, they were slightly stunned, but they didn't pay attention to him. Yi Qinghan teleported directly to Soul Eater City. Entering the city master's mansion, Yi Qinghan transformed back to his normal appearance. He walked to the rooftop and found that only Lord Devour and Yao Ji were there. I reckon that Lord Jiao has gone out to play with the ladies. There are many islands in the north of the Wandering Sea, and the scenery is not bad. My lord. Yi Qinghan bowed slightly and said, I want to make a trip to the Nanling continent. Lord Devour raised his head slightly and said nonchalantly, as long as you don't go to the Supreme Island, the northernmost Mystery Land, or the southernmost Green Mountain, you can go anywhere in the divine world. Supreme Island, northernmost Mystery Land, Green Mountain? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. Supreme Island, Lord Devour had told him that the Star Sovereign was said to be the strongest sovereign in the divine world. Although he wasn't sure if it was the upper or 9th grade supreme martial artist, Yi Qinghan knew that he couldn't offend them. It was the first time he heard of the latter two places, so he was a little confused. I'll tell you about it later. As long as you don't go to these 3 places with your strength, you should be safe in the other places. Lord Devour waved his hand as if he didn't want to say more. Since Lord Devour said so, Yi Qinghan couldn't ask more. He just frowned and said, the Southern Mountain Sovereign seems to have some prejudice against me? Don't worry about him. I'll support you. Go and do your job well. When you have time, cultivate more. Send me a message if you need anything. Lord Devour said faintly. His voice was light, but it was domineering and arrogant. But Yi Qinghan nodded and looked at Lord Devour with gratitude. He knew that Lord Devour didn't like to talk about many things, but he had secretly made many arrangements. Yao Ji stretched out her small hand, yawned, and said with a smile, Hee, I'll go with little Han. I'm bored in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, so I'm going out for a walk. Lord Devour waved his hand, looked at the two of them indifferently, and didn't say anything. His eyes didn't contain any special meaning, but Yi Qinghan still blushed under his gaze. Giving Yao Ji a look, the two of them walked out of the city lord's mansion. Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness swept over and covered the entire soul-devouring city. Then he continued to release his divine consciousness and easily found Yu Qingqing and the others on an island in the north. Lord Jiao was accompanying them. He nodded to Yao Ji, and Yao Ji brought him and teleported. Brother, the girls were looking at the strange scenery on the island. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan and Yao Ji appeared. Yi Qingyu was pleasantly surprised and rushed over, holding his hand with a sweet smile on her face. Hee, I'm going to the South Mountain Continent. Do you want me to go with you, or do you want to go back to Fiery Dragon City? Of course, you can also play in the soul-devouring city. Yi Qinghan rubbed Yi Qingyu's head affectionately, asking for their opinions. Without exception, all of them said in unison that they wanted to go with Yi Qinghan. They didn't know why Yi Qinghan was going to the South Mountain Continent. But in their eyes, Yi Qinghan was the symbol of invincibility. Even if he went to the South Mountain Continent for business, They could go sightseeing. Why wouldn't they go with him? Xiaohei, I'm going to the South Mountain continent soon. Do you want to stay in the soul-devouring city with Shui? Also, about the marriage proposal, is it now or after I come back? Then, Yi Qinghan used soul telepathy to send a message to Xiaohei, who was on the drifting island not far away. In the end, not long after, Little Black brought Li Shui and flew over quickly. His attitude was clear. Yi Qinghan could only send a message to Lord Devour. Lord Devour said that it was fine and that Xiaohei should go with them to relax. As for the marriage proposal, they would talk about it after they came back. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. With Yao Ji's help, they teleported to the public square's teleportation array and went to the fiery dragon city. Looking at the situation, they wouldn't be gone for long, but it was still good to make arrangements. Since Lord Devour had spoken, and she was supporting him, Yi Qinghan wasn't that worried. At most, he would just snatch her again. Anyway, it wasn't like he hadn't done it before. After returning to the fiery dragon city, he summoned Lei Zhen and the eminent elders. Lei Zhen and the eminent elders smiled bitterly, but they didn't dare to say anything. After the fiery dragon city was built, the city lord didn't even show up in the city, let alone manage it. Was this his city or theirs? Yi Qinghan told Yi Sihan to learn how to manage the city from Lei Zhen and to cultivate when she had time. He also told Yu Qingxing to give him the unfettered ring. There were a few Soul Emperor diagrams inside, and he could comprehend them and cultivate. Also, he told Peach not to go to the Star Sea. It wouldn't be long before the Peach Blossom Venerable came to find him. Unsurprisingly, Fireworks wanted to go with them. What was strange was that the Venerable Rain Duanfei said that there was nothing to do on the Rain Butterfly Island, so he left Lei Zhen to manage the fiery dragon city. Seeing Rain Duanfei's sweet face, Lei Zhen's awkward smile, and Yin Ling's slightly angry glare at Lei Zhen, Fireworks was embarrassed. Yi Qinghan secretly gave Lei Zhen a thumbs up. Lei Zhen looked like a crude old man with a bad temper. He didn't expect him to be so good at playing with women. He got the hang of it so quickly. Chapter 989. In the southernmost black water city of the ethereal continent, ever since the ethereal sovereign and Dia Wu gave the order to kill the god bandits of the Blood Night Sea, countless formidable martial artists gathered in Blackwater City and witnessed another grand occasion. A group of exquisite beauties suddenly descended upon this small city, and the tens of thousands of martial artists in the city plaza were all shocked silly. Although all the women had their faces covered, their graceful figures and the natural charm they exuded were enough to steal the souls of tens of thousands of people. It wasn't strange to see one or two eager beauties, but it was shocking to see a group of them. However, before the crowd could see clearly, the group disappeared. Everyone was shocked again. Those who could instant shift were all supremacies. They quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of their mouths and became fearful. A dragon boat suddenly appeared on the shore of the Blood Night Sea and shot forward like a sharp arrow, breaking through the waves. For this trip, Yi Qinghan gathered 2 peak stage 6th grade war gods to accompany him. He couldn't possibly drive the dragon boat himself, and of course, he couldn't let a group of women do the hard work. Yi Qinghan let the women find their own rooms and settle them in the front hall. He turned the shield inside the dragon boat transparent so that they could enjoy the beautiful scenery outside. They took out the delicacies and drinks stored in their interspatial rings and chatted while eating. The atmosphere was very pleasant. Xiaohei didn't say anything, and Li Shui, who was at the side, also looked at the crowd with a smile. Yi Qinghan didn't bother about him. Although he didn't say anything, his mood was obviously much better. He would probably be able to get rid of this shadow after a period of time. The women chatted harmoniously, but Yi Qinghan could clearly feel that there was some tension between the Fire Dragon faction led by Yu Qingqing and the Divine Realm faction led by Yao Ji. What was strange was that Yi Yaorao seemed to have joined Yu Qingqing's side, while Yin Ling, who was originally from the Fire Dragon continent, joined Yao Ji's Divine Realm faction. Luckily, Yao Ji and Yu Qingqing had the demeanor of a married woman and wouldn't openly start a war. However, this sour taste made Yi Qinghan feel a little uncomfortable. Because of this, Yi Qinghan despised himself. Why did he have to pester so many women? This wasn't right. This was not good. But, In the blink of an eye, it seemed that they were the ones pestering him, right? Well, I can't blame him for this. I can only blame myself for being too outstanding. At night, when the demonic moon rose, Yi Qinghan had an even bigger headache. Deep into the night, the women didn't greet Yi Qinghan. They all went to their own rooms as if they had discussed this beforehand. In the end, even Li Shui, Air and Little Firework went to Firework's room to whisper. Only Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were left in the spacious hall, staring at each other. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He looked at each other and said with a bitter smile, "Xiao He, you said that after you transform into a human, you will have many wives. Now you know the pain of our boss. It's not a good thing to have too many women." Xiao He raised his eyebrows, and his eyes showed a trace of depression. However, he was much more quick-witted. He said with a crying face, "Boss, what are you saying? You are saying that you are in pain but also happy. I'm suffering." Shu Air said that if I dare to learn from you and have many wives, she will castrate me and ask her father to hammer me to death. Alright boss, what do you mean by castrate? Castrate? This is a rather skilled job. Simply put, she will cut off the thing you pee on. If she is more ruthless, she will cut off your balls as well. Yi Qinghan blushed with shame. Li Shui Air looked like a little lady, but he didn't expect her to be so violent. Like father, like daughter. It seemed like Venerable Li Quan was also gentle on the surface, but he was a violent maniac. Xiao He suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. His eyes widened, and he covered his crotch with both hands. His face was full of fear. Then he thought of something. His expression changed, and he chuckled. He said quietly, "Boss, you scared me. We are gods. With divine crystals, we can just cut off this thing and grow it back." Yi Qinghan looked at Xiao He with disdain. He said, "What if it grows back and is useless? Not as good as before? Looks like this is a problem." Xiao He frowned. He muttered to himself for a long time before glancing at the room that Li Shu'er had entered. He said in a low voice, "Looks like I can only secretly raise a few beauties in the future. I can't let Shu'er know. Boss, you have to help me hide this. If Shu'er finds out, she will ask her father to hammer me. Even my sister-in-law can't help me." Get lost. Yi Qinghan frowned and said firmly, "Deal with your own matters on your own. I can't help you with this. If I help you, and Li Quan comes to hammer me, should I fight or not?" When Xiao He heard this, he pouted like a little wife. He said after a long time, "Boss, you are not loyal. What happened to sharing weal and woe?" *CK. Black lines appeared on Yi Qinghan's forehead. This brat hasn't even gotten his hands on Shu'er yet, and he's already thinking of other girls. He's even prepared to hide a mistress in his house and raise a mistress. You still want to get Li Shu'er first. I think you haven't succeeded yet, right? Yi Qinghan suddenly chuckled. He picked up a cup of tea and moved closer. His expression was as wretched as it could be. *C boss, how do you even know this? Xiao He blushed. He lowered his head and rubbed his hands. After a long time, he said in a mosquito-like voice, "I almost succeeded. But I entered the wrong cave and was slapped by Shu'er. She said it hurt so much, she doesn't want to do it with me anymore." Yi Qinghan was just about to drink his tea when he spat it out. He held his stomach and laughed out loud. Buzz! At this time, the shield of Fireworks' room flashed. Fireworks and Li Shu'er poked their heads out. Fireworks asked, "Big Brother Yi, what are you guys talking about? You seem to be having a good time." Yi Qinghan and Xiao He's faces instantly returned to normal. They sat up straight, and their faces were full of righteousness. Yi Qinghan nodded and said, "Yes, we are talking about training. I am teaching Xiao He how to train. Xiao He is like this, right?" Xiao He nodded seriously and said, "Yes, we are talking about training. Don't make it up. Men talk about important things, women don't make it up. Go back, go back. Big brother, let's continue. Don't laugh. I'm a bit stupid. You say this 9-soul rotation?" Fireworks smiled sweetly at Yi Qinghan, then turned around and walked into the room. That beautiful and pure smile caused Yi Qinghan's heart to flutter. He thought to himself, when will I be able to take care of this girl? It's a pity that there are so many people here, it's not easy to do so. Li Shu glared at Little Black fiercely, and Little Black immediately shriveled up. He put on a smiling face and kept giving her hints. When Yi Qinghan's eyes swept over, he returned to his domineering look. He looked at Li Shu'er coldly and scolded, "What are you looking at? Why aren't you going back?" After Li Shu'er went back to her room, Yi Qinghan nodded and patted Xiaohei's shoulder. "Good job, Xiaohei. A man should be domineering. When you make Li Shu'er obedient, it will be easy for you to pick up girls and get concubines." Sigh. Xiaohei remembered Li Shu'er's fierce look and withered again. He sighed and said, "I'm afraid when the time comes, it will be me who will be obedient." Chapter 990. The dragon boat was very fast, and the Blood Night Sea had been wiped out by the ethereal continent's formidable martial artists. There were almost no large god bandit legions left, and the journey was smooth. Within a month, they reached the Blood Night continent's Autumn Wind City. After arriving at Autumn Wind City, Yi Qinghan asked the enchantress to send most of them to the Illusion Palace to cultivate and rest. The Illusion Palace was the #1 divine artifact below the God Emperor. It would be a pity not to let the girls use such a good thing. The girls were also very tempted by this legendary spatial divine artifact. After staying in the Blood Night Sea for a month, the girls were satisfied, especially Yu Qingqing and Yi Yaorao. Once they heard that they could enter the Illusion Palace, they were overjoyed. In the end, only Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, the enchantress, and Xiaohei were left. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu refined divine crystals and found it hard to improve their cultivation. The enchantress was sick of staying in the Illusion Palace. The 5 of them disguised themselves and flew into the Autumn Wind City. The 2 peak stage 6th grade war gods were kept in the War Emperor Palace. Outside, Yi Qinghan didn't want to expose his identity. Hence, he didn't let the enchantress teleport him. Along the way, although the enchantress and Yi Qingyu's hot bodies attracted a lot of attention, it wasn't as sensational as it was in Blackwater City. Yi Qinghan didn't use the token to teleport like he did in the ethereal continent. Instead, he handed over the divine stones. He didn't lack divine stones. First, he teleported to the main city of the Yellow Liang Prefecture, which belonged to the Autumn Wind City. Then, he teleported to the westernmost region of the Blood Night continent, which was closest to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The teleportation array was like taking a plane. It was very fast. In just half a day, the 5 crossed the entire Blood Night continent and went out to sea again. On the Blood Night continent, they saw many races that Yi Qinghan had never seen before. They also saw the unique characteristics of the Blood Night continent. Not only the Blood Night army, but even ordinary martial artists liked to wear blood-red battle armor. This time, they headed straight for the South Mountain continent and didn't pass by the Soul Emperor Island. As the Soul Emperor Island was within the Starry Sea, they had to take a detour. 1.5 months later, Yi Qinghan finally stepped into the southernmost city of the Southern Mountain continent, Green River City. As soon as he stepped into the South Ridge continent, Yi Qinghan felt that the temperature of the South Ridge continent was much higher than the ethereal continent and the Blood Night continent. Although a divine realm martial artist did not really care about this temperature, it was not a big deal. However, he was a martial artist from the Southern Mountain continent. He was obviously pretending to be cool. His skin was also slightly tanned. The surrounding scenery was also very different. Many of the men here liked to wear only a pair of tight pants, revealing their strong naked upper bodies. They preferred to braid their hair into small braids, which was very exotic. The women here all wore very little. It was common to see strange clothes that exposed their entire backs. Moreover, they all liked to wear short skirts. Many of the women's skirts were even short to their buttocks. Moreover, the women here all looked very bold and unrestrained. Their eyes were fiery like wild horses, full of wildness. That seductive gaze seemed to be waiting for a man to control and gallop. This made things difficult for Yi Qinghan. The enchantress and Yi Qingyu did not care so much. However, whenever Yi Qinghan's eyes turned and landed on those women, he would feel a sharp pain in his waist. Yi Qingwu's fiery temper did not care if you were a god king, a god emperor, or a 9th grade war god. She was not in a good mood, so she flipped out first. Xiaohei, on the other hand, was watching happily. Li Shui had entered the illusory palace to experience the legendary divine weapon. He was like a wild bull and no one cared about him. His pair of quick-witted eyes darted around. From time to time, he would wink at the passing beauties and give them spinach. Yi Qinghan did not explain to the women what he was doing. The women did not ask either. After all, Yi Qinghan had come in such a hurry, so something must have happened. The women could do whatever they wanted with trivial matters, but they did not dare to refute Yi Qinghan when it came to important matters. Yi Qinghan did not waste any time on the road and went straight to Nanling City. He also made the enchantress and the others, including Xiaohei, change their appearances. The Rain Empress's matter was very strange. The Rain Empress did not send a message, but Cherry Blossoms sent a message. From her tone, it seemed that Cherry Blossoms did not send a message. Also, Cherry Blossoms said that she was also being monitored. Although Yi Qinghan's current strength and Lord Devour's confidence, he did not dare to act rashly. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of any expert in the Nanling continent. However, it was best not to act rashly before he understood the situation. It would not be too late to take action after he entered the village and understood the situation. Nanling City was huge and it was even hotter. The entire city was built in yellow, just like a big city in the desert. There were more warriors in the square, and their attire was even more revealing. Some women were only wearing a dudu, revealing their tan-colored, voluptuous bodies. It was a ghastly sight. Yi Qinghan found a relatively large restaurant in a northern corner near the square. He booked the most luxurious floor and made it clear that no one was allowed to disturb him unless he summoned them. After settling down, Yi Qinghan made the enchantress return to the dream palace. He brought out the few who were not in meditation. After all, they were here to have fun. It was not too late to go back and cultivate in the future. However, Yi Yaorao and Yu Qingqing were in seclusion. Apparently, they had comprehended something. Fireworks, Yinling and Li Shui came out and scanned Nanling City with their divine senses. Seeing the exotic atmosphere that was obviously different from the misty continent, they became excited and wanted to go out and play. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu helplessly. Yi Qingwu and the enchantress also seemed to be very interested. He nodded and said to the enchantress, "Enchantress, bring them out to play. Remember not to cause any trouble. I am here on business. Of course, if anyone causes trouble, shoot them for me. Also, don't expose your identity. If anything happens, send me a message immediately." With that, Yi Qinghan teleported the two peak 6th grade war gods out of the War Imperial Palace. He made them follow the enchantress and the others so that they could serve as a deterrent. Xiaohei did not want to go at first. He was prepared to sneak out and pick some wildflowers. However, he did not expect Li Shui to glare at him. He had no choice but to follow behind. The restaurant's highest floor, which was originally noisy, instantly quietened down. Yi Qinghan was the only one there. Yi Qinghan immediately took out his communication jade charm and began sending a message to Cherry Blossoms. He informed her that he had arrived at Nanling City and his exact location. Cherry Blossoms's reply was very fast. She said that she would rush over immediately. Her tone was filled with shock and joy, as though she never expected Yi Qinghan to arrive so quickly. Yi Qinghan arrived quickly, but Cherry Blossoms arrived even faster. In just an hour, Yi Qinghan sensed a few people rushing upstairs. Yi Qinghan hurriedly prepared to open the door to his room to welcome Cherry Blossoms. Unexpectedly, Cherry Blossoms suddenly stopped when she reached the staircase. She coldly berated the two maidservants and guards beside her. "I'm going to meet a friend. Wait here. His Highness. His Majesty has requested us to protect you." The two maidservants did not dare say a word. As for one of the guards, he glanced at the tightly shut door. His eyes revealed a gloomy glint as he said lightly, "Dagwo, what is this place? Who dares harm me? If you dare follow me in, I don't mind cleaving off your feet." Cherry Blossoms bellowed angrily as she glared at the guard with killing intent. She stormed into the room. Yi Qinghan's expression sank. From the looks of it, the matter was truly troublesome. Immediately, A gush of air emitted from the surface of his body, turning his body into a blur. Then he opened the door and allowed cherry blossoms to enter. He immediately deactivated the barrier and released his celestial domain. Of course, even without releasing his celestial domain, with Yi Qinghan's insights into spatial dimension laws, he could instantly detect any probing with his perception through the spatial fluctuations. Cherry Blossoms did not wear golden armor like before. Instead, she wore a skimpy outfit. She wore a green one-piece dress that revealed patches of her wheat-colored skin. She had a head of blue curly hair and eyes that resembled sapphires. It made her look like a lady from a foreign land. The moment Cherry Blossoms entered, she revealed a delighted expression. She grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand and said loudly, "Brother-in-law, you are finally here. Quick, save my cousin, my uncle, and my aunt." Chapter 991. Yi Qinghan's eyebrows furrowed. Why did this matter involve Blue Rain's parents? Cherry Blossoms, don't be anxious. Come, sit down and we can talk. Yi Qinghan saw Cherry Blossoms grab his arm in nervousness. Nearly half her body was stuck to his arm, and her ample chest had accidentally touched it. Yi Qinghan was taller than Cherry Blossoms, so he could easily see a patch of white through the hole in her chest. However, he felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was Blue Rain's cousin, which made her his sister-in-law. He gestured for Blue Rain to sit down and poured her a cup of tea before sitting on the lion chair beside her. He asked, "Where is Blue Rain now?" Her Highness Cherry Blossoms drank a mouthful of water. She knew that Yi Qinghan was asking about serious matters. She hurriedly explained in detail, Immortal Su Manor is south of Nanling City. It's separated by 2 prefectures. The Blue family is the ruler of Immortal Su Manor. They are also one of the 3 major families of Nanling Continent. Yi Qinghan nodded. Empress Rain had mentioned this to him before, so he had some impression of it. He continued asking, "Where are Blue Rain's parents?" Her Highness Cherry Blossoms shook her head and said, "I don't know." Yi Qinghan had a vague feeling when he heard that. Clearly, Empress Rain's parents had been held hostage, forcing Empress Rain to marry. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. How dare they snatch my woman? How heaven-defying. He looked at Cherry Blossoms and said coldly, "Who wants to marry Blue Rain?" Cherry Blossoms turned a little embarrassed. After a moment, she said, "It's an elder of mine. According to the rules of the family, I have to call him second grandpa. He is the current king of Nanling City, the current head of the Ying family, solitary Ying Cheng. Back then, Blue Rain's cousin had an engagement with him." "Your second grandpa?" Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and felt a little dizzy. Cherry Blossoms's second grandpa wanted to marry Cherry Blossoms's cousin? What the F***K was going on? And there was an engagement back then? However, Yi Qinghan recalled the story that the Rain Empress had told her all those years ago. The Rain Empress had fallen into the entrance of the southern mountains of God's Seal Valley because she was escaping from a marriage. Cherry Blossoms turned even more embarrassed as she explained with a blushing face. "Our family is huge. The monarch has hundreds of wives and many children. The Ying family also has many direct disciples. The founding grandmother of the Lan family was actually a daughter of the monarch. My family had always been close to the Lan family, and the Lan family often had marriages with the Ying family. According to seniority, Blue Rain is my older cousin. Yes, several hundred. That animal Ying Kuei." When Yi Qinghan heard this, he blurted it out. Then he realized that the person in front of him was Ying Kuei's granddaughter. He quickly corrected himself and said, "Well, what I mean is that your monarch is a bit of a playboy." "Oh right, I've met your monarch before." "You've met my monarch before?" When Cherry Blossoms heard Yi Qinghan curse, her expression turned embarrassed. However, when she heard the last sentence, she was extremely surprised. Then she seemed to recall something as her eyes lit up. She tugged at Yi Qinghan's hand and said excitedly, "That's right, brother-in-law. You are now a monarch. You are so impressive. I have a question for you." "Go ahead and ask." Yi Qinghan said helplessly as he looked at Cherry Blossom's eyes that were filled with stars. Cherry Blossoms leaned closer and asked with a look of reverence, "How did you become a monarch? You weren't a divine emperor when I left, right?" Yi Qinghan said with a smile, I figured out a high-level mystery, eternal space. This mystery is actually willpower. Cherry Blossom's eyes lit up as she asked again, then, as the youngest monarch, how did you feel? Did you feel pressured? How did you feel back then? Yi Qinghan glanced at his left arm as a dark cloud hung over his head. However, he pretended not to see cherry blossoms. All he could do was give a random answer. It was all right. There was some pressure. I'm in a pretty good mood now. How could he be wrong? At that moment, Cherry Blossom's entire chest was pressing against his arm that was placed on the chair's armrest. The two meatballs were rubbing against his arm, but Yi Qinghan could not pull them out, much less remind him. Then, as a monarch, do you have any hobbies now? Cherry Blossoms ignored Yi Qinghan's expression of pain and happiness as she continued pressing with her eyes glowing. Hobbies? Heh, nothing much. I just want to wander around, read some books, and play some musical instruments. Yi Qinghan was rendered even more speechless. Why did Cherry Blossoms seem like those crazy groupies from his previous life? Play musical instruments? Huh, you like musical instruments too? What musical instruments do you like? Let me tell you, brother-in-law, I know many musical instruments. I can play the zither, and I even play the flute. You know how to play the flute? Let's study it another day. All right. By the way, brother-in-law, your status is different now. Are there many girls wooing you now? Are there any beauties that suddenly climb into your bed in the middle of the night? Not at the moment. Brother-in-law, you have to be careful in South Mountain City. Girls like that are very open. If they were to learn of your identity, it would be terrible. Stop. Cherry Blossoms, stop for a moment. Aren't we going off topic? Let's talk about serious matters first. Yi Qinghan could not stand it any longer as he pulled his hand out. Cherry Blossom's charming face kept inching closer to his face. The fragrance of a young girl inundated his olfactory senses, and with the two meatballs constantly rubbing against each other, it made Yi Qinghan's abdomen flush with blood. Yi Qinghan had never paid much attention to restraining himself in this direction, but at that moment, he had no choice but to restrain himself. He forcefully stopped her. Oh, brother-in-law, sorry. I got a little excited for a moment. When Yi Qinghan stopped her, Cherry Blossoms realized that most of her body was leaning against Yi Qinghan. Their faces were about a finger's length apart. In addition, Yi Qinghan had suddenly retracted his arm, jolting her awake. She knew what had happened. Her face turned as red as a monkey's, but as her sapphire eyes were filled with embarrassment. Ahem. Yi Qinghan coughed lightly in embarrassment as he circulated his divine powers to repress the evil desires in him. Only then did he say, "Tell me everything that happened." But Cherry Blossoms lowered her head and answered softly in embarrassment. After a moment of silence, she quickly began her explanation. Yi Qinghan finally understood the ins and outs of the matter after talking for almost an hour. In fact, the situation was very simple. In the past, when Blue Rain ran away from the marriage, solitary Ying Cheng was the southern mountain continent's prince. At that time, he was so angry that he almost destroyed Su Immortal City. Afterwards, when the Lan family's ancestor appeared and the Ying family spoke, the matter was dropped. After that, solitary Sakura alone might have been provoked and directly went into closed-door seclusion, a closed-door seclusion. He said that he would not come out of seclusion until he became a venerable. Unexpectedly, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He came out of closed-door cultivation 100 years ago and went into closed-door cultivation for hundreds of thousands of years. He actually reached the venerable realm, and it was a superior venerable realm at that. The entire Nanling continent was shocked. The South Mountain sovereign was also alarmed. He specially summoned him and gave the sovereign order, making him the current head of the Ying family. Who would have thought that Blue Rain would come out of Sealed God Valley and appear in Flame Dragon City? Not long after, Lonely Cherry found out about this and began paying close attention to Blue Rain's whereabouts. Before Blue Rain could return to the southern mountain continent, his parents had suddenly disappeared. At this time, Lonely Ying gave the Lan family an ultimatum. When Lan Yu returned, she had to marry him, or else the Lan family would be annihilated. The strange thing was, the South Mountain sovereign had tacitly agreed to this matter. After Blue Rain returned home, not only did she not see her parents, but the family also brought up the matter of marriage. Blue Rain refused resolutely and began searching for clues to find her parents. But after searching for a long time, they couldn't find a single clue. In the end, Lonely Cherry appeared and said that if she married him, he would definitely help find her parents. Blue Rain understood. Helpless, they couldn't bear to see the Lan family annihilated. In the end, they could only tearfully agree. The wedding date was between the two Moon Queen. The matter was very clear. Not just Yi Qinghan, but probably everyone in the audience knew that Blue Rain's parents were in Lonely Cherry's hands. And the troublesome part of this matter was the South Mountain sovereign. He actually supported Lonely Cherry's actions. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply. He could imagine Blue Rain's feelings. In such a helpless situation, Her Highness Cherry Blossom just so happened to like to go to the Lan family to play. The two of them were kindred spirits, so when he had nothing to do, he would talk to Cherry Blossom about his matters. And right now, Cherry Blossom was being watched probably because Lonely Cherry Blossom knew that Cherry Blossom and Blue Rain were on good terms. He also knew about his relationship with Blue Rain. He also understood why Blue Rain hadn't sent him a single message. Because even if Yi Qinghan was a sovereign, this was the southern mountain continent. If Yi Qinghan messed around, her parents and Su Xianxia would definitely be annihilated. Yi Qinghan was silent for a long time. Finally, he suddenly stood up and looked at Cherry Blossom with a burning gaze. He said, "Do you have a way to secretly bring me to Blue Rain?" Chapter 992. This, Cherry Blossom's eyes suddenly lit up. She knew that Yi Qinghan was prepared to take action and was extremely excited. However, she immediately turned worried and said, "The two guards beside me were sent by His Majesty. They say that they are to protect me, but in fact, they are to monitor me. If you were to go to Su Immortal City with me, His Majesty would definitely know. When that happens, it would be disadvantageous to Uncle and the rest. It's fine. As long as your cousin doesn't leave, your uncle and the rest will be extremely safe. Tomorrow, you can directly teleport to Su Immortal City and wait for me in the square. I will instruct you on what to do. Remember, my identity is not to be exposed to anyone." Yi Qinghan said nonchalantly. His tone was filled with confidence. The glimmer in his eyes subconsciously exuded an aura that looked down on the world. "All right, brother-in-law, I'll return first. It will arouse suspicion if I stay here for too long." Cherry Blossom snapped to her senses as she looked at Yi Qinghan with a look of reverence. She seemed to feel relieved after being influenced by Yi Qinghan. She also knew that although the South Mountain sovereign was basically unaware of Yi Qinghan's arrival, Solitary Sakura would definitely send people to investigate or stir up trouble if Cherry Blossoms acted abnormally. If his identity was exposed and the South Mountain sovereign was alarmed, the matter would be troublesome. Yi Qinghan nodded. Only then did Cherry Blossom stand up and quickly leave. She was dressed in a green flowery dress that revealed her pink back. It was round and smooth, exuding a healthy glow. She was abnormally sexy. Yi Qinghan's body and face turned blurry once again. As a celestial the Arch-Realm soul cultivator, it was very easy for him to do so. In fact, Yi Qinghan's body didn't change, but in the eyes of others, it felt like a blur. Those whose souls were not as strong as Yi Qinghan's were unable to see his true body. They could not even tell if he was a man or a woman. Mo Xiaoxiao and Empress Rain trembled at the thought. After Cherry Blossoms left, Yi Qinghan stood in front of the window alone. He looked at the people and the heavy traffic outside as he pondered. This matter had to be carefully planned. It would be best if he could avoid a conflict with the South Mountain sovereign. After all, they were in his territory, and it would be easier for them to meet in the future. Half a day later, the communication jade talisman on his waist vibrated. Yi Qinghan picked it up and smiled bitterly. He understood that Nanling City was the main city of Nanling Continent. It would be strange if there were no problems with so many peerless beauties traveling together. The enchantress had sent a message. She had gotten into a fight with a young master at a scenic spot in the east of Nanling City. The other party was obviously from the Sakura family, a hedonistic son of the Sakura family. "Boss, come here quickly. Someone wants to steal your woman." It didn't take long for Xiao Hei's spiritual transmission to arrive. However, it was clear that Xiao Hei was stirring up trouble, wanting to see the world plunged into chaos. Yi Qinghan had become a monarch. Together with Lord Devour and the ethereal monarch, there were 3 monarchs of the ethereal continent. In Xiao Hei's mind, the divine world was nothing to be afraid of. Yi Qinghan's body grew taller and he changed his facial features. He wore a bamboo hat and, after putting on a disguise, walked out leisurely. He did not panic at all. Since he was a hedonistic son, he would at most bring a few 7th-grade guards. With the enchantress around, his safety was guaranteed. Even if the supremacies of the Sakura family were to take action, they clearly would not attack indiscriminately. Along the way, Yi Qinghan took in Nanling City's completely different and exotic scenery as he rushed to the east of the city. There weren't many buildings in the east of the city, but there was a floating palace. It was very ancient and exuded a desolate aura. It was huge, with hundreds of smaller palaces floating in midair. He could see them from afar. It was no wonder the enchantress and company had come here. Nanling Divine Palace? Yi Qinghan's gaze swept across the great hall in the eastern part of the city like a huge dark cloud. He looked at the ancient characters on the great hall and looked at the mystical patterns and diagrams on them. Although he knew that it was an effect created by a restriction that wasn't too complicated, he also knew that it was a miracle used to deceive low-level warriors, but he still felt a little shocked. There were 2 teams of official army guards outside the Divine Palace. They were all 7th-grade war gods. There were more than 100 of them, and at least 20 of them were at the peak of 7th grade. According to the soul connection with Xiao Hei, Yi Qinghan knew that the women were in the palace. He flew toward the entrance of the palace in midair, but he was stopped by the official army guards. He paid 100,000 divine stones and was allowed to pass. He sighed inwardly. He had encountered bandits again. The Sakura family was indeed black-hearted. As soon as he entered the palace, he was greeted by a statue. The statue was vivid and lifelike, just like a real person. It was marked as the god of Nanling City. Countless people in front of him were sincerely kowtowing and praying. Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He knew the person in the statue. It was the sovereign of Nanling City. Yi Qinghan didn't understand. Why did the person not die, but become a statue to be worshipped? Without stopping at the main hall, Yi Qinghan walked towards the side hall on the left. In the end, he discovered that there were countless side halls, and each of them had a statue or countless statues. There were also countless people kowtowing and praying. After walking through a few more side palaces, Yi Qinghan suddenly raised his eyebrows and stepped aside. Behind him, 7 or 8 warriors, all of whom were 7th-grade war gods, rushed toward him. They rushed forward hastily. Yi Qinghan sneered and followed them. After walking through 2 or 3 side palaces, they came to a relatively large one. The hall suddenly became crowded. They were all excited and gathered in several circles. When the 7 or 8 warriors rushed over aggressively, the crowd in front of them immediately parted to make a path. Yi Qinghan also quietly followed them to the center of the crowd. With a simple sweep of his divine sense, he discovered the situation inside. The enchantress and the others all had their faces covered with a light veil. 2 guards at the peak of 6th grade stood on both sides. Interestingly, the one standing at the front was not the enchantress, but Yin Ling. Moreover, Yin Ling was pointing at the young master opposite her and scolding him like a lioness. In front of the ladies was a young man in a fancy robe. At this moment, half of his face had a clear palm print. He was surrounded by 4 guards, all of whom were 6th-grade war gods. There was no need to inquire about this kind of scene. It was obvious that the beauties of these women were being coveted. As a result, the young master was slapped by Yin Ling. With 2 guards at the peak of 6th grade beside them, the young master didn't dare to attack them, so he called for help. Yi Qinghan was somewhat surprised that the Nanling City's prefecture army didn't move. Yi Qinghan immediately sent a voice transmission to the enchantress. After asking, the young master revealed his identity. He was a direct descendant of the Ying family, Ying Chueshue. He claimed to be one of the top 10 young masters of the Nanling continent. Yi Qinghan didn't move. As he watched the show, he sent a voice transmission to Cherry Blossoms. The scene was very boring. It was nothing more than the impressive young master Ying Chueshue flaunting his prowess when he saw people coming. He pointed at Yin Ling and scolded and threatened her. He wanted Yin Ling to lick his toes and get everyone to sleep with him for a few nights. If not, he wouldn't be able to leave Nanling City. Moments later, Yi Qinghan finished sending the message. He also knew why the prefecture army didn't move. He didn't stand on ceremony and directly sent a voice transmission to the enchantress. "All right, enchantress, don't waste your breath on him. Get them out of the temple. As long as they aren't killed, you can do whatever you want with them. Slap their mother hard." Chapter 993. Yao Ji's eyes lit up. Her limpid eyes glowed, and the charm that could charm people to death was released inadvertently. Instantly, the eyes of everyone in the hall became dazed, and the sound of people swallowing their saliva was heard. Many martial artists in Nanling continent liked to wear tight pants. As a result, many people began to erect tents on their lower bodies. "Sir, let's go out and talk. It's not convenient to do things in this temple." Yao Ji twisted her snake-like body and walked to the front. Yin Ling sensibly retreated to the back. Yao Ji was wearing a white palace dress and a silk scarf. Her whole body was covered up. However, the charm of the devil and succubus clan was natural. Every move she made was full of charm. Especially that sweet voice, it even hooked the souls of everyone in the main hall. Even Xiao He and the 2 peak 6th grade guards were deeply affected. After speaking, Yao Ji walked out just like that. The women looked at each other in surprise, only to see that the people in front of them automatically made way for her. Sakura Chueshue and his men did not move, so they quickly followed her. What made Yi Qinghan feel extremely strange was that when the temptress led the group of people away, all the men in the hall stared at the temptress and followed her. Their movements were numb and their eyes were dull, as if they had all become puppets. But the women were not affected at all. Yao Ji's charm was unparalleled in the world. The dancing beauties were cold-blooded murderers. The dancing beauties lived up to their reputation. If Yi Qinghan's soul strength was not high, he might have followed her in a daze like the others. He sighed inwardly. Yao Ji's charm was really awesome. Yao Ji led the women out of the hall and stood quietly on a small square below. Although the official army guarding the temple saw that the people behind Yao Ji were a little strange, they only looked at them with interest. There was no sign of them coming over to help. Ying Chueshue and his men, as well as countless onlookers, woke up at the same time. There was a commotion. They stared at Yao Ji and were secretly on guard. However, when he remembered that this was Nanling City, Ying Chueshue became bolder. Yao Ji brought the women to stand below and had 2 guards protect them. Her eyes lit up again and she hooked her finger at young master Ying Chueshue. Ying Chueshue was once again bewitched, and she gave a lewd smile as she stretched out her hands and leapt at Yao Ji in an incredibly lewd manner. Pa! An incomparably resounding slap rang out, jolting everyone awake. Then, an incomparably shocking scene occurred. Young master Ying Chueshue's entire face was deformed. His tall body was sent flying like a golf ball. He turned into a black shadow and flew into the sky in an arc. The black shadow became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared from everyone's sight. "Young master!" The expressions of the dozen or so guards changed instantly. They scanned the direction in which Ying Chueshue had disappeared with their divine senses. They discovered that Ying Chueshue had been thrown tens of thousands of meters away by a single palm strike. In the end, he landed in a smelly ditch in the city and passed out. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. 2 figures flew in young master Ying Chueshue's direction like lightning. The rest of the guards unleashed their divine power and various weapons appeared in their hands. Their murderous aura enveloped the entire small square as they charged at Yao Ji and the others. Countless surrounding cultivators retreated, but their eyes were filled with excitement. It was obvious that they had seen this kind of fight often, and it was very enjoyable to watch the show. Yao Ji also moved. Her entire body transformed into a butterfly and began to dance gracefully in the air. A fragrant wind swept through the entire area. Her figure was extremely enchanting, and her dance was extremely beautiful. As the spectators watched, their vision actually became blurry. After that, their eyes once again became sluggish. This time, it was not only the aggressive guards who were stunned. Even the 100 or so rank 7 official army guards on the Nanling Divine Palace were bewitched. Even Yinling and the other women lost their charm. They were all immersed in this peerless dance. Put, put, put. A few crisp sounds rang out, and everyone was awakened again. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, Yingchueshua's guards all flew in one direction and finally landed in the same place, in the smelly ditch that Yingchueshua had fallen into. At this moment, Yingchueshua was being carried out by the 2 guards. His body was dripping with blood, and there was not a single bone in his body that was intact. "All right, have you had enough fun? Yao Ji, take everyone to the Illusion Palace. I have something to do, and I'll call you when I'm done." Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He did not expect Yao Ji, this peerless beauty, to be so violent. With his eyesight, he could easily see that all the bones in these people had been smashed. Not even a single bone in their heads was intact. However, Yao Ji had controlled it very well. Their souls and divine crystals were not injured. Yao Ji received the order and clapped her hands happily. With a wave of her hand, she took the women, Xiao Hei, and the 2 guards and disappeared from the square. This caused an uproar among the nearby cultivators. A venerable. If she could disappear in an instant, what else could she be? A spatial divine artifact would produce intense spatial fluctuations. Such a beauty and such powerful strength. This woman was indeed a peerless beauty. Everyone began discussing Yao Ji and company with relish. They did not seem to care about Yingchueshua, who had been sent flying. It was as though it was normal for a Ying family member to be slapped. Furthermore, the guards did not show any signs of taking action. Thus, South Mountain Sovereign's rule can be used in Flame Dragon City in the future. Yi Qinghan obviously knew the reason. After he sent a message to Cherry Blossoms, she had given him a clear reply. She would be fine as long as he was not killed. South Mountain's sovereign had married hundreds of wives. His first generation had thousands of descendants, and there were countless direct descendants and collateral descendants. There were millions of young masters like Yingchueshua in the entire South Mountain City. The Ying family had many descendants, so there was no way to prevent them from abusing their family's power. There was a period of time when there was constant bloodshed in South Mountain City. The mainland warriors had a terrible impression of South Mountain City, and there were many complaints about the Ying family and South Mountain Sovereign. Finally, when the matter reached South Mountain Sovereign, Ying Kuei issued an order. Unless one was conferred a title by the family, the other descendants were not to mobilize the prefecture army. As long as the Ying family members were not killed, the Ying family was not to seek revenge. Yi Qinghan thought that he had many wives now. Together with his family, collateral descendants, and relatives in Flame Dragon City would be extremely lively in the future. South Mountain Sovereign's rule was not bad. If he wanted to snatch women or slap people, he had to rely on his own strength. It was understandable if he was strong enough to slap people, but if he was not strong enough, he deserved it. This way, it could stimulate the descendants to work hard. After Yao Ji and the others left, Yi Qinghan relaxed and strolled around Nanling City, admiring the unique scenery of the city. At night, the scenery in South Mountain City turned even more beautiful, especially the beautiful and unrestrained South Mountains women. It was a unique scenery. After a night of shopping in the city, he enjoyed the good time of solitude. Yi Qinghan did not return to the restaurant. He had met Cherry Blossoms in the restaurant, and with Yao Ji and company committing a crime, there would probably be people investigating the restaurant, right? The next day, Yi Qinghan secretly teleported to Suxian City and continued strolling around the city square. Before long, he saw Her Highness Cherry Blossoms, who was dressed in a fiery red grass skirt, walk out of the teleportation array with 4 guards. Chapter 994. Cherry Blossoms, take your guards to the southern gate 25 kilometers out of the city. Yi Qinghan sent a voice transmission before he led the way to the southern gate and easily left the city. Not long after, he saw cherry blossoms and 4 guards rushing over. The 4 guards were 7th-grade war gods. They wore wary expressions and seemed displeased with Miss Cherry Blossoms leaving the city. Yi Qinghan sneered before sending a voice transmission to Cherry Blossoms. "Don't resist. I'll put you into my spatial artifact." As he sent the voice transmission, Yi Qinghan's body shot towards the quartet like a bolt of lightning. The quartet was instantly jolted awake as their divine powers surged. Their divine perception radiated in every direction, but their expressions changed suddenly. Their divine perception could see countless soul-poison jade sabers shooting at them from every direction. They had seen it before. It was Su Immortal City's Miss Blue Rain's famous technique, but the person in front of them was clearly a man. So what if you're a soul cultivator? How dare you attack His Highness? You have a death wish. Not only did the quartet not retreat, they charged forward at lightning speed, protecting cherry blossoms behind them. The gray armor they wore shimmered with gray light. The 4 beams of gray light fused together to form a gray wall of light. A combined battle array? Yi Qinghan pricked up his brows. A warrior actually dared to defend against a soul skill head-on? With a loud roar, he released his Sky Fiend voice and charged at the quartet. However, he did not put cherry blossoms into his spatial artifact. The quartet was delighted when they saw this. This soul cultivator was truly a fool. He actually dared to engage in close combat? Did he think that the soul-poisoned jade sabers could harm the quartet? The gray wall of light trembled as it blocked all the soul-poisoned jade sabers. At that moment, Yi Qinghan had already charged in front of them. The quartet revealed lingering smiles as they brandished the gray swords in their hands. Like 4 venomous snakes, they attacked Yi Qinghan's head and divine crystal. Yi Qinghan grunted coldly as he suddenly accelerated. He ignored the quartet's attacks as his palms streaked out after images, striking at the quartet's abdomen at lightning speed. Bang bang! As expected, the moment the 4 swords struck Yi Qinghan, his body suddenly emitted a ball of white light. Under the defense of his origin energy, let alone these weapons, even transcendent-grade god artifacts would find it difficult to injure him. Yi Qinghan's hand gently patted the abdomen of the 4, easily sending them flying. At the same time, he circulated his origin energy to his hand and unleashed his soul fusion battle skill, causing their souls to tremble in that instant. Then he forcefully sealed their divine crystals. Xiao! Yi Qinghan did not stop. He flew toward the 4 of them at lightning speed and threw them into the War Imperial Palace as if he were grabbing a sack. 7th-grade war gods and guards who specialized in joint attacks, the Ying family definitely had their soul jade slips. If the 4 of them died, it would alert the enemy. It was better to lock them up first. As for when they would be released, it was hard to say. Wow, brother-in-law, you're so strong. You don't seem to have used your willpower, right? These 4 are experts in joint attacks. Even an ordinary supremacy would find it difficult to kill them. Cherry Blossoms was dazzled by the sight. She had the strength of a peak god king, so it was impossible for her to keep up with the battle between the 7th-grade war gods and Yi Qinghan. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them had vanished. Yi Qinghan was standing beside him with a smile. Haha, this place isn't far from Nanling City. If I had used my willpower, I would have alerted your lord. I launched a sneak attack, and with the 4 of them being wary of you, it wouldn't have been difficult to take down a minor character like him. Yi Qinghan said without a care. In fact, at that instant, Yi Qinghan's soul was circulating at a terrifying speed. He instantly used a few offensive techniques. It was normal for soul attacks to achieve such an effect when paired with origin energy. Wait! Yi Qinghan suddenly vanished from his spot. Moments later, he appeared out of thin air again. This time, he was wearing the gray armor of a guard. At the same time, the muscles on his face and facial features changed, turning him into an icy cold, burly man. The 2 did not speak further as they transformed into 2 shadows and flew towards Su Immortal City. With Her Highness Cherry Blossom leading the way, the journey was unimpeded. The 2 entered Su Immortal City's Su Immortal abode, the Lan family's manor. Su's immortal abode was huge and it was filled with a festive atmosphere. Many places were decorated with lanterns and colorful lights. It was as though they were preparing for Blue Rain's wedding. The Lan family was extremely respectful to Her Highness Cherry Blossom's arrival, but it did not alarm the entire manor. Clearly, Cherry Blossom was a frequent visitor, so no one was surprised. A beautiful middle-aged woman who looked like a housekeeper came over with a chuckle to pay her respects. She brought Miss Cherry Blossom directly to the East Courtyard. Blue Rain Court. Every time Her Highness Cherry Blossom came, she would go straight to Blue Rain Court. Everyone in the manor knew that she liked her cousin a lot. Blue Rain Court was heavily guarded outside. Countless maidservants walked in and out, making it appear as though it was a large family. Yi Qinghan kept following behind Cherry Blossom coldly. He did not fake a smile. When people bowed at him, he did not even look at them. He was extremely domineering. However, no one dared to object. They knew that he was a special guard that the King of South Mountain had assigned to Miss Cherry Blossom. "Sorry, Your Excellency. You can't enter. This is the family head's order. Men are not allowed to enter. Please forgive us." When Yi Qinghan entered Blue Rain Court, an accident happened. A 7th grade guard commander outside the court stopped Yi Qinghan. As for Cherry Blossom, she frowned as well. Clearly, she knew of the family head's order. Bam! The answer to the duo was a fist the size of a casserole pot from Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan suddenly attacked. His speed was as fast as lightning. Furthermore, Soul Annihilation attacked at the same time. The 7th grade guard commander was caught off guard as he was sent flying, smashing through an artificial mountain behind him. Two. Countless guards transformed into shadows as they flew over. Instantly, they surrounded Yi Qinghan. However, their eyes were fixed on the housekeeper in front of Cherry Blossom. It was as though they were waiting for her order to take down Yi Qinghan. "Come if you don't want to die." Cherry Blossom was momentarily taken aback. She never expected Yi Qinghan to attack directly. Just as she was at a loss as to what to do, Yi Qinghan grunted coldly. At the same time, the power of origins appeared in his hand. His gaze was like a blade as it swept across the guards with surging killing intent. He bellowed coldly, "By His Majesty's orders, Her Highness is to protect her when she's out. Anyone who dares obstruct me from carrying out my mission will be killed without mercy." Bush. Countless guards retreated in horror as they looked at the power of origins in Yi Qinghan's hand and his murderous gaze. No one dared to approach him. This was an envoy with His Majesty's orders. Killing him would be pointless. Most importantly, he was a supremacy. "My lord, please forgive us. Please come in." The female housekeeper bowed and smiled. She personally invited Yi Qinghan in. Cherry Blossom glanced at Yi Qinghan as her eyes shimmered. The guards looked at Yi Qinghan's stalwart figure and sighed inwardly. Could this be Cherry Blossom's secret? The top secret guard was actually a supremacy. The Ying family was indeed extremely powerful. One had to know that the Lan family was one of the 3 major family clans of the South Mountain continent, but they only had 2 supremacies. Blue Rain Pavilion's scenery was beautiful. There was a huge yard inside that was planted with blue flowers. The pavilion was mainly light blue in color. There were tiny blue bells hanging on the curtains and windows. When the wind blew gently, it produced a pleasant sound. Cherry Blossoms and Yi Qinghan strode in, but the housekeeper did not enter. All she did was instruct the maidservants waiting outside not to provoke the malefic guard. If not, they should not blame her for not warning them if they died. After giving a few more instructions, she left leisurely. The pavilion was mainly light blue in color. The moment he walked in, Yi Qinghan believed that he had arrived at the Rain Emperor Palace. In the huge hall, there were light muslin fluttering everywhere. There were incense sticks burning in the corners, filling the entire hall with a faint fragrance. There were not many furnishings in the room, but it was especially elegant. Yi Qinghan's gaze stopped at the window on the left the moment he entered. He could not tear his gaze away. There was a jade couch placed under the window on the left. A woman dressed in a light blue floral dress had her legs slightly bent. She rested her chin on one hand as she leaned against the window. She looked out at the pool of water in a daze. Her face was very pale and her two beautiful brows were slightly curled up. Her eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. Two streaks of tears silently rolled down the corners of her eyes. However, she did not seem to notice them as she allowed them to wet her robe. The beauty rolled up the beaded curtains and sat there with her brows furrowed. However, it was unknown who she hated when she saw the wet tear streaks. Yi Qinghan's cold expression instantly turned even colder. He felt his heart wrench in pain as he felt a lump in his throat. After staring at the rain for a long time, he softly cried out, "Blue rain, I'm here." Chapter 995. When Yi Qinghan shouted that, his voice did not change. His looks did not change either, but the deep emotions in his eyes could melt the snow in the extreme north of the divine world. Empress Rain trembled as she continued looking at the lotus pond outside the window. However, her eyes lit up. Then, she did something that surprised Yi Qinghan and Cherry Blossoms. She turned her head and faced the duo with her round back. Her body was still trembling slightly, but moments later, she stabilized herself. She leisurely turned her head. Her beautiful face did not have a single trace of tears. Her eyes were calm as she glanced at Yi Qinghan before looking at Cherry Blossoms. She released her divine powers and triggered the protective lasers on the wall. Finally, she turned her attention to Yi Qinghan and said lightly, "City Lord Yi, welcome to Su Immortal City as a guest." "Yi, City Lord Yi?" Cherry Blossoms was a little confused. What was wrong with Blue Rain? Why did she suddenly change into a different person? She did not have such an expression when she mentioned Yi Qinghan in the past. Empress Rain glanced at Cherry Blossoms lightly as her eyes revealed a faint look of reproach. She stood up and politely invited the duo to take a seat. She personally went to the coffee table beside her and poured some tea. Her footsteps were very steady and steady. However, when she poured the tea, her hand trembled slightly, spilling the tea outside. Yi Qinghan did not move as he stared intently at Empress Rain. He said coldly, "Blue Rain, stop acting. Your acting isn't good at all." Just as Empress Rain picked up the tea and was about to turn around, her body stiffened. After a moment of surprise, she turned her head and said, "Qinghan, I'm not acting. Didn't Cherry Blossoms tell you? I'm getting married. Forget everything that happened in the past." "Forget? Ha." Yi Qinghan suddenly burst into laughter, his body bursting with an incomparably tyrannical aura. He strode over, his two thick arms forcefully grabbing the Empress of Rain's shoulders, his eyes staring at her evasive gaze. He angrily shouted. He stared at her evasive gaze and bellowed angrily, "Blue Rain, look at me. Look into my eyes. Let me tell you, you are Yi Qinghan's woman. You were, you are now, and you will always be. Whoever dares to snatch it from me, this young master will kill them even if I have to risk my life. You can only be my person when you are alive, and my ghost when you are dead. Even if the god of heaven or the lord of the underworld wanted to snatch you away, I would still fight them." The domineering roar left Empress Rain and Cherry Blossom's ears ringing. The domineering aura also caused the light muslin in the room to flutter. The entire penthouse was filled with the echoes of Yi Qinghan's furious roar. Cherry Blossom's eyes began to twinkle with tiny stars once again. She looked at Yi Qinghan's muscular shoulders and his sharp gaze. Her tiny heart was pounding like a fawn's. Empress Rain's eyes lit up and two streams of tears fell silently once again. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and averted her eyes again. She shook her head and wriggled her lips as she said, "Qinghan, don't be impulsive. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. Hurry up and leave." Why can't I act recklessly? Do you believe that I'll storm my way to South Mountain City with you? Yi Qinghan grunted coldly in an extremely domineering manner. However, he was somewhat puzzled. After pondering for a moment, he turned to look at Cherry Blossoms. When Cherry Blossoms was swept by Yi Qinghan, she suddenly slapped the chair and jumped up. She said with a chuckle, "Cousin, I forgot to tell you something. Brother-in-law is now an invincible 9th grade god of war. I originally thought that brother-in-law would not come, so I didn't tell you, afraid that you would be sad." "What? 9th grade? Blue Rain instantly turned pale. Her eyes shimmered as she looked at Yi Qinghan and then at Cherry Blossoms. Finally, she looked back at Cherry Blossoms and said, "The two of you must have colluded to lie to me, right? This matter is not to be joked about." Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Indeed, if an ordinary person were to suddenly hear of this matter, they would definitely not dare to believe it. He did not explain. Instead, he released Empress Rain and with a jolt, the power of origins swirled around him. Instantly, the entire room lit up. Power of origins. Heavens! Blue Rain covered her mouth in astonishment. Her face was filled with shock. With the power of origins enveloping his body, he could already reach the level of a superior grade supremacy. When Blue Rain left Flame Dragon City, Yi Qinghan was still a mere godly monarch. How did he change in a blink of an eye? At that moment, she believed Cherry Blossom's words. She gulped and said, "Little man, what happened to you?" "It's very simple." Yi Qinghan retracted his power of origins and said with a smile, "Do you remember when I left Godseal Valley? Back then, I fused with a mystic that had never been fused in the divine world? Then, there was a worldly phenomenon in Dripping Springs City? In fact, I was bestowed with the power of origins back then." Empress Rain nodded. Of course, she remembered. If not for Yi Qinghan fusing with such a mystical mystic, she would still be in Godseal Valley. At that moment, she completely believed Yi Qinghan's words. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Like a little girl, she looked at Yi Qinghan in adoration, waiting for him to continue explaining. Her entire body was filled with joy, as though she had come back to life. Yi Qinghan's muscles trembled, and he returned to his original appearance. A smile appeared on his face. This was the true Blue Rain. Even after experiencing the vicissitudes of time, she was still as pure as a little girl. This was the most attractive part of Blue Rain. He stroked Blue Rain's blue hair and continued, "Do you still remember one of the 3 conditions to leave Godseal Valley? To comprehend the laws of space?" "Eternal space." Empress Rain blurted out. She remembered it clearly. Yi Qinghan nodded and said, "Yes, I comprehended eternal space in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Eternal space is actually willpower. That's why I have willpower. I reached the 9th grade and was once again bestowed with origin power by the laws of heaven and earth." Yi Qinghan's explanation was very simple, but Blue Rain completely understood and believed him. She stared blankly at Yi Qinghan. She stared at this person who dared to fantasize about her the first time they met. She always knew that Yi Qinghan was a genius. Sooner or later, he would shine and have his own sky in the divine realm. She never expected that day to come so early, and so suddenly, Cherry Blossoms saw Blue Rain staring at Yi Qinghan in a daze. She hurriedly reminded her, "Cousin, don't let your thoughts run wild. Hurry and tell brother-in-law about the situation. If we stay here too long, we will arouse suspicion." Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and said, "Although I'm not afraid of your family's monarch, it would be best if this matter could be resolved quietly. Where are uncle and auntie? As long as we save them, I'll immediately take you far away." The moment Blue Rain mentioned the matter, her expression immediately changed. She turned extremely pale as she felt excruciatingly pained and powerless. She sighed heavily and said, "It's useless. It's useless. There's no way to save them. My parents have been imprisoned in City Lord Manor by solitary Sakura. Saving them will definitely alarm the entire City Lord Manor. When that happens, it will definitely alarm the monarch. The monarch likes solitary Sakura the most because the two of them had similar experiences years ago. Didn't you see him directly order him to be the family head? Cherry Blossoms knows that Cherry Blossoms's original family head was a pinnacle supremacy, much stronger than him." Cherry Blossom's expression changed as well. She knew her family's situation best. If solitary Sakura were to openly imprison Blue Rain's parents in City Lord Manor, it was impossible for it to not alarm the South Mountain's sovereign. Yi Qinghan sneered as killing intent suffused his eyes. He pulled Blue Rain's hand and walked out. At the same time, he turned his head to Cherry Blossoms and bellowed, "In that case, let's go. Let's be direct. Let's go to City Lord Manor and ask for them." Chapter 996. Ah! Cherry Blossoms and Empress Rain were given a fright. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan was heading straight for Nanling City. Blue Rain hurriedly dragged Yi Qinghan out as they wriggled their hands in a bid to escape. "Trust me. Your man will not harm you. I'll handle this matter." Yi Qinghan turned his head to look at Empress Rain with utmost determination. Empress Rain jolted as a resolute look flashed in her eyes. She nodded and stopped struggling. She obediently followed Yi Qinghan. As for Yi Qinghan, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at Cherry Blossoms and said, "Cherry Blossoms, why don't you not walk with us? We will be fine after this, but your days in the family clan will not be easy." Cherry Blossoms pondered for a moment before looking up and giggling. "It's fine. I'm sick of this Nanling City. If I really can't stay here any longer, I'll seek refuge with brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law, you won't not take me in, right?" Upon seeing Cherry Blossom's fiery gaze, Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and ignored her. Just like that, they walked straight out without changing their appearances. The pavilion had activated a soundproof barrier, so the three of them walked out of the pavilion and headed outside without the slightest hindrance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment they walked out of the yard, countless gazes swept over. The maidservants outside looked at Yi Qinghan in confusion. Who was this person? Why was he holding her mistress's hand so rudely? The guards at the entrance instantly reacted. Why did this lord's looks change? Furthermore, he actually dared to hold their mistress's hand and walk out? Why was Her Highness Cherry Blossoms following behind them? Was she being held hostage? Two. Dozens of guards had a change in expression as they instantly blocked the door. Furthermore, they immediately sent voice transmissions. "Lord, Mistress can't leave Blue Rain Court? Also, please let go of Mistress's hand." The person who shouted was still the leader of the guards. Although Yi Qinghan had sent him flying, he had not dealt a heavy blow on account of Empress Rain. Although the current situation was very strange, the guard leader did not dare to be too arrogant and spoke with a slightly polite tone. "Get lost." How could Yi Qinghan be polite to them? His face was cold, and a murderous aura poured out from his body. It whistled out, and the temperature of the entire courtyard dropped by dozens of degrees. Everyone's complexion changed. The hands of the low-level martial artists holding their weapons trembled. Everyone subconsciously retreated 7 or 8 steps, opening up a path. Yi Qinghan didn't care. He turned a blind eye to them and directly led Blue Rain out, not even glancing at the martial artists on either side. The dozens of martial artists outside the courtyard were all filled with divine power, but no one dared to make a move. The guard commander wanted to shout a few times, but in the end he didn't dare to do so, because he knew that if he dared to make a move, he would be the first to die. Dozens of people surrounded Yi Qinghan's group of 3, but they didn't dare to attack. Yi Qinghan walked forward, and they followed, all of them glaring at him menacingly. It was a very strange scene. Swish, swish, swish. Countless air-rending sounds rang out from all directions as countless figures tore through the air. As one of the 3 major families of the Nanling continent, the Lan family was a large family with countless experts and hundreds of elders. There were also more than 10 peak 7th grade martial artists and countless 6th and 7th grade war gods. The moment they heard that someone wanted to forcefully take Miss Blue Rain away, they were all alarmed and rushed over immediately. "Who are you? Let go of the young mistress. Your Highness, quickly retreat." Let go of the young mistress, Your Highness, young mistress. However, when they rushed over and saw the scene, no one dared to make a move. This was because everyone knew that this person was a supremacy. Furthermore, although he was holding Blue Rain's hand, it didn't seem like her divine crystal had been sealed. As for Cherry Blossoms, she was giggling as she followed behind, as though she was watching the show. Why did it look like she was being held hostage? Yi Qinghan decided not to walk any further. He quietly stood in the square in front of Blue Rain Court, waiting for the important figures of the Lan family to arrive. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a supremacy from the Lan family. He was an elder with white hair, but his face was radiant like a baby's. He swept his gaze across Yi Qinghan and listened to the voice transmission report beside him. He coldly said, "Who are you? You are definitely not from Nanling City." "And who are you?" Yi Qinghan did not even look him in the eye as he said arrogantly. His haughty manner stirred the experts of the Lan family. They nearly took action. The elders swept his cold gaze across the crowd. Instantly, there was dead silence. It was apparent that he was an impressive figure in the Lan family. He glanced at Blue Rain and Cherry Blossoms and did not flare up. Instead, he cupped his hands and said, "I'm the Grand Elder of the Lan family, Supremacy Blue River. May I ask who you are?" When Yi Qinghan noticed that Blue River was rather polite, he looked him in the eye. He converged his killing intent and said nonchalantly, "Get your patriarch to come out and speak. I'll give Blue Rain face." Blue River's expression changed once again. He had spoken in a subservient manner, but he still received such a reply. "So what if you are a supremacy?" The Lan family had two supremacies. The patriarch was a peak supremacy. The Lan family had stood proudly in the Nanling continent for millions of years. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? However, when he saw Blue Rain's nonchalant expression and Cherry Blossom's starry eyes, he fell silent for a moment. When he swept his gaze across Yi Qinghan again, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly said to the people beside him, "Quickly invite the patriarch out of seclusion." "There's no need. I'm here." At that moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. He was also dressed in blue robes and looked middle-aged. He had an aquiline nose and a cold gaze. It was obvious that he was a ruthless and ambitious figure. "Greetings, Patriarch." The hundreds of warriors present knelt down. Even Blue River bowed slightly. As for Blue Rain, they subconsciously wanted to kneel but were lifted up by Yi Qinghan's divine power. Cherry Blossoms nodded at the person as a form of greeting. Everyone looked at the Lan family's patriarch with reverence. It was clear that this person's prestige in the Lan family was extremely high. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Lan family's patriarch actually took 2 steps forward and knelt down on one knee toward Yi Qinghan. He respectfully said, "Lan Tian greets the frigid night sovereign." The crowd was in an uproar as they looked at the Lan family's patriarch in disbelief. Then they suddenly came to their senses. When they saw Yi Qinghan's face, they were all frightened. They hurriedly knelt down and shouted in unison, "Greetings, frigid night sovereign." Blue River had actually seen through it a moment ago. At that moment, he knelt on one knee with a bitter expression. Not only him, but all the kneeling warriors also became bitter and fearful. They had long heard that after Blue Rain appeared in the Sealed God Valley, their first appearance was in Flame Dragon City. Furthermore, they had an ambiguous relationship with the Flame Dragon City Lord. However, rumors were rumors. Blue Rain had the strength of a 7th-grade war god. At that time, Yi Qinghan was just a minor divine king. No one thought that the two would get together. They didn't expect that they were wrong. Not only did the two of them get together, but from the looks of it, they had been together for a long time and were very deep. Thinking of everything the Lan family had done for Blue Rain over the years, thinking of Blue Rain's impression of the Lan family, and most importantly, thinking of the means of this young man in front of them, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This lord was a murderous demon king, a demon in human form, a ferocious person who could kill dozens of supremacies with a single slap. And their Lan family only had 2 supremacies. If he were to slap Su Immortal Abode in a fit of rage, even the South Mountain sovereign wouldn't say anything, right? "Get up," Yi Qinghan said calmly, but his gaze was on Blue Rain. Seeing Blue Rain gently shake her head, he leisurely said, "I'm taking Blue Rain with me. I will settle this matter." McWay. Chapter 997. Wait! Blue Sky didn't say anything, but Blue River anxiously shouted. Then he bowed to Yi Qinghan again. "Monarch, we have no objections to you taking Blue Rain away. But if the South Mountain Monarch investigates this matter, the Blue family will be annihilated." Blue Rain. "I know you have some misunderstandings about the Blue family, but the Blue family's blood flows in your veins. You can't just watch as the Blue family is destroyed." Lan Yu looked at Blue River, whose eyes were filled with pleading, and at the silent Blue Sky, as well as the family's elders who were bowing and fawning at her. She felt it was ironic. She sneered and spoke for the first time since leaving the loft. The Blue family's blood? You don't know, but what I hate the most is having the Blue family's blood in my veins. My father had the Blue family's most orthodox bloodline, but what happened to him in the end? He lived a life worse than a dog in the Blue family. When I became a soul cultivator, your first thought wasn't that a genius had appeared in the family, right? You brought me to Nanling City and swayed around in front of the princes, afraid that I wouldn't be able to get married? Without your consent, would Lonely Ing have been able to silently kidnap my parents in Suxianju? What am I in your eyes? Am I a commodity? A commodity that will solidify the Blue family's position? Have you ever treated me like a person? Have you ever cared about my feelings? I am also a person. Blue Rain's voice was very calm, but it was like a slap to the Blue family's faces. Blue Sky's expression didn't change, but a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. As for Blue River, his body emitted a baleful aura, but he stealthily retracted it. He lowered his head, as if to hide the anger in his heart. Cherry's eyes reddened as she held Blue Rain's hand tightly. She sympathized with Blue Rain's predicament, or else she wouldn't have been so intimate with Blue Rain. At the same time, her face revealed a sense of helplessness. To outsiders, being in a rich and powerful family made them look glorious and mighty. But how many people knew how much helplessness and filthy things were hidden under their bright and beautiful appearance? Blue Rain did not cry. Instead, he grabbed Yi Qinghan and Cherry Blossom's hands tightly as he looked at the experts and elders around him with pride. She was actually a very emotional person. She often cried, but she felt that she could cry alone, in front of her parents and her man. However, he could not do it in front of these people because they were not worthy. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just looked at the Blue Sky coldly, as if waiting for his explanation. Blue Sky Wooden Pipe dodged a little, did not speak, and fell silent. On the side, Blue River was a bit anxious. He lifted his head and the anger in his eyes disappeared. With an awkward smile, he bowed and nodded his head. It's all my fault. Blue Rain, Second Grandpa has let you down. You have to understand that everything Second Grandpa did was for your own good. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll kill you. A cold shout suddenly rang out, rudely interrupting Blue River's words. It was incomparably rude and even contained a threat. The expressions of all the experts of the Lan family changed once again. Even Blue Sky's expression darkened slightly. Blue River's eyes were filled with anger, but he didn't dare say a word as he looked at the owner of the voice. Yi Qinghan looked at Lan River in disdain. He didn't care about the expressions and gazes of the Lan family's experts. He said coldly to Lan Tian, the South Mountain Sovereign can destroy your Lan family. He can do the same. Cherry Blossoms, leave. Go to South Mountain City. Accompanying Yi Qinghan's words was a cold air that resembled the extreme north of the celestial world. Under Yi Qinghan's surging killing intent, the hundreds of experts from the Lan family felt their souls turn cold. They were alarmed. This homicidal demon king was indeed as the rumors said. How many people did he have to kill to have such a terrifying killing intent? Yi Qinghan brought Cherry Blossoms with him as he slowly walked towards the entrance of Su's immortal abode. He no longer looked at Blue Sky, Blue River, and the others. All the experts of the Lan family looked at Yi Qinghan in fear. They hurriedly gave way and watched as Yi Qinghan and the others disappeared from their sight. Patriarch, this frigid night sovereign is too unreasonable. After Blue River saw Yi Qinghan off, his expression suddenly changed. His face was filled with malevolence as he spoke to Blue Sky furiously. Pa! His reply was a resounding slap. Blue Sky's killing intent surged as he glared at Blue River coldly and roared, "You idiot! Are you not comfortable until you kill the Lan family? Scram to the back of the mountain and go into seclusion for 100 years. Scram." Seeing the furious Blue Sky, Blue River was afraid. He dejectedly teleported away. All the other experts of the Lan family knelt down and prostrated on the ground. They kept quiet out of fear and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Send someone to notify Lonely Cherry that Lan Yu and her parents have already been expelled from the Lan family. Her matter has nothing to do with the Lan family. Also tell him that Yi Qinghan took Lan Yu to Nanling City. Lan Yu, you will temporarily lead the Lan family. I will go meet the sovereign and personally explain things. Blue Sky quickly gave a few orders and disappeared from the scene. Su Immortal abode. Yi Qinghan brought Lan Yu and cherry blossoms and flew towards the teleportation formation. Lan Yu pulled Yi Qinghan's hand with a face full of happiness. Cherry blossoms stood to the side with a face full of excitement. It was as if the place Yi Qinghan was going to cause trouble was not her Ying family. Yi Qinghan's body trembled as the gray armor on his body turned to dust. He twisted his body and said with a smile, Lan Yu, don't worry. It's nothing serious. I will handle it. Lan Yu nodded her head forcefully. Yi Qinghan's dominance had completely conquered her. Which woman didn't wish for their man to be powerful and domineering? Moreover, it was a powerful domineering display for him. Brother-in-law, why didn't you teleport us? Cherry Blossoms suddenly asked. She had always been curious about this but didn't dare ask. Now, she couldn't help but ask. Yi Qinghan looked at Empress Rain with a face full of doubt. He whispered with a smile, actually, I don't know how to teleport. The two of them exclaimed in shock. Then, they recalled what Yi Qinghan had said in Blue Rain Court and seemed to understand. They looked at Yi Qinghan with strange gazes. This person was truly a freak. The number one freak in the celestial realm. Su's residence was not far from Su Immortal City Square. Moments later, the trio flew to the side of the teleportation array. Clearly, the situation inside was unknown to those outside. There was no commotion, and very few people in Blue Rain knew Cherry Blossoms. However, Cherry Blossom's appearance caused many people to fall to their knees. Yi Qinghan did not say a word, but Cherry Blossoms spoke up indifferently, gesturing for them to activate the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, the trio appeared in South Mountain City. However, the atmosphere in South Mountain City was somewhat odd. There were nearly no pedestrians on the square, but there were several times the number of guards. Furthermore, every guard looked unfriendly. There were also countless sounds of people tearing through the air. Clearly, there were countless warriors rushing over. News sure travels fast. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and thought nothing of it. He ignored the watchful eyes of the guards around him and flew straight for City Lord Manor with Lan Yu and Cherry Blossoms. Chapter 998. The City Lord's mansion was located at the north of the plaza. When Yi Qinghan arrived at the plaza, he saw countless guards rushing towards the City Lord's mansion from all directions. Furthermore, the teleportation formation on the plaza kept flashing, and countless figures appeared. These figures flashed and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in front of the City Lord's mansion. Obviously, they were the venerables of the southern mountain continent. The number of experts in front of City Lord Manor increased. Moments later, there were more than 10 supremacies and tens of thousands of soldiers. These people had clearly received orders as their gazes locked onto Yi Qinghan as though they were facing a formidable foe. Is Solitary Ying a fool? He actually gathered so many people. Is there any use in numbers? If these people knew of your identity, they probably wouldn't dare come, right? Lan Yu said with a sneer. The Lan family was a large family clan and her strength was not weak either. Of course, she knew that no matter how many people there were, they would be sending themselves to their deaths in front of a will. There was no difference between 1 supremacy and 100 supremacies. Cherry Blossoms was puzzled as well. These people clearly did not know of Yi Qinghan's identity. They had only rushed over after receiving orders. She said in puzzlement, that's right. Why is the family head so foolish? He's not foolish. Yi Qinghan said with a faint smile. He ignored the countless murderous gazes and explained, he gathered these people to lure South Ridge Sovereign out. If I were to smack so many supremacies to death, the South Ridge continent would suffer a huge blow. Once South Ridge Sovereign learns of this, he will have no choice but to appear. Little Han, what do we do? Lan Yu was a little flustered. After all, South Ridge Sovereign was a powerful existence that had been famous for 1,000,000 years. Yi Qinghan had just broken through to the 9th grade and he did not even know how to teleport. She was obviously worried. Don't be afraid. Watch me. Yi Qinghan smiled calmly and patted Lan Yu's palm. With the two of them, he flew into the sky and stopped 1,000 meters in front of City Lord Manor. He amplified his divine power and roared, "Solitary Ing, get out here! Solitary Ing, get out here! Get out here!" Yi Qinghan's powerful god power amplified his voice. Although there were many people in front of the City Lord's mansion, it was completely silent. Although there were millions of residents watching from around the square, none of them dared to make a sound. The moment Yi Qinghan bellowed, he felt as though a clap of thunder had exploded in Nanling City. The huge echo reverberated in the square for a long time. Blue Rain and Cherry Blossoms were dumbfounded as they exchanged looks. Yi Qinghan actually attacked directly, and it was the most barbaric declaration of war, leaving no room for maneuver. The tens of thousands of official army soldiers and more than a dozen venerables in front of the City Lord's mansion were also dumbfounded. On the other hand, the martial artists and residents around the square were shocked. Many of them trembled, and many even burst into tears from excitement. How many years has it been? How many years had it been since he had seen such a shocking scene? There was actually someone at the South Mountain Square, asking the South Mountain City Lord, the head of the Ing family, the favorite descendant of the South Mountain sovereign, to come out? This is 2F** King exciting. Who was this azure-robed man? This question instantly lingered in the minds of all the warriors present. No one was a fool. Lone Ing Cheng's order was very strange. Furthermore, this person clearly knew that Lone Ing Cheng wanted to deal with him, yet he had swaggered to City Lord's mansion and shouted at it. This meant that he was not a fool, but an expert, a pinnacle expert. If he wasn't a pinnacle expert, who would dare shout here? Furthermore, this person looked familiar to countless people. After Yi Qinghan shouted, the image in countless people's minds instantly overlapped with the person in front of them. Most of the people present had never seen the portrait before, but with a thought, they guessed the person's identity. The number of people in the divine world who could curse here could be counted on 2 hands. At that moment, there were more than a dozen supremacies in front of him, and the Ing family supremacies had yet to take action. And this person did not appear to be a fool. That meant that he disregarded supremacies. In other words, he was more impressive than supremacies. He was a monarch, an invincible 9th-grade war god. And the monarchs of the divine world had always been elusive. They rarely appeared in front of the public, let alone shouted in front of everyone. The only explanation was that he was the youngest monarch of the divine world, that hot-headed monarch Qing, the one who killed without batting an eye, the one who never played by the rules, frigid night monarch. Around the plaza, more and more people began to cry. They were too excited. Monarch. 4 low-level warriors like them, being able to see a supremacy was already an honor. Now, they could actually see the youngest, most legendary, and most murderous monarch in the history of the divine world. Furthermore, it seemed like they could personally see a monarch in action. Whoosh! In midair, the space fluctuated and 5 figures appeared out of thin air. The main character had appeared. Greetings, frigid night monarch. The 5 people stood in a straight line with Yi Qinghan. Although the 5 of them said greetings, they only casually cupped their hands and did not bow. Their expressions were cold. Especially the supremacy at the very front. His eyes were fixed on Lan Yu, who was beside Yi Qinghan. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Greetings, frigid night monarch. The warriors below woke up and knelt down on one knee. Although they understood that this person had a grudge against lonely Ing Cheng, they subconsciously treated him as an enemy. However, a monarch was the pinnacle of warriors. As a warrior, they still had to show respect and courtesy to the strongest of the warriors. Wasn't the battle not starting yet? Yi Qinghan coldly sized up the supremacy at the very front. Solitary Ing had a dignified appearance. His dark blue hair was tied into a scholar's bun, and he wore a gorgeous golden robe. Every movement he made was filled with a domineering aura. Unfortunately, the gloominess in his eyes caused his entire temperament to change. Without wasting any words, Yi Qinghan said tyrannically, "Hand over Lan Yu's parents, and this matter will be over. Otherwise..." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless people's eyes locked onto Lan Yu, who was beside Yi Qinghan. They all understood the cause of this matter. Since ancient times, femme fatale. Back then, monarch Tianqi, Mo Shanghuang, started a massacre because of a woman from the bewitching demon race. The matter between lonely Ying Cheng and Lan Yu had already spread throughout the South Mountain continent. Recently, they were even preparing for their wedding. No one expected that a man would appear out of nowhere. Moreover, it was the legendary frigid night monarch of the divine realm. The gloominess in lonely Ying Cheng's eyes intensified, but he didn't panic at all. He cupped his hands and said, "Frigid night monarch, are you mistaken? You are the one who should release my fiancée. Lan Yu and I have been engaged for a long time. This is something that everyone in the divine realm knows. As for uncle and auntie, as the son-in-law, lonely Ying Cheng naturally treats them as esteemed guests. Could it be that frigid night monarch wants to use his strength to forcefully snatch my wife?" Lonely Ying Cheng's words were logical and reasonable. He used the sad card and even put on a hat at the end. His words were extremely incisive. Empress Rain's expression changed, and she trembled with anger. Although she knew that lonely Ying Cheng was distorting the truth, she didn't know what to say to refute him. Although not everyone in the divine realm knew about her engagement with lonely Ying Cheng, everyone in the South Mountain continent knew about it. "Hee, you want to play with this young master? This young master grew up playing with this. Blue Rain, back off. Leave everything to me." The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth revealed a trace of a smile as he laughed lightly. He patted Empress Rain's shoulder and had her back off. Only then did he stare at lonely Ying Cheng with a smile for a long time. He stared at lonely Ying Cheng until his hair stood on end. Only then did he say, "Bullsh**T." As expected, Yi Qinghan once again didn't play by the rules. He didn't care about his identity as a monarch and acted like a street hooligan as he directly burst out with vulgarities. The might of this move was huge. Everyone present was stunned and scared silly. More people burst into tears. Big brother? He could play like this? Yi Qinghan didn't care about the crowd. He extended his index finger and pointed at lonely Ying Cheng's face arrogantly. He scolded, "You say you have an engagement with Blue Rain, so you think you have an engagement? Call the Blue family's patriarch out and see if there is an engagement? Blue Rain and I got to know each other in Sealed God Valley and spent a long time together. Why didn't you save her at that time? If it wasn't for this young master, would Blue Rain have left Sealed God Valley? You little dog, have you gone crazy thinking about women? You dare to steal my woman? Just one word, are you going to hand her over or not? This young master dared to kill one. 3 billion people. I don't mind carrying more blood on my back. This young master will count to 3. If you don't hand her over, I will kill without mercy." Chapter 999. Before Yi Qinghan could finish his words, countless people were already sweating profusely. When he finished his last sentence, countless people began to tremble. Who the hell was this? This was the legendary monarch? This king bastard was simply a bandit, calling the Lan family to confront him? If he could bring someone from the Lan family out, it clearly meant that the Lan family did not want to offend either side. If he offended either side, wouldn't he be annihilated? He had spent a long time with Blue Rain in Sealed God Valley. It sounded like the two of them had been together for tens of thousands of years. Actually, many people and families had seen Yi Qinghan's information and knew that Yi Qinghan had only stayed in Sealed God Valley for a few decades. His last sentence was even more unbearable. He directly used his monarch status and his peak strength to suppress others. He did not speak politely and directly started killing. Most importantly, his words could not be refuted. Did he call the Lan family to confront him? Did he not bring Blue Rain out from Sealed God Valley? He even dared to kill one. 3 billion people. This was not just to scare people. At this moment, the seawater outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion was even redder than elsewhere. Countless people looked at Yi Qinghan in worship. What was domineering? This was domineering. There was no logic in the divine world. The fist was the strongest. The iron rules of the divine world were even more unbearable. Those were rules created by several big shots. How could the rules control the people who made the rules? The countless warriors in front of the city lord's mansion and the dozen or so venerables started to panic when they saw the killing intent that Yi Qinghan was slowly releasing and the sharp gaze of a sword. They started to curse Lonely Ying Cheng in their hearts. If they still did not understand that Lonely Ying had sent them here to make Yi Qinghan feel apprehensive and make the South Mountain sovereign appear, then they were all pigs. But Yi Qinghan dared to slap dozens of supremacies to death. Would he care about a dozen supremacies? The South Mountain sovereign hadn't appeared for a long time, and everyone's hair stood on end. As Yi Qinghan counted to 1, more than half of the supremacies wanted to teleport. The martial artists nearby were all excited. Their eyes were wide open, afraid to miss even a second. A battle between sovereigns. To be able to see his mother once in a lifetime, it was worth it. 2. Yi Qinghan stretched out 2 fingers, and his killing intent became even stronger. At the same time, he began to transmit a message to Yao Ji. The Dream Palace was a very special divine artifact. The coordinates to enter the God realm were not fixed. Instead, wherever Yi Qinghan was, the enchantress would be able to instantly lock onto that coordinate. Cherry blossoms, are you sure you don't want to leave the South Ridge continent? After the transmission, Yi Qinghan began sending cherry blossoms of voice transmission. Cherry blossoms stood behind him the entire time without wavering. And strangely, after Lonely Ying and company appeared, none of them gave cherry blossoms a glance. It was as though she wasn't a member of the Ying family. Or perhaps, they felt that the Ying family would lose face if they stood against the Ying family with someone else. Heh, I'm actually no different from the Ying family's side relatives. After my father died in battle, the Ying family no longer treats me as a prince. Cherry Blossom's voice transmission was very desolate, and there was even a hint of sarcasm in it. Ever since the Soul Emperor Pavilion, all her subordinates had betrayed her and become the bald commander. She had lost all hope for the Ying family. Alright, don't resist. Blue Rain, don't worry. Uncle and Auntie, I will definitely bring them to your side safely. Yi Qinghan turned his head and gave Blue Rain a resolute look. Blue Rain and Cherry Blossoms nodded before vanishing without any warning. Following that, Yi Qinghan slowly turned his head and looked at Lonely Ying. He bellowed, "One word. Are you going to hand them over or not?" Lonely Ying remained silent as his eyes turned even more sinister. The corners of his mouth even suffused a cruel smile. For a person to enter seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years for a woman, going from the godly monarch realm to the high-grade supremacy realm, it could be said that his personality had changed. Death was nothing to him. Most importantly, he wasn't a fool. He believed that the South Ridge sovereign would definitely not watch as more than half of the South Ridge continent's experts were wiped out by Yi Qinghan. Therefore he said, "No." With the 2 words, Lonely Ying Cheng, all the supremacies had a change in expression. Even the 4 supremacies from the Ying family wore looks of horror. The army that numbered in the tens of thousands was in even worse states. Countless people began to tremble because Yi Qinghan had vanished. What replaced it was a pressure that seemed to come from the 9 heavens. Everyone's body sank slightly. Solitary Ying and the other 4 were all pressed down. The moment the 5 of them landed on the ground, the bluestone bricks on the plaza shattered into countless pieces. A gigantic face appeared in the sky. The gigantic face seemed very clear. The eyes were the eyes, the nose was the nose, and the mouth was the mouth. However, it looked very blurry. Although one could see it clearly, one could not retain the memory of this face in one's mind. With the appearance of this gigantic face, even the wind stopped blowing across the entire South Ridge city. It was as if black clouds were pressing down, suffocating everyone. This massive pressure did not just press down on the bodies of the martial artists in the city, but also directly pressed down on their souls. This feeling was like an ordinary person facing a demonic beast that was dozens of meters tall. They felt so tiny and powerless. Willpower. This was the power of willpower. Under the envelopment of willpower, space was frozen. Everyone could only think, but they could not move. They could not even breathe. Under willpower, no one could stop it. These words were not empty words. At this moment, the tens of millions of people in the city truly felt the heavenly might of willpower. Heavenly might could not be resisted. Really dared to make a move. This was the first thought that came to the minds of all the martial artists in South Ridge City. This time, not only did the martial artists and supremacies in front of the city lord begin to feel fear, even the souls of all the martial artists in the city began to tremble. Everyone knew that when the frigid night sovereign's palm struck down, not even a single divine crystal was left behind for 1.3 billion people. And there were only tens of millions of people in South Ridge City. Under the suppressive might, even lonely Ying Cheng's confidence began to waver. He had always thought that he was not afraid of death, but ever since he became the king of South Ridge City, he began to enjoy the endless benefits that authority brought him. His mentality began to change subtly. At this moment he suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. How could he die like this? No, absolutely not. Countless supremacies began to regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have teleported away. After all, their lives were their own. But everyone knew that it was too late. The pressure in the sky was becoming increasingly heavy. That mountain-like spatial power seemed as if it would come crashing down in the next second. It would crush them to pieces. Humph! A faint, cold snort suddenly resounded in the sky like the gospel of a savior. Following this cold snort, the massive pressure above South Ridge City melted away like snow. It felt as if dark clouds were pressing down and a storm was about to descend, but as the sun shone down, the sky suddenly cleared up. When the pressure faded away and everyone regained control of their bodies, they felt their backs drenched in sweat. Their faces revealed the joy of surviving a calamity. No one could care about wiping the sweat off their faces. Their gazes all locked onto the northern part of the city, locking onto a giant face that had suddenly appeared. This was a giant face that was even more domineering and arrogant than Yi Qinghan's. At this moment, everyone began to tremble. They knew that their guardian god had arrived. Their true king had arrived. Chapter 1000. Yi Qinghan, what's the meaning of this? The South Mountain's sovereign had to show up. His descendants were about to be slapped to death. If he didn't show up, he wouldn't be a sovereign anymore. He thought that Yi Qinghan was just scaring them. At first, he wanted to watch the show from the side and see the hearts of his subordinates. Solitary Ying Cheng made him look at him in a new light. This kid's temper was as stubborn as his. He was glad that the sovereigns of the South Mountains didn't leave. No matter what, he had succeeded as the South Mountains sovereign. However, Yi Qinghan had made him very unhappy. You didn't care about your identity as a sovereign and bullied people in South Mountain City. You actually dared to kill them? Do you think I'm a fake sovereign? When I became one of the 8 sovereigns, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. Ying Kuei, what's the meaning of this? Your descendants kidnapped my father-in-law and mother-in-law and refused to release them. Since you don't want to show up, I can only teach these unfilial descendants a lesson on your behalf. Yi Qinghan's lazy voice resounded. Since the South Mountain sovereign had called him by his name, and his tone was a little unfriendly, it was obvious that he didn't care about him when they first met. He wasn't going to be polite anymore. He was always like this. If others respected him, he would return the favor tenfold. Although he was a sovereign, his character hadn't changed. Humph! My descendants don't need you to teach them a lesson. The South Mountain sovereign's tone became even colder. Yi Qinghan's words didn't give him any face. If Yi Qinghan wasn't related to Lord Devour, he would have started a fight already. Did he really think that just because he had comprehended the eternal space by luck, he could be compared to the real sovereigns who had broken through using the ultimate mystery? He suppressed the anger in his heart and said indifferently, "For Jia Wu's sake, retreat. I will treat it as if nothing happened today." Yi Qinghan was silent, but he started to send a message to Lord Devour. Although he was using the space power and heaven and earth energy to create a giant face, Yi Qinghan's body didn't change. He was just hiding inside the giant face. Sovereigns all liked to be mysterious. Of course, he would not destroy the image of a sovereign in the hearts of ordinary martial artists for no reason. The moment Yi Qinghan fell silent, all the cultivators in Nanling City became excited. What did this mean? This showed how domineering their sovereign was. With a single sentence, he was able to scare the arrogant, frigid night sovereign. Countless people even began to imagine how Yi Qinghan would escape from Nanling City with his tail between his legs. Yi Qinghan didn't mind it. He simply told Lord Devour what had happened. Lord Devour's reply came fast, with only a few words. "If you want to fight, let's fight." Yi Qinghan was shaken. Lord Devour never lied. When he said it, he meant it. Of course, he was sure that he wanted to fight. Not to mention that Lord Devour had given him so much confidence, even if he didn't have Lord Devour's support, he would still do it. He was indebted to the Empress of Rain. Furthermore, she was his woman. When he was still the seventh son of the Yi family, he dared to use a brick to knock out the second young master of the Yi family. Right now, the Southern Mountains sovereign was a lower rank 9. He was also a lower rank 9. What was there to be afraid of? Therefore he said, "Hand him over. I'll leave immediately." "I gave you face, but you don't want it." The Southern Mountains sovereign cursed. Actually, he was very clear about this matter. Since Yi Qinghan took Blue Rain away, it was equivalent to him losing face. Now, he still wanted him to hand him over? Wasn't this telling the entire immortal world that he, the Southern Mountains sovereign, was afraid of Yi Qinghan? Did he still want his face? Without face, the hearts of the people would scatter. How could he lead the team? Qinghan, leave. The Southern Mountains sovereign raised his voice and emphasized the word, leave. Even a fool could hear the anger in these words. It was obvious that the Southern Mountains sovereign was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. The fact that he didn't flip out was already giving Yi Qinghan face. Ha! An ear-piercing laughter rang out in the sky above the Southern Mountains sovereign. As soon as the Southern Mountains sovereign finished speaking, it immediately rang out. The laughter came from the giant face in the square. It was extremely loud and resounded throughout the entire Southern Mountain city. Even the mountains in the distance echoed. The monsters hidden in the mountains in the distance fled in all directions in fear. The birds flew away in all directions. The Southern Mountains sovereign's expression changed. Others couldn't see it, but Yi Qinghan could feel it. The sovereign controlled the power of space. He didn't need to use his divine sense. Just the power of space alone could sense every movement in his surroundings. This was also why it was difficult for a sovereign to be ambushed. No matter how you ambushed him, the space would still fluctuate, right? Lonely Ying's expression changed. The expressions of the over 20 supremacies changed. The expressions of the tens of millions of martial artists below the city changed. The laughter was ear-piercing. Even a pig could feel the mockery. It was a blatant slap in the face and a declaration of war. Slapping the Southern Mountains sovereign's face made them feel even more uncomfortable than slapping their faces. If it was a declaration of war between two sovereigns, when the nest was overturned, how could the eggs remain intact? The laughter finally stopped. Yi Qinghan's domineering voice was accompanied by a powerful prowess that enveloped the entire Southern Mountains city once again. He only said 2 words. However, these 2 words were abnormally firm and without any intention of negotiation. "Hand over the person. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Come to the east of the city. If you slap me to death, you will have the final say in the entire Southern Mountains continent." The Southern Mountains sovereign couldn't tolerate it any longer. He was very experienced and had a strong backing. He didn't care about many of the sovereigns in the immortal world. If any random sovereign came over and slapped him in the face, how could he continue living in the immortal world? Therefore, his words were filled with boundless killing intent. It was a direct declaration of war. Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid. He was even a little excited when he spoke. He wanted to experience a battle between sovereigns. Just as he was about to control the giant face to move, an indifferent voice interrupted his actions. "In Kuei, give me face and forget about this matter. Let him go." The voice belonged to a man. It sounded abruptly and very faintly. Under everyone's astonished gaze, another giant face appeared in the south of Southern Mountain City. Many people were unfamiliar with this face, but Yi Qinghan and In Kuei were very familiar with it. Jida actually came. The Southern Mountains sovereign was preparing to go out of the city to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Although he wouldn't slap him to death, he would slap him until he was half dead. That woman probably wouldn't say anything. He didn't expect that the peacemaker would come. Jida actually came out personally for Yi Qinghan? "Jida, it's not that I don't give you face. It's the frigid night sovereign who doesn't give me face. Naturally, I won't give him face. The Southern Mountains sovereign was in a pinch. Since someone was going to be the peacemaker and Jido was here, Yi Qinghan obviously wouldn't casually make a move. Since that was the case, he had to show his stance. Then, are you going to give me face? Just as the martial artists below were incomparably shocked, excited, and glad that they could see three sovereigns at the same time, an emotionless female voice sounded again. Then, in front of everyone's stupefied gazes, another giant face condensed. This giant face didn't wait for the Southern Mountains sovereign to reply and said in an incomparably domineering manner, "Hand him over or else. Southern Mountain City will be turned into ashes." The four sovereigns had gathered in Southern Mountain City. Lord Devour had arrived. His appearance was still incomparably domineering. He was even more domineering than the Toyota tyranny. Chapter 1001. The Soul Emperor had many women under him, and two of them were the most famous, Enchantress and Dancing Maiden. The Enchantress charms the world and kills people invisibly. The dancer is cold-blooded and merciless. She kills people like slaughtering dogs. Devour Butterfly Dance. This name was given by the Soul Emperor. Back then, the Butterfly Dance battle god had caused the god bandits of the Wandering Sea to tremble in fear. She had never left anyone alive. She was the Soul Emperor's #1 killer. After the Soul Emperor died, Lord Devour changed her name to Devour Butterfly. She told the divine world that this butterfly of hers wouldn't fly anymore. In truth, after the Soul Emperor had died, Diawu had rarely killed anyone. The only time she had fought were for Yi Qinghan. Today, Lord Devour bared her fangs one more time. It was also for Yi Qinghan. As soon as she opened her mouth, she said that she wanted to massacre the entire city. If Yi Qinghan didn't give the Southern Mountains sovereign any face, then Lord Devour was slapping him in the face without giving him any face at all. The beating was loud and clear. The South Mountain sovereign's face changed completely. He had always disliked Lord Devour, so naturally, he didn't treat Yi Qinghan well either. He also knew that Lord Devour didn't like him. However, he didn't expect that Lord Devour would tear all pretense of cordiality and bully him. However, he didn't know how to respond to this. If he released him, he would lose all his face. If he didn't, should he? This crazy woman was capable of anything. It was possible that she would be the first sovereign to die in the divine world in the past several million years. Yi Qinghan kept silent. Since Lord Devour was here, it wasn't appropriate for him to say anything. The ethereal monarch also kept quiet. He knew that the real boss of the ethereal continent was this woman. In this world, the strongest fist was the absolute truth. Nanling City was completely silent. Even the sound of someone farting could shake the surroundings. Of course, even if someone wanted to fart right now, they would hold it back. Buzz. Apparently, Lord Devour wasn't that patient. The space fluctuated, and Lord Devour's face disappeared, replaced by a big hand, a big, beautiful hand that was even bigger than the square of South Mountain City. But that wasn't important. What was important was that this giant hand was slowly descending towards the front of the City Lord's mansion. This crazy woman. The South Mountain's sovereign cursed in his heart. This crazy woman really dared to kill without any warning. He hurriedly roared, "Diawu, stop. Loaning Chinglet." Bang. Before he could finish, his words were replaced by an earth-shattering sound. After Lord Devour appeared, Solitary Ing wanted to release them, but Ing Kue didn't say anything. At this moment, he also wanted to release them, but he couldn't. The South Mountain sovereign's bellow didn't make the gigantic hand tremble or stop. Instead, it slammed down on the square. Coincidentally, there was a finger that covered the 5 venerables of Lone Cherry City. Dust flew into the air, and the entire Nanling City shook. Countless tall buildings collapsed, and on the huge square, a huge and clear palm print covered the entire square. This palm strike was very particular, it was very imposing, but it didn't kill many people. Only 5 died, the 5 supreme experts of the Ing family. However, the South Mountain sovereign's heart was bleeding and his face was twitching. However, he didn't dare to move. He couldn't even speak properly. This was because Yi Qinghan and the Misty Monarch moved. The two giant faces turned into two giant hands, and three giant hands appeared in the sky. The South Mountain Sovereign knew that if he dared to move just now, he would probably be the next one to attack, and it would be three simultaneous attacks. In the Misty Continent, there was a crazy woman. Now, there was an even crazier person than Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and from the looks of it, Jida was also led astray. Lord Devour's cold voice floated over again, still incomparably domineering. You said it too late. Let me ask you again, are you going to let them go? Let them go. The South Mountain Sovereign's two words were almost squeezed out through gritted teeth. The anger and coldness in his words weren't concealed at all. Yi Qinghan and the other two could feel that the South Mountain Sovereign's face had already turned black. Aggrieved. Incomparably aggrieved. This was the third time in his life that he had suffered such humiliation. The first time was when his woman was snatched away, so he killed that person's entire family. The second time was even more unbearable. After becoming a sovereign, no one dared to be disrespectful to him, except for this woman, this crazy woman, and now Yi Qinghan. Although his heart was already burning, he didn't act rashly. Not to mention Lord Devour, just Jida and Yi Qinghan were enough to make him suffer. He was a sovereign, yes, but there were three of them. They were quickly brought out. Lan Yu's parents were both god emperors, but from the looks of it, they were god emperors that refined divine crystals. The two of them were terrified. Ever since they knew that solitary Ying Cheng had come out of seclusion and became the Ying family head, they had been terrified. At this moment, they were looking at the giant palm on the plaza and the four giant faces in the sky. They were scared out of their wits, and their bodies were trembling. Buzz. Yi Qinghan's giant face disappeared, and Yi Qinghan slowly flew down. He smiled at the two of them and said, "Uncle, Auntie, I frightened you. Lan Yu asked me to bring you back." Lan Yu's father moved his lips, but he didn't dare to speak. He looked like an honest farmer. On the other hand, Lan Yu's mother wiped her hands and said with a trembling voice, "Lord, do you know our little Yu?" The two of them didn't have a high position in the family, and it could even be said that they were no different from servants. However, they were from big families, and they had seen important people before. They were very confused. Didn't the giant faces in the sky represent sovereigns? But there were four giant faces just now. Could there be four sovereigns? The two of them didn't dare to believe this. Moreover, this smiling young man in front of them seemed to be a giant face, and he was still calling them uncle and auntie? At this moment, Nanling City was so strange that the two of them were a little confused. However, Lan Yu's mother felt that calling him Lord wasn't wrong. Yi Qinghan didn't know how to explain, so he directly sent a message to Yao Ji and had Lan Yu come out. Yao Ji immediately sent Lan Yu out. The mysterious place of the Dream Palace was revealed once more. As long as Yi Qinghan was there, he could instantly lock onto his coordinates. As soon as Lan Yu appeared, she saw her haggard parents. She burst into tears and threw herself into her mother's embrace. Lan Yu's parents were clearly very excited. They thought that Lan Yu had died. Not long ago, they heard that Lan Yu had appeared in the Misty Continent. Then they were suddenly captured. Now that they saw Lan Yu, how could they not be excited? "Father, mother, blue rain has caused you to suffer." Lan Yu knelt on the ground. Her mother also knelt on the ground. The two of them were a complete mess of tears. Blue Rain's father looked here and there anxiously. He was nervous, excited, and mostly afraid. "Lan Yu, tell your parents not to resist." Yi Qinghan smiled as he looked at Lan Yu. This wasn't a place to chat. Since they had kidnapped and killed people, it was best to retreat first. After sending the three of them to the Dream Palace, Yi Qinghan was just about to send a message to Lord Devour when he discovered something strange. Lord Devour and the Misty Monarch weren't there. The sky was just a condensed image. He couldn't lock onto them, so he could only send a message. Go to the Dream Palace and then directly come back. After receiving Lord Devour's message, Yi Qinghan nodded. He waved his hand at the Southern Mountain Monarch as if saying goodbye. Then he disappeared and entered the Dream Palace. As Yi Qinghan disappeared, the two giant faces of the Misty Monarch and Lord Devour also gradually faded. They quietly left, just like they had quietly come. They didn't leave a single word, but they left behind a handprint that covered the entire plaza. It was as if they were mocking everyone. Chapter 1002. Bang! The South Mountain's sovereign's face also disappeared. What was left was a huge hand. Of course, he didn't slap down towards the city. Instead, he slapped towards the towering mountain in the east of the city. There was a huge mountain in the east called South Ridge Mountain. It was 10,000 meters tall and was once a famous scenic spot in the South Ridge continent. It was also one of the symbols of South Ridge City. Under the South Ridge sovereign's rage, the entire mountain was slapped in half. Mud and stones flew everywhere and countless low-level demonic beasts were smashed into powder. The scene was extremely shocking. The millions of people in the city heard the roar in their ears. They all knelt on one knee in fear. They knew that the South Ridge sovereign was furious and aggrieved. In fact, they were equally furious and aggrieved. Of course, there was also a tinge of relief. But what could they do? There were 3 sovereigns over there. Moreover, there was no right or wrong in this matter. In the God world, experts were respected. Even if Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and Kid killed the South Ridge sovereign and turned South Ridge City into ashes, no one in the God world dared to say anything. No one in the God realm dared to say anything. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame Ing Kuei, who asked him to snatch a woman from the frigid night sovereign. Having the strength to snatch a woman was domineering. Without the strength, it was courting death. The world was just that cruel. After the slap, the South Ridge sovereign didn't care about South Ridge City anymore. The giant hand suddenly disappeared and so did his body. He started to teleport towards the Star Sea. His teleportation speed was very fast. The space in the South Ridge continent was rather stable. After a while, he arrived at the Star Sea. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued teleporting. The distance he teleported did not change, as though he didn't see the space cracks in the Star Sea. Monarchs had the ability to control space, so they could indeed ignore these small cracks. Even if they were sucked in, they could just come out. Moreover, they were extremely sensitive to space. How could they be sucked in so easily? Li Kong, open the barrier. I want to see Lord. Ing Kuei appeared above the Supreme Island in an instant and frowned as he looked down at the flickering barrier. He knew about this barrier. Even if he wanted to enter, it would be impossible unless he forcefully attacked. Therefore, he could only rely on the power of space to lock onto Li Kong and transmit his voice. Li Kong had been in a bad mood recently. How could he be in a good mood after someone died in his family? His most beloved son had died. There were originally 3 venerables in the family, but now there were only 2. Most importantly, his cyan netherworld battle armor was gone. It was a super supreme grade battle armor that could defend against any venerable's attack. The reason why he became the number 1 venerable was because of this battle armor. The God Realm's one and only set of battle armor, goddammit, was smashed to pieces by Yi Qinghan. At this moment, he was sitting in the newly built courtyard, cursing and cursing Yi Qinghan. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly spread the rumor and call him by his name? He subconsciously wanted to curse, but his body shuddered. His fat head bounced up and down as he knelt down on one knee. Li Kong greets South Ridge Sovereign. Activate the shield. The South Mountain's sovereign used his divine senses to lock onto Li Kong. Of course, he knew what Li Kong was talking about. He transmitted his voice once more with an extremely cold tone. This? Li Kong hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, Sir, it's not that I don't want to open it, but the monarch has given a death order. Unless someone attacks Supreme Island, he is not to be disturbed. If I disturb him, he will kill me. Also, I think he might not. See you now. The South Mountain's sovereign's face darkened. His eyes flickered before he snorted and teleported towards the north. The north of the God Realm was the Wind Moon continent. At the northernmost part of the Wind Moon continent was a sea. In the sea, there was an island. The island was huge, almost a quarter of the size of the Misty continent. But not many people in the God Realm knew about this continent, because ordinary people couldn't find this continent at all. It was obvious that Ing Kuei wasn't an ordinary person. After teleporting for a day, He arrived at an island covered in ice and snow. The god realm didn't have lightning or rain, let alone ice and snow. Unless it was created by an artifact like the flying snow island. But this island was made of real ice and snow because there were countless ice blocks and icebergs floating on the surface of the sea. In reality, this wasn't created by an artifact. This island was called Ice and Snow Island. An ancient race lived on the island, the Ice and Snow race. The person Ing Kuei went to meet was the island lord of Ice and Snow Island. Ing Kuei requests an audience with the queen. Outside Ice and Snow Island, Ing Kuei stood in the void. He cupped his hands and bowed. His etiquette was very thoughtful and respectful. If Ing Kuei was the boss in the South Mountains continent, he was the grandson here. "Come in." An ethereal voice came. It was a cold voice. It was a woman's voice. Ing Kuei bowed again and flew inside. It wasn't that he couldn't teleport here, but he didn't dare to. Flying into Ice and Snow Island, he saw white along the way. The trees were white and had no green leaves. Even under the snow, these trees didn't freeze to death. Wooden houses could be seen everywhere. Of course, it was also white. It was so white that it was boring. But Ing Kuei didn't find it boring. Because the cold-looking beauties were the most beautiful scene. The women here were like ice sculptures. They were breathtakingly beautiful. There were only women here, and they were all beauties. They liked to wear snow-white dresses and had cold expressions on their faces. Looking at this place that he loved and hated, Ing Kuei's smile didn't diminish. Instead, he became more respectful. He had lived on this island for many years. He had also broken through to rank 9 on this island. Ice-Snow race was one of the ancient races. This race was really weird. They were all women and they were all extremely beautiful. Moreover, all of them were cultivation geniuses. Every once in a while, they would head to the god world to capture people. Capture men. Capture a man with outstanding talent. The goal was simple, to breed. To breed with people who needed to give birth. Like a breeding pig, he was chased around the village and the alleys. This kind of work was humiliating and enjoyable. However, the ending was really cruel. That was because in the end, those who were bred couldn't escape death. Ing Kuei was one of them. He was the only one who survived because he broke through to rank 9 here. Ice Queen let him out and promised to do something for him. If not for Lord Devour bringing him such humiliation, he wouldn't have walked into this place. This place had a past that he couldn't bear to look back on. But Lord Devour did that while his backer, Star Monarch, was in secluded meditation. If he didn't get back at him, then he wouldn't be able to do anything in the future. So, he came here to find Ice Queen to fulfill that promise. Walking into the luxurious ice snow palace of the island master, looking at the cold-looking women beside him, looking at the contempt and mockery in their eyes, Ing Kuei seemed to remember the humiliation he had suffered under their whips, under their crotches, and under their feet. His heart was burning with rage, but he didn't show it on his face. Because he knew clearly that the woman in the palace was so beautiful that he didn't dare to look at her directly. She was too strong, ridiculously strong. The palace was still dull and white. The decorations inside were gorgeous, with all kinds of accessories that the god world didn't have. The woman sitting in the palace was really beautiful. She was like a goddess from the 9 heavens. She was so elegant that one couldn't look at her directly. One didn't dare to have any blasphemous thoughts. Chapter 1003. Ing Kuei greets the queen. Ing Kuei didn't want to kneel, but he instinctively knelt on one knee. Perhaps it was because this woman had left a deep impression on him during that period of time, or perhaps she was even stronger than Lord Devour, which made him afraid. Lord Devour had reached level 9 not long ago. Although many monarchs knew that she was at the upper level of level 9, they weren't convinced. After all, a nobody that they could kill with a fart had climbed up to their heads. It was hard for them to accept. However, this woman was different. She had been one of the overlords of the god realm for a very long time, and had accumulated her power for a very long time. Moreover, she had been at the 9th level for far too long, and no one knew if her strength had improved by now. When Yi Qinghan wanted to go to the southern mountain continent, Lord Devour had told him that he couldn't go to the northernmost region, which was the icy and snow island. The woman on the frozen throne sat motionlessly like an ice sculpture. If it wasn't for the invisible aura emanating from her body and the chilling coldness in her eyes, even Ing Kuei would have thought that she was really an ice sculpture. An absolutely beautiful ice sculpture. Women who had become a god could change some features of their bodies, such as making their waists more slender, their facial features more exquisite, their legs longer, and their breasts more voluptuous. However, no matter how much they changed, they couldn't become truly beautiful. Because the changes were always imperfect and unnatural, giving people a sense of blemish. However, there were some women that you could recognize at first glance that their bodies and features were absolutely original. They were the kind of natural beauties that people couldn't forget at first glance. No doubt, the woman on the throne belonged to this category. What's the matter? The woman opened her mouth, but her lips just moved a little. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't even see her lips move. Her voice was as cold as before. Sir, please help me kill 2 people. Ing Kuei didn't get up, but respectfully said. He slightly lifted his head to look at the woman, his eyes full of hope. The woman opened her mouth again. Who? Devoured Youwu, Yi Qinghan. Ing Kuei said quickly, but he didn't explain anything. He knew that the people of the Ice and Snow Island rarely went out, but they knew everything that happened in the divine world like the back of their hands. The woman fell silent, but her body moved. She stretched out a jade-white hand and gently placed it on the armrest of the ice throne. She lightly knocked on it, making a series of da-da-da sounds. This sound rang in Ing Kuei's ears, but it made his heart beat along with it. It was incomparably strange. After a long time, the woman finally said, "Change your request. I can't agree to this." What? Ing Kuei was stunned. From Ice Queen's tone, she could kill the 2 of them? But he didn't want to kill him? The woman's eyes spun as a look of dissatisfaction appeared in her eyes. However, she still explained in the end, "Sure Wu, I can't kill her. Her true body isn't in the godly realm. As for Yi Qinghan, he couldn't be killed. If you don't have any requests now, go back." Ing Kuei was even more stunned. After a while, he realized that the Ice Queen had already disappeared from the ice throne. He could only sigh and fly out. After leaving the Ice and Snow Island, he could only teleport back. However, when he returned to the southern mountain continent, he still didn't understand the meaning of the Ice Queen's words. He looked at the huge palm print in the city from afar, and his eyes flickered with a sinister light. After pondering for a long time, he could only sigh deeply. Although it was hard to swallow, he had no choice but to swallow it for the time being. Little you, did you really become a 7th-grade war god? And that lord just now, was he really a monarch? In the huge illusory palace, only Lan Yu and her parents were left. Although Lan Yu explained it clearly, her parents still felt like they were in a dream. How did their daughter become a 7th-grade war god in the blink of an eye? And she even found a monarch as her son-in-law? To the 2 of them, who had suffered the coldness and mockery of their families for hundreds of thousands of years, this was simply a fantasy story. A monarch, such a remote and supreme existence, actually became their son-in-law? You don't have to call him Lord. He's a good person. Just call him Qinghan. For you, he could directly declare war on Ing Kuei, which shows that he respects you a lot. Father, mother, little you has made you suffer. I promise that when you go to the Flame Dragon City, you will live a good life. Lan Yu's face was full of smiles, which she couldn't hide. She was like the peach blossoms after the spring rain, so gorgeous, so brilliant. Lan Yu's mother's appearance was not bad, but her body couldn't hide the vicissitudes of life. At this moment, she had cried enough, and her eyes were full of gratification. She nodded and said, "Yes. I believe that our little you has grown up. Your father and I have been waiting for this day." Lan Yu's father slightly bent over, rubbed his hands, and moved his lips. He wanted to say something several times, but he didn't dare to. At this moment he finally couldn't help but ask, "Little you, when are we going to the Flame Dragon City? I still feel uneasy." "Don't worry, father. Qinghan has gone to the Flame Dragon Island to handle some matters. After he finishes, he will take us away. Moreover, this place is absolutely safe. Lan Yu looked at her father's timid appearance and felt a burst of heartache. After she became the family's genius, her father's back was straight for a few years. However, after she ran away from the marriage, his days in the Lan family must have been even more difficult, right? From the way he subconsciously bent over, it could be seen that he had been bending over for these hundreds of thousands of years. Yi Qinghan had indeed gone to the Flame Dragon Island. The Flame Dragon Island was not far from the Soul Emperor Island. The Illusion Palace was inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, so of course he could control the restrictions and casually teleport out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Since he was going to return to the Misty Continent from the Soul Emperor Island, Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't give up on the Flame Dragon Island. His and Yu Qingqing's ancestors were there. He left the Illusion Palace for Lan Yu and her parents to reminisce about old times, and brought everyone else out. Ignoring the 8 supremacies guarding the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he had Yao Ji bring them and teleport. In just 2 days, everyone found the Flame Dragon Island. Of the nearby islands, aside from Soul Emperor Island, Flame Dragon Island was the largest. One could easily find it by asking around. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. In fact, the Flame Dragon Island was only a few tenths of the size of the Peach Blossom Island. However, when Yi Qinghan brought Xiao He and a group of beauties and appeared out of nowhere on the Flame Dragon Island, the residents on the island were frightened. That was because the island's protective barrier didn't even tremble. These people had teleported. With Yi Qinghan's strength, he didn't need to use spatial power. He could just use his divine sense to easily scan the entire island. There were more than a dozen tribes on the island and a small city. The city's name was actually Flame Dragon City. There were only a few 100,000 residents on the island, but the strongest person was only a 5th-grade war god. What made Yi Qinghan feel extremely strange was that he didn't detect the Night Emperor and the others on the island. The ancestral portraits of the 5 great families were placed on the ancestral halls of each family. Yi Qinghan had been worshipping them since he was young, so how could he not recognize them? Yu Qingqing also came out of seclusion. She scanned the area with her divine sense but didn't find the Moon Queen. A black figure, accompanied by several emperor gods, quickly flew out of the small city. Then, they fearfully knelt on one knee in midair and saluted. The leader was the 5th-grade war god. He respectfully and even fearfully said to Yi Qinghan and the others, "Greetings, my lords. I am the city lord of the Flame Dragon City, Yi Lushui. What orders do you have for me?" "Your name is Yi Lushui?" Yi Qinghan slightly raised his eyebrows and quickly asked, "Who are you to the Night Emperor?" The 5th-grade war god's body trembled. He was extremely startled. However, seeing that these people didn't seem to have any ill intentions, he boldly said, "My lord, the Night Emperor is my father." Black lines appeared on Yi Qinghan's face. He quickly pulled the 5th-grade war god up and knelt on one knee in front of him. He respectfully said, "The 136th generation descendant of the Yi family, Yi Qinghan, pays his respects to the elder god." Chapter 1004. As soon as Yi Qinghan knelt down, everyone behind him immediately knelt down as well. This frightened the 5th-grade war god, Yi Lushui. There was no doubt that there were venerables among this group of people. Furthermore, all of them looked wealthy and respectable. With so many beauties and all kinds of temperaments, he was dazzled. Temperament was not something that could be cultivated by just anyone. "Sir, this," Yi Luyun quickly wanted to help Yi Qinghan up, but she was afraid of being rude. She didn't dare to stand and knelt down as well. However, she suddenly thought of something and asked doubtfully, "Oh right, you said that you are the 136th generation descendant of the Yi family? Which Yi family are you talking about?" "Flame Dragon Continent, Song City, Yi family," Yi Qinghan said firmly. At the same time, his expression became even more respectful. This was because he found something on Yi Liuyun's body. Beast battling space. The Yi family's exclusive beast battling space. "What? Are you really a descendant of the Yi family?" Yi Liuyun's eyes suddenly widened and an ecstatic smile appeared on her face. She hurriedly helped Yi Qinghan up and said, get up, child." Yi Qinghan was also very excited. If this was the Night Emperor's son, then he was truly an ancestor. Although his status and strength were different now, since childhood, the Night Emperor was the true god in the hearts of the Yi family. Being able to see the son of a true god, of course he would be a little excited. Xiaohei, beast merging! Yi Qinghan shouted. Xiaohei immediately turned into a shadow and entered Yi Qinghan's body. Although Xiaohei had transformed into a human, he could transform into his divine beast form at any time. Of course, he could merge. That's right. It's the Yi family's beast god special skill. You are indeed a descendant of our Yi family. Looking at Yi Qinghan's sudden surge of divine power and the small beast tattoo on the corner of his forehead, Yi Luyun became even more excited. The Night Emperor had said that apart from the Yi family, no one else could merge with a battle beast. He hurriedly said to Yi Qinghan and the people around him, "Kids, come, let's go. Let's talk after we enter the city. This place is simple and crude. Please don't take offense." Yi Qinghan released the beast fusion, and the group flew towards the small city. There were tens of thousands of people living in the city, and there were also dozens of tribes nearby. Seeing Yi Luyun lead a group of people towards the city lord's mansion, countless people popped their heads out from their rooms, streets, and corners to look at them curiously. Yi Qinghan looked at the people below him warmly. He could easily sense that there were countless people with battle beasts. Others might not be able to sense it, but as a descendant of the Yi family, he was very powerful. Of course, he could sense it. They entered the hall of the city lord's mansion. It was quite spacious inside. Of course, it was too small for the real Fire Dragon City's city lord's mansion. Everyone sat down, and a few maids immediately served fragrant tea. These maids all looked respectfully at the guests in the room. Some were respectful, some were envious, and some were slightly jealous. "Can you wait for a moment?" Suddenly, Yu Qingqing spoke. Yi Qinghan and Yi Luyun looked over in surprise. The maid who was stopped by Yu Qingqing hurriedly knelt down and said fearfully, "My lord." Don't stand up." Yu Qingqing, who had been extremely calm, could no longer remain calm. She hurriedly stood up and helped the maid up. She asked, "Are you from the Yu family? Are you a descendant of the Moon Queen?" "Yes, what's wrong, my lord?" The maid nodded, looking confused. This time, it was Yu Qingqing who hurriedly knelt down. Yi Qinghan and the others looked awkward. Should they kneel or not? Enough. Don't talk about these empty formalities. The immortal realm doesn't care about seniority, only strength. In the end, Yi Luyun waved her hand and got rid of the awkwardness of Yi Qinghan and the others. When everyone was seated again, for people flew in from outside. There were 3 men and 1 woman. There was nothing special about their appearance, but the woman was rather seductive. However, she was merely displaying her slight skill in front of Yao Ji. Yi Luyun hurriedly stood up and explained to Yi Qinghan, "Let me introduce you. The 2 beside me are also descendants of the Fire Dragon continent. Their names are Xia Fei and Xianxia. This is Fengli, the son of the Wind Monarch. This is Shuihua, the son of the Flower Monarch. This is Yu Yin, the daughter of the Moon Queen and also Hua Wux's wife. Greetings to all the seniors." Yi Qinghan gestured with his eyes. Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, and Yin Ling all stood up. This time, they did not kneel. Instead, they respectfully bent their bodies and knelt. The 4 of them were not very strong. Hua Wuk and the Moon Queen were peak god kings, while the other 2 were only second-level god kings. There were only 3 people on the entire island who were god emperors. Xia Fei and Xianxia had just become god emperors. The weakest person on Yi Qinghan's side was a god king. If they all knelt, they would probably all be scared to death. After bowing, Yi Qinghan solemnly explained, "Seniors, this is Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, and Yin Ling. We're all from the Fire Dragon continent. Qingqing is a descendant of the Moon Queen. The 3 of us are descendants of the Yi family, and Ling is also from the continent." The 4 of them were stunned, and their expressions were the same as Yi Luyun's. This was especially true for Yu Yin, who hurriedly pulled Yu Qingqing over and carefully examined her. Yi Luyun smiled and had the 4 of them take their seats. Only then did she look at Yi Qinghan. Although he could not sense the strength of many of the people Yi Qinghan had brought, He could tell that this young man was their leader. Yi Luyun curiously asked, I heard Father talk about the Fire Dragon continent. They've always wanted to go back, but they never had the chance. How did you come to the God Realm? Wasn't Purple Island sealed? Also, how did you find this place? The Misty Continent is very far from here. Also, if you don't mind, can you tell me how strong you are? Yi Qinghan smiled. He could tell something from Yi Liuyun's words. After a few moments of thought, he asked, were the ancestors forced out of the Misty Continent by the dual-pupil nether race? Did they end up here? Also, have you been sealing off the island recently? The 5 of them, along with the 2 next to Yi Luyun, were stunned. They stared at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. Their expressions confirmed this to Yi Qinghan. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why the 5 ancestors hadn't returned to the Fire Dragon continent for so many years. Although it was expensive to teleport to a material plane, Yi Luyun was a 5th grade war god. It wouldn't be difficult for her to return. The only explanation was that they were afraid of the dual-pupil nether race and didn't dare to return to the Misty Continent. And Yi Qinghan's deeds were everywhere in the God Realm. If the Fire Dragon Island wasn't sealed, they would definitely know about him. At the very least, they would send someone to Fire Dragon City to ask about him. Yi Qinghan pondered and didn't know how to explain. Xiao He stood up impatiently. He pointed at Yi Qinghan and said proudly, Hee, seniors, I can answer your question with one sentence. My boss is the #1 genius of the Fire Dragon continent and the #1 genius of the God Realm. Now, he is a 9th grade war god, the Frigid Knight Sovereign. Tell me, isn't it easy for a sovereign to find you? What? 9th grade? Sovereign? Thump. Xiao He's words frightened the 7 people in the room. 3 of them directly slid down from their chairs and looked at Yi Qinghan in fear, as if they were looking at a dreadful monster. They naturally knew about the sovereign and the 9th grade. Before the ancestors settled down on this remote island, they had also drifted in the Sea of Stars for a period of time. Of course, they also told them about the peak existences of the God Realm. But they couldn't connect the legendary supreme existences that stood in the clouds with this young man who claimed to be a descendant of the Yi family. Yi Luyun wiped the cold sweat off his face and swallowed hard. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan's ability to merge with battle beasts, he wouldn't dare believe that this person was a descendant of the Yi family. The #1 genius of the Fire Dragon continent was nothing. The #1 genius of the God Realm was also acceptable. But a descendant of more than 100 generations suddenly appeared and told him that he was already the peak existence of the God Realm. How could he accept it? Chapter 1005. Yi Qinghan smiled when he saw this. He did not explain anything. He made a very simple gesture, taking out a supreme quality god artifact from his space ring. Holding it in his left hand, origin energy appeared in his right hand, and he gently touched it. Bang! A soft sound accompanied the 2 halves of the divine sword. Although Yi Luyun and the others had been sealed off from the island, they weren't country bumpkins. They knew that the white gas that emerged from Yi Qinghan's hand was the origin energy. This time, they were completely convinced. They couldn't help but sigh. The strongest warrior they had seen in their lives was only a 7th grade war god. They didn't expect to see a sovereign in their lives, and it was their descendant. Great ancestor, where are great ancestor Knight Emperor and the others? Why aren't they on the island? Yi Qinghan asked about something that had been puzzling him ever since he arrived on the island. Qinghan, you don't have to call me great ancestor. The divine realm has its own rules. How about this? You can call me clan elder. You can call these people seniors. Qingwu, Qingyu, and Qingqing, you can call them that too. Yi Luyun hurriedly waved his hand. He felt uncomfortable being called great ancestor by a sovereign. Although they were all descendants of the 5 great families, strictly speaking, they were of a different bloodline from the 5 great families of the Flame Dragon continent. Seeing that they nodded, Yi Luyun continued, Father and the others went to search for the bloodline of the beast god. The bloodline of the beast god? Yi Qinghan, Yu Qingqing, and Yi Qingwu glanced at each other in astonishment. They looked at Yi Luyun doubtfully, waiting for his explanation. Yi Luyun smiled bitterly and said, I don't know the details. Father said that our Yi family is the descendant of one of the 10 ancient gods, the beast god. The wind, flower, snow, moon, 4 great families were branches of the beast god's bloodline. Father said that for millions of years, the 10 ancient gods not only dominated the divine realm but also secretly ruled over countless planes. However, after the apocalyptic war, the 10 ancient gods all fell. The heirs of the various clans were almost all dead. Those who were not dead had all escaped to the material plane or into secret realms. And right now, Father and the others are going to a secret realm to search for the lineage of the beast god. Xiaohe jumped up and said excitedly, "Wow, boss, I didn't expect you to be a descendant of the 10 ancient gods." Yi Luyun and the others puffed their chests in pride. Fireworks, who was next to him, smiled sweetly as she looked at Yi Qinghan. She was also a descendant of one of the 10 ancient gods, a descendant of the thunder god. This meant that she and Yi Qinghan had a deep relationship. Yi Qinghan frowned and fell silent. The legends of the 10 ancient gods had always existed in the god realm, but there were no accurate historical records. Moreover, there were many different kinds of rumors. Some said that there were actually 100 ancient gods, and the 10 ancient gods were just the strongest among them. However, no one knew exactly how strong the 10 ancient gods were. It was rumored that millions of years ago, the god world had experienced an apocalyptic war. Almost all of the peak experts of the god world had died. Of course, there were many legends, but none of them were recorded in history. Yi Qinghan originally didn't care about it, but he didn't expect to hear that he was a descendant of the beast god. After pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan asked, "Do you know that the ancestors went to that secret realm? How strong were they when they left?" Yi Luyun shook her head and said, "Father didn't say where they went. He only said that as long as they didn't return, the island would be sealed. Unless a venerable appeared, the seal could not be lifted. Then, they would find a way to exterminate the double-eyed netherworld race and save the fire dragon continent. Father just became a 7th grade war god, Uncle Shui and Uncle Hua are 6th grade war gods, Aunt Yu is a soul cultivator, and her soul was at the peak of the God King realm when she left. As for Uncle Hua, he has already passed away. Exterminate the double-eyed netherworld race? Save the fire dragon continent." Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. It seemed like the Night Emperor and the others didn't forget about the descendants of the fire dragon continent. They went to the secret realm to seek help, or to make a breakthrough in their strength, and then think of a way to save the fire dragon continent. Yi Qinghan said solemnly, "Elder, seniors, I will handle the double-eyed netherworld race. You don't have to worry about the fire dragon continent. I built a city on the misty continent, also called the Fire Dragon City. Do you think it's possible to move all of them there? I have some enmity with the Star Sea, and I don't want to implicate you." This, Yi Luyun and the others looked at each other and hesitated. After all, they weren't one of the 5 Night Emperor and the others. How could they make such a decision so easily? Moreover, after living on this island for so long, it was impossible for them to not have feelings for each other. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything and let the 7 of them discuss through voice transmission. However, after a long discussion, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and made the decision. "Elder, let's do it this way. Have a few people come with me to Fire Dragon City and take a look. While we're at it, we can understand the situation in the immortal realm before we come to a decision. I can't promise you anything else, but if the residents of the island go to Fire Dragon City, I can guarantee their safety and cultivation resources." Yi Luyun and the others thought about it and agreed with this suggestion. After another round of discussion, they finally decided that Yi Luyun would bring Xia Fei, Feng Lei, and the other 2. With the matter settled, Yi Qinghan didn't stay any longer. He walked out of the hall and went to the open space outside. With a wave of his hand, he took out countless divine artifacts, pills, and treasures from his spatial ring. Seeing Yi Luyun and the others dumbfounded, Xiaohe and the others did not mind. Yi Qinghan had killed so many people and even owned the Soul Emperor Pavilion. These things were nothing to him, and Yi Qinghan still had several transcendent-grade divine artifacts. After Yi Luyun gave some instructions, Yi Qinghan nodded at Yao Ji. Under the gazes of the countless martial artists on the island, everyone vanished into thin air, entering the illusory palace. Inside the illusory palace, when Lan Yu saw everyone appear, he immediately beamed. Meanwhile, Lan Yu's parents nervously looked at Yi Qinghan, at this son-in-law of theirs whose background could scare anyone to death. How about this? Those who want to cultivate in the illusory palace can cultivate here. Those who want to come with me for some fresh air can come with me. Let's get ready to go back to Fire Dragon City. In the end, most of them followed him out, while Yi Yaorao and Yu Qingqing continued to cultivate. In any case, they didn't have to worry about danger if they followed Yi Qinghan. It was just a sightseeing trip. Even the South Mountain sovereign was afraid, so who did they have to be afraid of? Yi Qinghan simply had the two 6th-grade war gods slow down a little. The group enjoyed the scenery along the way back and even stayed in a famous city on the Blood Knight continent for a few days. By the time they returned to the Misty continent, half a year had passed. After following Yi Luyun around for half a year, Yi Luyun had also heard about Yi Qinghan's legends for half a year. When he arrived at Flame Dragon City, which was 100 times larger than their Flame Dragon City, and saw hundreds of thousands of martialists kneeling on one knee before Yi Qinghan and respectfully calling him Han Yi Monarch, he finally completely accepted this matter. Chapter 1006. The matter of entertaining Yi Luyun was left to Yi Tianlong and the other two. Yi Luyun immediately decided to move the entire island over. After all, there were still 2/3 of the city that was empty. Moreover, Lei Zhen was preparing to build 9 satellite cities around Flame Dragon City, so there was a lot of space. Lan Yu's parents finally confirmed that their son-in-law was not a swindler, but a true monarch, so they settled down in Flame Dragon City. However, the girls could still accept bringing back Lan Yu. After all, Rain Queen had been with Yi Qinghan for many years. However, the starry-eyed cherry blossoms that looked at Yi Qinghan all day reminded everyone that this could not go on. Thus, with Yi Qingwu as the leader, the monarch of Cold Knight's harem held a grand meeting. Yi Qinghan was present, but he had the right to listen, not speak. In the end, the meeting ended. There was only one topic, which was that Yi Qinghan was not allowed to fool around. Otherwise, after millions of years, the entire Flame Dragon City would be filled with women. Yi Qinghan wanted to protest. In fact, most of these women were the ones taking the initiative, while he was the one being passive. However, facing the harem that worked together to resist the enemy, Yi Qinghan chose to remain silent. Since ancient times, only women and villains were difficult to deal with. It was impossible to reason with a woman, let alone a group of women. With so many women living in the city lord's mansion, it was too simple. In the end, Yi Qingwu took the lead and decided to spend a large amount of money to build several palaces in God Sealing Valley. Then, they set up a teleportation gate in the city lord's mansion, allowing people to freely enter and exit. Yi Qinghan did not object. Didn't he work hard his entire life to give his family a good life? Moreover, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu could not cultivate anymore. Yin Ling, fireworks, and the others also liked to play around and were not idle. It was good to give them something to do. Lan Yu officially confirmed her identity as the monarch's official wife, but they did not hold a grand wedding. They just held a lively banquet together, which was considered to have accepted them into the group. In the future, when fireworks and Yin Ling entered the family, they also planned to do the same. Otherwise, Yi Qinghan would have a headache if he had to hold a wedding every other day. When he was free, Yi Qinghan went to the Soul Devourer Palace to discuss with Lord Devourer about the date of the marriage proposal. Then he went to Rain Butterfly Island with Yi Tianlong and the others, bringing a transcendent-grade divine artifact to propose marriage. Then he went to Lei Zhen and Longyang Manor. Of course, he was there to propose. These days, Yi Qinghan was immersed in happiness. As for other matters, he simply did not think about them. Even the dual-pupiled Netherworld race was in a good mood and only gave them an ultimatum, telling them to scram from the Misty Continent. However, as soon as the ultimatum was issued, Netherworld City was completely empty that night. Lei Zhen conveniently sent people to occupy it, making it one of the satellite cities. Even though the Netherworld City was the territory of the Beacon Fire Beacon Hall, And even though Xiangdi had suddenly achieved the martial highness realm when he was attacking the Flame Dragon City, he did not complain at all. Instead, he had personally paid the Flame Dragon City a visit. He asked Lei Jin if one city was enough. If not, the entire Fire Beacon Manor could be under Flame Dragon City's banner. Changing it to Flame Dragon Manor, Yi Qinghan did not meet Xiangdi, not because he was posturing, but because he was meeting with a more important guest. In a small hall on the 5th floor of the City Lord Manor, Yi Qinghan and a middle-aged man sat opposite each other. The middle-aged man did not have a domineering face, nor did he have a sharp murderous aura. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man with a bright smile. Yi Qinghan looked at the middle-aged man with a smile and said, "Sir, if you need anything, just send me a message. I'll be there immediately. Why are you being so polite?" The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Brother Yi, if you call me sir again, I'll leave immediately." Brother Jida, I was wrong. I'll punish myself with a cup of wine. You don't need to call me Brother Yi. Call me Little Han. Yi Qinghan laughed. He found Jida's temper amusing. He immediately raised his cup and drank a cup of strong wine. Jida had taken action in South Mountain City without hesitation, which had won Yi Qinghan's favor. Although he knew it was all because of Lord Devour, he could still make friends with him. Little Han. Yeah. From now on, you'll be called Little Han. Jida also drank a cup of wine. To a Divine Realm warrior, drinking wine was no different from drinking water. However, the atmosphere was better. After Jida drank, his eyes sparkled with a sincere smile as he said, "I'm here to give you a gift. I heard that you're going to marry several wives. Your luck with women is unparalleled. I'm a little jealous. It's the best gift for you to come. Don't talk about this. I know that you have 3,000 beauties in your harem. Before you became a king, your name spread throughout the divine world." Yi Qinghan smiled, revealing Jida's background. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk business." Jida waved his hand. Then, his face turned serious as he said, "Little Han, I'm going to give you half of the prefectures in the south. What do you think? Of course, if you can't handle something, you can call me at any time." Big Brother's gift is really big. Even though Yi Qinghan had experienced many things, he was still shocked. Jida's gift was really big. The Misty Continent had 108 prefectures. He was giving half of them to Yi Qinghan, which was 54 prefectures. It was equivalent to giving half of the country to Yi Qinghan. Moreover, he looked very sincere and his tone was very solemn. This meant that as long as Yi Qinghan nodded, he would be the king of the Misty Continent South. Lord Devour had told Yi Qinghan that Jida had planned to give Lord Devour the right to rule the continent. However, Lord Devour had said that he wasn't interested. This meant one thing. Regardless of whether Jida was sincere or for some other reason. The most important thing was that Jida was sincere. Yi Qinghan didn't think for too long. His face was full of smiles again. This time he was very sincere. No matter what, Jida's intentions were sincere. He said seriously, "Yi Qinghan appreciates Big Brother's intentions. However, you know that I don't even want to manage Flame Dragon City. Do you want me to manage half of the continent? Besides, if Little Brother wants a territory, wait until I'm strong enough, then I can go and fight for it myself. Big Brother Jida, you don't have to be polite with me." Good. Heroic. Domineering. Jida slammed the table and stood up. His eyes were full of admiration and fondness. Of course, he controlled his strength. Although he slammed the table, it didn't break. Actually, he had no choice but to come here today to give the gift. It was just like when he came to Lord Devour. Of course, he didn't want to give away territories, but he had to show this gesture. A continent with 3 kings was, of course, a glorious thing in the divine world. It could also intimidate the other kings. However, they had to be united. Jida understood this. That was why he didn't hesitate to take action in South Ridge City. After Yi Qinghan came back, he immediately came to show this gesture. When he saw Yi Qinghan become more intimate with him, he knew that his efforts were rewarded. If you want to take something, you have to give it first. He just showed a gesture, but he had won Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan's recognition and respect. He looked at Yi Qinghan and smiled contentedly. He was very happy. In his heart, Yi Qinghan was no less important than Lord Devour. No one knew how far a king who had cultivated for less than 100 years could go in the future. However, he knew that this genius would leave the divine world one day and fight in the sea of stars that they all longed for but didn't dare to set foot on. Chapter 1007. Under Yi Qinghan's resolute attitude, the two became closer. Friends who did not have financial ties could stay together longer. If there was a conflict of interest, even brothers would turn against each other. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Oh right, Brother Jida, you? Why don't you have any children?" Jida had heard that he had a harem of 3,000, but he had never heard of any children. This made Yi Qinghan suspicious. It was because every monarch had children, such as the blood-fiend king and solitary Ing Cheng. If Jida had children, then he and Tu Xie would not have been the first young master of the continent. Hee, little Han, you don't understand. Kid gave an enigmatic smile. His eyes became deep as he faintly said, "The more children there are, the messier the family will become. Those women of mine are now fighting fiercely. If each of them gives birth to a son or daughter, the harem will become chaotic." Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and gave Kid a thumbs up. Kid had too many women. If every woman gave birth to one, if each of them had a child, then his children would get married and continue to have children. In less than 10,000 years, there would be a lot of children. At that time, the children would be divided into different factions. Fighting here would be a headache. Moreover, the ethereal monarch sighed deeply and said with a serious face, "I feel that the divine world is hiding a great danger. Haven't you noticed that the demons have been descending more and more recently, and they are getting stronger? I have been feeling uneasy lately. I feel that something big is about to happen. Before the divine world is completely safe, I will not let my children die with me." Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. Jida had been a monarch for millions of years and should know a lot about the divine world. He was not like Lord Devour, so he could ask some questions. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and asked, "Brother Jida, is the demon world going to attack the divine world?" "Not really." Jida shook his head and said, "If they want to attack a plane, they must do it through the plane entrance because the demon monarch's divine power is too strong. They cannot enter the divine world through the weak space. For example, if I want to go to the demon world, I cannot tear the space to enter. Even if there were only a few Azura kings descending. With us sovereigns here, no matter how many Azura kings come, they will all die. But once all of the divine worlds in evil creeks begin to riot, who knows how many ordinary martial artists will die? Do you know about demonic beasts? Actually, there were no demonic beasts in the god realm at the beginning, only spirit beasts. In ancient times, they were all spiritual beasts, but in ancient times, because of the fiend realm's constant attacks, under the influence of the demonic aura, all the spiritual beasts were demonized and slowly became demonic beasts. So, demonic beasts are spirit beasts, and they were demonized by the demonic aura? Yi Qinghan sighed. No wonder the low-level demonic beasts were the same as the low-level demons. Their eyes were bloodshot, they had no intelligence, and they attacked anyone they saw. Only after cultivating to a high level would one have spiritual wisdom. This was basically the same as a demon. However, the spirit beasts in the Myriad God Cave did not have such a situation. After all, there was actually such a story. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and recalled Kid's words. Puzzled, he asked, "Plane entrance? Where is the entrance? Does the entrance represent the exit of the divine world's plane?" Of course, the entrance is also the exit. Outside the exit is a very magical place. I went there once, and it was there that I broke through to the sovereign level. Kid's eyes shone with a profound light, as if recalling the past. He said with some emotion, "After leaving the divine world's plane, it is also a plane. That plane is several times larger than the divine world, but no one lives there. That plane is connected to countless planes, just like the center of this world. It is the center of all the planes. If you want to go to another plane, you have to go to that plane. We call that plane the plane battlefield. It is also called the hell plane." Yi Qinghan's body shook. His face was full of surprise. Lord Devour had told him that there were many planes outside the divine world, but he did not say much. Hence, he knew nothing about the matters outside the divine world. He did not even know many secrets of the divine world. Now he finally knew. Outside the divine world's plane, there was a hell plane. That plane was uninhabited. It was a transit point that connected the entire world. The hell plane is called the hell plane because there are mountains of corpses, just like hell. For billions of years, no one knows how many people died there. However, I am sure that the number of people who died there is several times more than the total population of the divine world. Do you think that place is hell? Kid whispered again. His voice was a little fearful, a little weak, but there was also a faint excitement. It was very contradictory. Yi Qinghan's face changed again. How many people were there in the divine world? At the very least, it was in the trillions. But the population of the hell plane was several times that of the divine world? Those who could go to the hell plane were not low-level warriors. There was no doubt about this. But why did so many experts die there? Right? Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "The plane battlefield? That's the battlefield?" Kid nodded and said firmly, "Yes. That is the battlefield of the plane wars. The battlefield of the various planes. Plane wars." Yi Qinghan's eyes were frighteningly bright. No wonder Kid was fearful and excited when he talked about it. A planar war. The top elites of each plane fought there. All kinds of races, all kinds of strongest forces, fought against each other directly. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. "Big brother, can you explain the plane wars to me in detail?" Yi Qinghan's eyes shone with hope. It was just like when he was in the mortal world, listening to Elder Lu talk about the divine world. Kid laughed. This was what it meant to be a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. He was just about to explain in detail to Yi Qinghan when the smile on his face suddenly froze. Finally, he smiled helplessly and said, "Little Han, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but Master has sent a message. I can't tell you these things now. Cultivate well and ask Master in the future." Yi Qinghan was just excited and ready to listen attentively, but he did not expect Kid to stop talking. He smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew that Lord Devour had sent a message. Lord Devour had always been like this. Only when Yi Qinghan's strength reached a certain level would he tell him some things. Although it was somewhat dull, Yi Qinghan was still secretly excited. It seemed that he had to cultivate well for a period of time. In Lord Devour's eyes, his strength was probably not even qualified to know about the plane war god, let alone go to the plane battlefield or other planes. Kid and Yi Qinghan chatted for a while, then got up and left. Because of Lord Devour's message, Kid kept some of the secrets of the divine world, as well as the matters of the monarchs. This made Yi Qinghan very depressed. He was a little regretful. After talking for so long, he did not even know the entrances and exits of the divine world. After Kid left, Yi Qinghan stood alone outside the small hall's window for a long time. He secretly made up his mind. It seemed that he had to cultivate well and continuously comprehend the nomological laws to reach the Venerable Realm and the 9th grade realm. He had an inexplicable feeling that if his nomological laws reached the 9th grade, he would probably know a big secret from Lord Devour, or from the War Emperor. Chapter 1008. Soul-devouring city, rooftop. Under the beautiful grape trellis, a fiery red figure was still quietly reading a book. The clouds in the sky were rolling and scattering, and the tides of the wandering sea seemed to have nothing to do with her. Lord Devour wore a calm face. The green grape leaves, the black grape vines, and the dark red grapes complemented each other, which didn't look out of place. Quite the contrary, they seemed to blend together. At the entrance of the rooftop, Madame Jiao, who was wearing a snow-white robe, walked up. She looked at them, revealing a peaceful smile. Every time she saw this scene, Madame Jiao felt a sense of peace and harmony in her heart. Swoosh. Space fluctuated. At the same time, Lord Devour put down his book and received a light blue drink from Madame Jiao. Then he took a sip. "Greetings, monarch." Madame Jiao turned around, slightly bending her body as she smiled at the newcomer. A man in an elegant white robe appeared on the rooftop. He nodded to Madame Gio and then bowed to Lord Devour. Greetings, Lord. Sit. You don't need to greet me in the future. Lord Devour didn't turn his head. He just said faintly without any emotion. The corners of Jida's mouth rose, and the smile on his face became warmer. He knew that his effort and harvest had gone beyond his estimation. Lord Devour had approved of him. Jida didn't stand on ceremony. He walked over and sat down in front of Lord Devour. Then, he said faintly, but his voice wasn't flattering. Instead, he sounded a little friendly. Sir, little Han has reached level 9. Why didn't you tell him something? It seems he doesn't know much about the level 9 realm. From what I see, his attacks seem to be primitive and brute force. It's not time yet. Lord Devour lifted his face to look at Jida. Strictly speaking, his level 9 realm isn't level 9. He was just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. He took a shortcut. He's like a small tree with an unstable foundation. His current task is to build a strong foundation. Otherwise, this good seedling will be destroyed. If he doesn't build a strong foundation, what if he builds a skyscraper? Do you want him to walk the same path as you and I did? Yeah, right. Little Han is indeed a good seedling. Cultivating for 100 years to reach such a cultivation level, I'm afraid that even in the hundreds of planes, there are only a few prodigies like him. Kid nodded. He finally understood Lord Devour's good intentions. Only by building a solid foundation could he go further. Even if he and Lord Devour didn't have a solid foundation, they wouldn't be able to make any progress in this lifetime unless they had a heaven-defying chance. Besides, Lord Devour put down his cup, speaking begrudgingly. I don't want to teach him how to use space power, and you don't need to teach him. He is a piece of unpolished jade. All we can give him is the right direction. As for the specific path ahead, he needs to walk it himself. How far he can go will depend on his luck. Jida looked at Lord Devour with admiration. What kind of master could bring up what kind of disciple? The way Devour taught his disciples seemed irresponsible, as he didn't care about them at all. Perhaps the average disciple wouldn't be able to learn anything and wouldn't have any great achievements. However, if there was a disciple with innate talent and great fortune, he would surpass the master. The master could lead the way, but the cultivation depended on the individual. If he gave the disciple the right direction, he could study and ponder it himself. That was how he could bring up an amazing disciple. Take this. All of a sudden, Lord Devour threw a blue jade talisman to Jida. The blue jade talisman was diamond-shaped, with complicated patterns crisscrossing on it. At first glance, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. Jida asked suspiciously, Sir, this is a life-saving jade talisman. If you're in danger, just crush it. No matter when, it can transport you away. Lord Devour said faintly. He glanced at the excited Jida and revealed a smile. Since you've joined my force, I have to protect your life. Thank you, sir. Jida stood up excitedly. He wanted to kneel to express his gratitude, but after thinking about Lord Devour's instruction, he bowed slightly. Lord Devour had made it clear. The meaning of this sentence was too heavy. You don't need to act like this. We have the same enemy. Of course, I will think of a way out for you. Lord Devour lowered his head and didn't look at Jida anymore. Jida sighed deeply. His excited expression became dispirited again. He said sadly, Sir, can we defeat him? Where there is a will, there is a way. If we don't do it, we will never be able to achieve it. If we do it, at least we will try our best. Even if we fail, we won't regret it. You have to believe in little Han. Lord Devour's tone was still indifferent, as if he was talking about something insignificant that had nothing to do with him. Jida looked at Lord Devour. He was infected by his strong confidence, and his face glowed with glory. He nodded and said, Sir, I'll leave now. Recently, the evil stream is stirring again. Lord Devour didn't raise his head. He waved his hand, picked up the book, and started to read quietly. Madame Gio was listening quietly, but she couldn't understand what was going on. Her competence was low, and she didn't like to care about many things. It was also why Lord Devour liked her. Madame Gio didn't care about the big things, but she cared about the small things. She said softly, Sir, in 3 days, we will go to the Dripping Spring Mansion to propose marriage, right? Lord Devour lifted his head, a rare smile on his face. Later, you go to the Fiery Dragon City and bring that little bastard Xiaohei back. He's going to get married, but he's still like a kid. Oh right, the palace is almost finished, right? Yeah, almost. It's luxurious and beautiful. Madame Gio was proud of herself. This palace was built by her, and it was exceptionally beautiful. Then, she said reluctantly, anyway, I think young Master Xiaohei won't stay here for a long time, right? I heard that little Han is building a palace for Xiaohei in the Investiture God Valley. Young Master Xiaohei will go to the Fiery Dragon City with Miss Shui heir. Lord Devour's face was affectionate. As long as he's happy, he can stay anywhere. Xiaohei is the young master of the soul-devouring palace. The soul-devouring city must build a palace for him. You should go. Tell little Han to come to my place 3 days later. Madame Gio nodded, then teleported to the Fiery Dragon City. Under Lei Zhen's lead, they entered the Investiture God Valley through the special teleportation formation in the City Master's mansion. As soon as they entered the Investiture God Valley, even though she had seen so many grand scenes and luxurious palaces, she was astounded by the grand palaces in front of her. Gazing at them for a long time, she forced a smile and mumbled, "It's all because of little Han. That's why he's so rich." The divine stones used to build this palace are enough to build several fiery dragon cities. Chapter 1009. The scenery inside the sealed God Valley was picturesque. The spirit gathering array automatically absorbed the heaven and earth spirit chi within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, causing the heaven and earth spirit chi inside to reach a terrifying level. When the heaven and earth spirit chi was too dense, all kinds of flowers and trees were nourished and looked especially beautiful. All kinds of spirit fruits could be found all over the sealed God Valley. It was like the legendary Immortal Valley. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu were fine. They even got people to dig a deep pit in the valley and let Yi Qinghan control the restrictions to maintain the valley's original appearance. They also used countless spatial rings to bring in endless river water to fill a small lake in the city. They also caught some wild beasts in the wild and completely turned the sealed God Valley into a lively immortal world. At this moment, more than 100,000 martial artists in the valley were building countless big palaces. Lord Jiu counted and realized that there were 3 big palaces and countless small palaces. Such an immortal world and such palaces made Lord Jiu feel like he was looking at the ancient heavenly court. Swish! Numerous silhouettes flew over quickly. Other than Yu Qingcheng, Yi Yaoji, and Yi Yaoji who were in seclusion, all of Yi Qinghan's women were here. In front of them was Xiaohei who had a face full of excitement and a pair of quick-witted eyes. "Ah Jiu, why are you here?" Xiaohei said to Lord Jiu casually. Then, he pointed to a big palace on the left and said, "Look, this is the palace that boss built for me. What do you think? Isn't it grand?" "Greetings, Lord Jiu. Uncle Lei Zhen." Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, Fireworks, and the others also flew over. Unlike Xiaohei, they didn't dare to call him Jiu. Fireworks held Lei Zhen's hand intimately with a sweet look on her face. There was a small palace here that belonged to her, and her wedding with Yi Qinghan was coming soon. Grand, very grand. Lord Jiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that this young master had built that palace in the Soul Devourer manner for nothing. He had decided to stay here forever. Anyway, it wasn't strange. Xiaohei and Master Devourer didn't have a deep relationship. Moreover, Master Devourer was his senior. With his character, if Xiaohei stayed in the soul-devouring palace for a long time, he would go crazy. Moreover, with little Han here, no one would have the guts to cause trouble in Flame Dragon City, right? Buzz. Suddenly, there was a ripple in space. Yi Qinghan and Yao Ji appeared beside everyone. Yi Qinghan nodded at Lord Jiu indifferently. Beside him, Yao Ji also nodded casually. With their statuses, if they bowed to Lord Jiu again, Lord Jiu would probably not dare to accept it. Madame Jiu then told Xiaohei what Devourer had told him. When he heard that they were going back to the soul-devouring manner, he was a little unhappy. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Yi Qinghan glaring at him. He immediately shriveled up and didn't dare to say anything. After chatting for a while, Lei Zhen left with Lord Jiu and Xiao He. Yao Ji looked around at the beautiful scenery and the restrictions that were everywhere in the Seal God Valley. She smiled at Yi Qinghan and said, "Little Han, I plan to stay in the Seal God Valley for a long time after the palace is built. The restrictions of the War Imperial Palace are too complicated and profound. I plan to study the 2 restriction books that you gave me and refer to the restrictions here. My learning speed will definitely be very fast." "Okay, no problem." Yi Qinghan agreed readily. However, he was a little confused and asked, "Yao Ji, why do you like these restrictions so much?" Yi Qinggu, Yi Qingyu, and the others were also very confused. These restrictions seemed very powerful. For example, the restrictions in the Seal God Valley could suppress venerables. However, restrictions were dead things. Moreover, they were extremely complicated. Cultivators cultivated themselves and increased their strength. Although this thing was powerful, it sounded like a heretical way of doing things. "Hee, you don't understand." Yao Ji smiled mysteriously. Then she raised her beautiful face and looked at the sky above the Seal God Valley. She said, "Restrictions were called secret techniques in ancient times. They were once extremely powerful. It was said that when one comprehended restrictions to a certain level, they could set up super restrictions that could kill a 9th-grade cultivator. I can feel that I have reached my limit by breaking through to the venerable tier. I probably won't have a chance to break through to the 9th grade in this lifetime. Therefore, I plan to start with restrictions and become the legendary Supreme Restriction Master. Of course, I also like to study these things." Kill sovereigns. Everyone looked at each other. Sovereigns were the symbol of invincibility. They could actually be killed by some restrictions? Yi Qinghan thought for a moment. He looked at Yao Ji encouragingly and said, "As long as you like it, go and learn. I believe that you will definitely reach unprecedented heights." There were 3,000 great Das. Perhaps the path of restrictions was suitable for Yao Ji. "Brother," suddenly, Yi Qingyu said embarrassedly. Yi Qinghan turned around and rubbed Yi Qingyu's head with a smile. He said, "You little girl, you are always like this. Why are you being so polite with me?" Yi Qingyu looked at Yi Qinghan and then at Yao Ji. She was even more embarrassed. She said shyly, "Can I learn restrictions from Sister Yao Ji? But I am very stupid. I am afraid that I won't be able to learn it well." "Silly sister, what is there to be embarrassed about? If you want to learn, I will teach you." Yao Ji pulled Yi Qingyu over and said in a reproachful tone. Yi Qingyu was the most good-tempered and amiable among Yi Qinghan's women. Moreover, everyone knew that Yi Qingyu held a high position in Yi Qinghan's heart. Of course, he treated her especially well. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu's pure eyes thoughtfully. Yi Qingyu had a gentle temperament. She didn't like to fight for anything. She asked for nothing. Over the years, he hadn't paid much attention to her. She had become a god emperor and had a long lifespan. However, she must have been lonely and lost. He thought about it for a while, then his face suddenly became serious. He looked at Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, Yinling, Fireworks, Blue Rain, and Yao Ji. He said seriously, "Little Yu's idea is good. Yao Ji's hobby is also good. I don't have any demands on you. I just want you to live well. You can do whatever you want. The most important thing is that you have a goal to pursue. That way, you won't feel empty." For example, Qingqing and Yao Rao like to cultivate, so they often go into seclusion to increase their strength. For example, Yao Ji likes to study restrictions so you can study them. "No matter what you do, I will support you. As long as you feel happy." When a person didn't have enough to eat and couldn't wear warm clothes, they definitely wouldn't want to travel abroad. However, if one's material foundation was sufficient, then they had to have a certain spiritual pursuit. Otherwise, their life would be very lost. Then they would become numb. Yi Qinghan was very clear about this. Now that he was a monarch, he could give his women a comfortable life. However, he didn't want his women to be around him all day. They had to have their own pursuits. That way, their lives would be full. Only then would they be able to maintain their lively personalities. They wouldn't let time erase their individual flavors. Moreover, the lifespan of a God Realm warrior was infinitely long. Even Yi Qingyu and the others, who had become God Emperors by refining God crystals, had a lifespan of millions of years. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan already had a clear goal. So, in the future, he would often go into seclusion. He wanted his women to be able to live a wonderful life even when he wasn't around. Yi Qinghan's words caused the eyes of the women to flicker with complex emotions. They all fell into a contemplative silence and began to think about their own lives and their future path. A life without pursuits was an incomplete life. Yi Qinghan's eyes were also thoughtful. At this moment, he had also determined his own path and his pursuits. He wanted to become stronger and stronger until he finally reached the peak. Chapter 1010. 3 days later, Yi Qinghan brought Lei Zhen to the Soul Devourer Palace. As soon as he appeared on the square of the Soul Devourer Palace, he saw Emperor Yu and many senior elders of the Soul Devourer city, including Xiaohe. They were all waiting for him. Xiaohe was wearing a formal attire today, which made him look like a gentleman. The black embroidered long robe made him seem like an elegant and peerless young master. However, his shifty eyes broke his image. Not bad. Xiaohe, you look good in this robe. Yeah. This hairstyle is good. Yi Qinghan walked over and patted Xiaohe's shoulder. When this kid had transformed, his face was already more handsome than Yi Qinghan's. Now that he was dressed up, he looked energetic. Buzz! Lord Devour's red figure appeared in the air. Looking at Yi Qinghan, he didn't wait for him to greet, waving his hand. Let's go to Dripping Spring City. A group of more than 10 people walked into the teleportation formation, all of them smiling brightly. Even Lord Devour had a faint smile on his face. Xiaohe's smile was the brightest. He looked like a fool, smiling unceasingly. After they were teleported to Dripping Spring City, Yi Qinghan saw a sea of people. The entire square, the streets, and even the lofts were crowded. He could see several million people. They all stood in silence, not making a sound. When the light of the teleportation formation faded, they all kneeled down and shouted, "Greetings, sir." Only one person didn't kneel. He bent his body slightly, smiling faintly. "Sir, little Han, guys, let's go to the Dripping Water Pavilion. Please. Let's go." Lord Devour nodded faintly. He didn't say anything, and the faint smile on his face didn't diminish. However, Venerable Li Quan still explained, "Sir, they organized it spontaneously. I don't blame you. Although I don't like crowds, it's better to be lively today." Lord Devour slightly shook his head. Venerable Li Quan could finally ease his mind. The group flew into the Dripping Water Pavilion. Li He, Li Xiaoxia, and the important figures of the Li family were already waiting outside the hall. All of them were extremely excited. After today, Li Shu'er and Xiaohe could be considered to have officially confirmed their relationship. The Li family had officially become the in-laws of the Devour family and the Yi family. Perhaps Li Shu'er and Yi Qinghan wouldn't feel anything. But everyone in the Li family knew that this was the Li family's most glorious moment. Xiaohe's identity was unique. He had a close relationship with the two kings, and he was the closest person to Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan. After today, the Li clan would officially rely on the two monarchs. As long as the two monarchs didn't die, the Li clan would exist forever and be glorious for generations to come. Lord Devour disliked these courteous things. Even when Yi Qinghan went to Rain Butterfly Island and Longyang City to propose marriage, she didn't go. Today was Xiaohe's big day. In fact, the most important day in the divine world wasn't the wedding, but the marriage proposal. That was why Lord Devour was here, smiling the whole time. However, she didn't talk much. Emperor Yu, Yi Qinghan, and Venerable Li Quan were the only ones chatting. In the end, Lord Jiu presented the betrothal gifts, which were 3 supreme divine artifacts. She stood up and left with Lord Jiu after exchanging some pleasantries. Everyone knew her temperament, so they didn't blame her. Li Quan also knew that Lord Devour had given her a lot of face by sitting here for several hours with a smile on his face. As soon as Lord Devour left, the atmosphere in the room became more lively. Yi Qinghan never acted like a prodigal in front of his friends. Moreover, the people here had watched him grow up, so they didn't feel awkward. After Yi Qinghan's jokes, the atmosphere became livelier. Little Black, Little Sha and the others didn't like this kind of atmosphere. With their elders around, they felt uncomfortable, so they secretly ran away. The younger generation of the Li family followed the two of them to the Blackwater Pavilion. As the representative of the Flame Dragon City, Lei Zhen put on a solemn face. He started to ask Venerable Li Quan sincerely, "Lord Li Quan, how should I continue to cultivate after becoming a venerable? Please don't hesitate to teach me." Lei Zhen was a little depressed. After breaking through to the venerable realm outside the Soul Emperor Island, he was at a loss. However, he was too embarrassed to ask Lord Devourer and Ethereal Monarch. Today, he could sincerely ask Venerable Li Quan for advice. Li Quan had broken through the venerable realm several 100,000 years ago. Lei Zhen's words shook everybody's spirit. Even Yi Qinghan looked at Venerable Li Quan with interest. The people here were the eminent elders of the Li clan and the soul-devouring city. Most of them were at the 7th grade. If they could understand the cultivation of the venerable realm, it would be beneficial for them to break through to the venerable realm. Venerable Li Quan pondered for a while. He looked at the others and said, "You all know that comprehending 3 high-level mysteries can help you break through to the God Emperor realm. Comprehending 4 high-level mysteries will make you a 6th grade war god. Comprehending 5 high-level mysteries will make you a 7th grade expert. Comprehending 6 high-level mysteries will make you a venerable. It's easy for a warrior to comprehend high-level mysteries at the beginning. However, the more high-level mysteries you comprehend, the more difficult it becomes. From the peak of the 7th grade to the venerable realm, there is a barrier that is very difficult to break through. No one can help you with this. If you comprehend it, you will comprehend it. Therefore, there are actually 2 difficulties on the path of venerable cultivation, but both are extremely difficult. One is to cultivate the heart, and the other is to continue comprehending the laws. Chapter 10:11. It is indeed extremely difficult. Lei Zhen let out a long sigh and said faintly, "Before I broke through to God Emperor, it took me about 100 years to comprehend the first 3 high-grade mysteries. After God Emperor, the 4th high-grade mystery took me nearly 1,000 years, the 5th 3,000 years, and the 6th high-grade mystery took me a whole 6,000 years. If I hadn't gone to save Firework, I don't even know when I would have broken through." Lei Zhen's words made everyone blush with shame. Lei Zhen's talent was not as abnormal as Yi Qinghan's, but it was still top-notch in the divine realm. He reached grade 7 in less than 10,000 years, and even broke through to venerable after another 10,000 years. His talent was top-notch. On the path of cultivation, the faster one broke through in the early stages, the further one could go in the later stages. Many of those present had cultivated for more than 100,000 years, and some had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, even close to 1,000,000 years. Many of them spent tens of thousands of years on the 4th high-grade mystery, but Lei Zhen only spent 1,000 years. This was the difference. Yi Qinghan's brows relaxed slightly, and a doubt in his heart was resolved. He had always thought that venerable source energy was bestowed by heaven and earth like him, but many venerables, like Lei Zhen, did not have any phenomenon when they broke through. Moreover, phenomena did not appear often in the divine realm. So there was a saying that becoming a venerable would not cause a phenomenon, but the soul would go to a very mysterious place. The primal chaos realm? The soul could leave the body? What kind of place was the primal chaos realm? Yi Qinghan looked at Lei Zhen and Li Quan, not asking any questions. He knew that the two would not be able to answer this question. It seemed like he would have to wait until he broke through to the venerable realm before he would have the chance to come into contact with it. Li Quan coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention, and then continued, "There is something else that the Misty Sovereign told me. I hope that none of you will leak it out." Everyone's expressions quickly turned solemn. At the same time, Honorable Li Quan unleashed his celestial domain. Yi Qinghan also began to sense the surrounding spatial energy. After ensuring that no one was eavesdropping, Honorable Li Quan spoke solemnly. "This is the conclusion that the Misty Realm Sovereign and the other sovereigns came to after much discussion. It is a conclusion on how to break through to level 9. Li Quan's words caused everyone to become incomparably excited. Even Yi Qinghan's brows furrowed slightly. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, he was already at level 9. In truth, he knew that he still needed to break through in the nomological realm and become a true grade 9. He wanted to improve his strength to the next level. It was Lord Devour's request, the Battle Emperor's request, and also Shi Yan's request. Everyone knows that one needs to comprehend the ultimate mystery to reach the 9th level. Of course, there's still another way, and that is to comprehend the eternity of space like Little Han. However, Little Han can clearly tell you that aside from him, no one else can succeed on this path. That's why I'm talking about comprehending and fusing the ultimate profound mysteries. Li Quan paused for a moment and continued to say, ultimate profound mysteries. Everyone knows that it is when a certain elemental's 5 basic profound mysteries all fuse together, reaching the great circle of perfection of the laws. Perhaps many people think that it is very simple, thinking that a high-grade profound mystery is the fusion of 4 basic mysteries. Since 4 can be fused, then one more shouldn't be too difficult, right? There are even many fearless people who try to fuse the ultimate mystery at the Divine General tier or Divine King tier. They dream of reaching the peak of level 9 in a single step. I can tell you clearly now, to fuse the ultimate mystery, you must first become a venerable. If you can't break through to the venerable tier, then you will never be able to break through to level 9. Li Quan's words shocked everyone present, and their eyes flickered thoughtfully. No one doubted Venerable Li Quan's words, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt that it made sense. In the immortal world, the number of people who could reach level 9 was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. In the billions of years of the immortal world, something like a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse had only happened once, and it happened to Yi Qinghan. Not only was it unprecedented, but it would never happen again. Now that Venerable Li Quan said that Venerable was the foundation to break through to level 9, it was easy to explain. Although there were many Venerables in the immortal world, they weren't as common as cabbages or radishes. Lei Zhen's eyes were as hot as the demonic sun in the sky. His innate talent wasn't bad, and he was at least one of the best in the last several 100,000 years. He had a high chance of walking on the path to level 9. If he couldn't get an answer from Venerable Li Quan today, he would ask Little Han to bring him to see Jida and Lord Devour. Venerable Li Quan felt everyone's hot gaze, and he smiled, continuing, the ultimate mystery is very hard to comprehend. The Misty Monarch said that he had accidentally obtained a great opportunity when his lifespan was almost up, and that was how he broke through. He said that there were 2 ways to comprehend the ultimate mystery. First, after becoming a venerable, one would no longer comprehend the high-grade mystery, but focus on fusing the ultimate mystery. This was an unconventional way. Either one broke through to monarch, or they would forever be the lowest venerable. However, the Misty Monarch said that this way had a higher chance of success. The second way was to continue comprehending the high-grade mystery, and not the ultimate mystery. However, it would be more and more difficult to fuse them. This way was because one had to constantly comprehend the principle of this element. As one's comprehension of this principle became deeper and more thorough, it would erupt in the end, and one would naturally comprehend the ultimate mystery and break through to level 9. This way is more difficult, but it's safe because one's strength can increase continuously. Even if one can't break through, he can still become an expert among the venerables. Everyone sighed, and even Yi Qinghan sighed. It seemed like it wasn't easy to break through to monarch. Everyone present, including Venerable Li Quan, looked at Yi Qinghan, sighing emotionally. The road was long, and they still had a long way to go. There was only one Yi Qinghan. Of course. A moment later, Venerable Li Quan said again, actually, there is another way. For example, there is a venerable that everyone is familiar with, the first venerable of the continent, Saintly Sky Venerable. He is walking on this path. Saintly Sky Venerable. Everyone present was shocked. This was a venerable that rarely appeared, and many people didn't even know his name. They only knew that the Misty Monarch had a venerable under him. He was in seclusion all year round, but his battle prowess had always been number 1 among the venerables of the continent. The Misty Monarch said that Saintly Sky Venerable's cultivation path was even more devious, because after he became a venerable he no longer comprehended principle, and instead focused on cultivating his mind. If one day you see a beggar on the street who could instantly kill a venerable with a flick of his sleeves, don't be surprised. The Misty Monarch said that after Li Kong's green hell battle armor was shattered by Little Han, Saintly Sky Venerable could instantly kill him in 3 moves. In fact, his overall strength could even be compared to Little Han. Furthermore, the monarch said that his strength could possibly become even stronger. What? This? Everyone looked at Venerable Li Quan in disbelief. Even Yi Qinghan was astonished. There was a venerable that could fight against a monarch? If it wasn't for the fact that these words came from Li Quan's mouth and came from Jida, who had been a monarch for hundreds of thousands of years, everyone would have scoffed and treated it as a fart. Venerable Li Quan didn't care about the shock and astonishment in everyone's eyes. He stood up, looked through the door, and looked at the slowly descending demonic sun. He sighed deeply. It's actually not bad to walk an unconventional path. When one thing is cultivated to the extreme, it is also a different kind of strength. Maybe I should walk this path,